Good morning, good morning. Hi, I'm Wendy Gardner. Welcome to Sewing Street TV. It's going to be a lovely, lovely day today. It was really bright when we got in this morning. There was quite a lot of traffic on the road as well, and it was dead early, as it is. But it was frosty. I had to scrape the car. So not all good just yet, but it will be. It's coming. We're getting there. I've had a couple of garden parties with people. It's been so lovely. It feels like normality is coming back. But anyway, we have got some great stuff today. We've got a lovely hour now, which has got some really lovely sewing tools. Love all of those. But let's start with the early bird offer. Now this is a strange little packet in front of me. But what it is, it's really, really useful. It is 100 1-inch Hexagon templates. So if you are into English paper piecing, this is most definitely for you. So here's a little template. So literally they're laser cut. So they're all absolutely perfectly cut. They're precision cut. And they're fine card. So you use these when you're doing English paper piecing. What you would do is you'd lay these on your fabric. You can draw around them and then add your 1/4 inch seam allowance, cut out, and then you place these in the middle, fold the fabric over. And Kat was saying what she does is she actually uses a glue gun to hold a glue pen. It's a glue pen, which we've got on the show, and I'll show you that in a minute. Fabulous thing. I use it all the time. But you can just temporarily glue the edges in, so then you can join all the pieces, pop these out, and you can use them again. So they're really, really handy. You've got 100 in there. How much would 100 take? Not sure how big a piece that would make, but it does grow very quickly. And one thing about doing English paper piecing like this and work like this is you can do it on the go. It's a little project you can take with you. You can sit in the garden and do it. You can take it on the train or the bus or whatever. And you can sit and do your little bit of sewing, and it's quite portable. So very, very useful. And the 1-inch size means, of course, you can use up scraps. You can fussy cut, so you can have some really beautiful hexagons with a nice flower bit in the middle. Very useful little pack to start the day, to open your bag, ready and put them in. 100 of these at £1.99. Of course, you can multi-buy if you're going to make a big hexagon quilt, like one of my colleagues does. This was her first project, was a hexagon quilt, which she did all by hand, sewing it all together using the English paper piecing method. So Sarah, if you see this, I'm saying well done, because that was a real achievement. She'd never done it before, and that's what she did, and it was absolutely beautiful. So £1.99 for your pack of 100. Of course, you can multi-buy, and that's fine. But £1.99 but 3.95 P&P. Yes, I realise that sounds a bit odd, but do remember that P&P lasts the whole day. So if you get these and you check out and you've paid £3.95 post and packing, don't worry, because then when you buy one of my other items that I've got on the show here today, or you buy something from Living in Loveliness, because we've got lovely Kerrie with us and she's got some great kits, or you buy a sewing machine or an overlocker, that £3.95 covers the lot. And yes, we have got a sewing machine and it's in stock and we've got it. So this is like gold dust. So yeah, it's a really great one. It's one of our most affordable machines too. But that's coming up later. Oh, I've got a message from Laurie. Okay. Oh yes, it says here, Laura, it is Laurie, isn't it? Morning, lady in pink, looking lovely. Oh, thank you. Have a lovely day, crew and Sewing Street family. Thank you very much, Laurie. But this is not all we've got. So we've got this lovely little pack here, which is the hexagons, but of course we've got the panel of the week. Now, I say we've got the panel of the week, but we are extremely limited in stock, and we don't know whether we're going to be able to get any more. So what we have here is this lovely panel. It's a Christmas panel. So if you watched us last week, you'll know that we are doing this panel of the week. So every week we'll have a different fabric panel, and it can be, last week we had 5-inch squares, which was beautiful. This week we've got something you can make a tote bag and straps. And what the fun about this, or you could have used this to make a cushion, of course you could, it's up to you what you do. But what I love about this is black and white, so you colour it in. So this is a project to do with the kids. They can colour it in, and you use fabric pencils, fabric pens, fabric crayons. You can buy those. We did have them, but I think we've sold out, but I'm sure they'll be back. And then, of course, you've got these spots for the handles and straps. You've also, I like this, you've got a few other little things. You can use these to connect the straps. You could use them as little pliques. A little bit of fun. So it's something that's for you and your family. This is only $4.99 for this panel. I mean, even if you left it black and white, it's nice for a tote bag, isn't it? So that's really good. Now, generally the plan is that at the end of the week, so on Sunday, the panel goes up in price. But we don't know, on this one, whether we'll still have any stock left. It's a special offer for the week it comes out. So the panel of the week, you get a special offer, and then following that, it's still available if there's any left, but at a higher price. So if you're interested in this one, it's now's the time to grab, because we might not have any more. And I hate to say this, we're just getting out of the sun, but you know, it's a good time to start thinking ahead for Christmas, doing a few little things that you haven't got to do the mad rush at the end of the year. And you know, you want to be out in the garden when it gets sunny, and you won't want to be making things all the time, although I must admit I do. But it's a time to start planning ahead. I mean, I know some people buy their Christmas presents in January, much too organised for me. But yes, that's a panel. Not many left, so if you're interested in that one, please do buy it. So let's look at the menu for the day. I briefly mentioned that we have Kerrie, but first of all, sewing room tools, which is now. And then at 9 o'clock, we've got Fabulous Fat Quarter. It's fun. No, I've got to read this properly. Fabulously fast fat quarter fun sew essentials with living in loveliness. That's so Kerrie's coming, and she's got a really great project to share with us. It's absolutely fabulous. I love it. I really do. At 10 o'clock, we've got stash builders. So basically what Kat's done is she's put together a whole load of fabulous products that you are consumables. So the things that actually we use and need to replace. So there's a whole load of things like, you know, there's felt, there's fabric, there's wadding, etc. So we've got those. And then at 11, Kerrie's back with us again, and she's got a vinyl bag kit, which we've seen before, but it's so popular. We brought that one back. And also a Hexagon stacking. Sorry, hold on a second. This is, you know, yes, I know, because you said, that's what you said, Christmas earlier. So yes, a vinyl bag kit and a stacking Hexagon trays. They look really lovely. They really do. So really lovely colourways. You've got different colourways of them. Look, there they are. So you can make these out of fabrics. Fabrics come in the kit. The kits are so beautiful. They really are. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got Jayne Brogan coming from Elna, and she is going to put 2 machines through their paces. A very simple sewing machine, and also a lovely overlocker. And actually, they make quite a good pair. So that's quite something to think about. Now, if you want to order today, you can go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. And then you click on Watch Live, and then you can scroll down and you'll see all of the items we've got on is it on the show or on the whole day, Kerrie? On the whole day. So all the items we're going to have for the whole day are there on pre-order. So if there's things that you definitely want, then do, you know, consider having a quick flick through all of these now and making sure you grab them and they don't get sold out before we get to them, because that can happen. You might find you've got to nip out later, so you might miss a show, so do have a look now. We've got some native lighting. I didn't mention that, but we've got that on the show as well. So that is really good. And Kerrie's a brand ambassador, so she's going to give us a bit of insight on that. So that's really lovely. So let's, got the whole day there. Everything that you might want to buy today is already available on the website. So you can take a look and grab what you fancy. And don't forget, you can phone the call centre. I like to phone the call centre because I think they're lovely, helpful people. So I enjoy actually speaking to them. And if you want to talk to me, I have got here Facebook Live. And provided I don't press the wrong button on it, I should be able to see messages coming. So what are we going to start with today? Well, we're going to start with this. Now this is already selling on pre-order, and this is, when Kat realised this was back in stock, she had to have it on here. I don't know which is the best way to show it. Let me show it this way. So what it's got is it's got a nice clear lid, top, and then inside it has dividers. You don't have to use the dividers if you don't want. They come out, but if you put them in, it does mean that you can actually put in, I haven't got a fat quarter here today, but you could stack your fat quarters in. It's also got 2 side pockets on the inside, so you could pop your embroidery scissors, your little ruler and things like that in there. I think this actually also makes just a general storage bag, put your winter jumpers away, etc. It also makes a great bag to take a project to a class, because you can put your fabric, you can haberdashery, your scissors, etc. You can put all of that in there. Oh, I've just been handed. This is an idea about putting fat quarters in. So you can actually, you could sort of stack them like that. So you can stack them like that all the way along, or of course you can lay them down. But the way, if you've got loads, which of course who hasn't, if you've got loads, you stack them like that. It's easy to see them as you go along. So that's a really good idea. But as I say, good as a project bag as well. Good to just store things, you know, if you have to put clothes away from winter to summer. If you just see. So, I mean, we can start going back to classes from the 17th of May. So it could be something you use this as to take your project along with you. And the thing that's nice about it, it's nice zipped top. Zip it all up. Keeps everything dust free. And then easy to carry with a nice carry handle. So it can hold, if you did use it for fat quarters, it is called a fat quarter bag. If you did use it for fat quarters, it can hold about 198. I'm sure we could squeeze in 2 more. So if you have got 198 fat quarters, good on you. But it doesn't have to be fat quarters. Of course, you can put other fabrics in here as well. You can put your panels, you can put meterage, half meters. It will all store in here beautifully. And again, if you fold them, and you can stack them that way if they're half meters, for instance. Very, very useful. And they're back in stock today, and they do often go out of stock. And now, at this point in time, having come back in stock, we've now got 6 left. So if you do want them, please grab them now. Some people are buying multiples. If you have got multiples, or if you've got this in your basket and you haven't yet checked out, please do check out, because it's not yours until you've checked out. So that is our first item of today. Isn't it lovely? Right. Oh, what have I done with that? I think I've just put that in here. Oh, tucked that away in here. No, I've taken it out again. Here it is. Yes, now this is something that was used on a show last week. This is a really cute little ruler. I love my quilting friends. Isn't that a nice saying? It's a 2-inch by 6-inch ruler. And the little hearts on it, if you can see those little hearts, they're sort of the grippy bits on the underside, which on fabric, it would prevent it from slipping around. So that's why that's really useful to have those on there. And it has the 1/4 inch. Now, last week, what was it we were doing? And she was marking the sort of 1/4 inch corner. And it's so easy to do with this. And because sometimes when you're working on little pieces, you don't need a big ruler. What you need is a little one. So having a whole selection is fabulous. And this is a lovely little ruler. So it's quite handy to have. £15.99. It's the acrylic, of course. So I have to share that. So Kat says it has got the hole, so if you've got a way of hanging your rulers, you can hang it with all the others. Or as Kat says, you can keep it on a lanyard and hang it around your neck. Just saying. She's a little bit strange, but we won't say any more. But then that's a really, really handy little ruler to have. It's good to have a selection. It is the acrylic, so you can use a rotary cutter with it. So that's really good. It's just nice that you can hold on, you can keep it all steady when you're working with it. It's for when you're doing smaller projects, smaller bits of fabric. So have that. It's a nice little gift as well, actually. But talking about rulers, let's look at these. Good, because that's the one I've got out. She just said we'll start with the small one. I say that, but I haven't got it out because it's not coming out that last little bit. So this is the 4-slotted ruler. So basically you can slot your rulers. Let me see if I can grab another one or two. So you can slot your rulers in like this, or you can put them like that. So you can use it for bigger ones as well as shorter ones. Not sure, can you see that? So that's what I've done, I've just slotted them in. So you can put 4 in this one, but we also have a larger one. So this is £10.99, quite handy. That would sit neatly on top of a cupboard, all your rulers nicely stored together. Obviously you could put them in sizes like that, in different sizes, or we've got a big one. So now if you've got the big rulers, you might want this bigger one. It's got little feet on the bottom. The little feet on the bottom here will help protect your surface and stabilise it. So the smaller one's £10.99 and this one is £11.99, but it's double the size. So it depends really what you need, but you've got 5 slots in this one. But this, of course, does mean that you can put your bigger rulers in. You can put the bigger rulers in the smaller one, I have to say, but that's sort of protects them all the way along. It's only got a little bit hanging over the edge. Whereas on the smaller one, of course, there'll be more hanging over the edge than there will be in these slots. So this will keep your ruler nice and straight. You can also put the squares in. Let me see if I can put another one in. You just have to, oh, this is a fancy one. And then we can put the square one in. So they all just go in there. Just keeps them all neat and tidy. So if you haven't got a hanging space, you can do it like this. You can have these lovely racks and they put them all in there neatly. So I like these two. I definitely think these are tools to have in your workroom. And we've got wall space here. I don't have wall space like this at home. So having a rack like this is fine. I have a filing cabinet in my, I've got office cum sewing room. And then I could put this on the top of the filing cabinet, keep all my rulers handy. And I think that's really useful. So that's that one. I'm not going to try and put it away because I want to get on to some other things whilst we can. Oh, the ironing mat. So this is something that I have in my, I like to call it my laundry cum gym, which is a small passageway, not wider than a door really. It's from one room to another. But I've got my tumble dryer in there, I've got a shelf and I've got my ironing mat and my iron. So that's the laundry. And I've also got an exercise bike, which I've never used. That's got to go. That's my gym. But look at that, that's a lovely mat. And it has pockets in the front here. So you've got pockets in the front. You also have a little pin cushion. So I think this is an ironing sheet. I think this one is this sheet. You've got a pocket. This is where I keep my press cloth. That does actually Velcro off if you want to. So you can take that separately. So it's a really nice mat. And the other thing is you can use, if you prefer, you can use the silver side. It has got a grid on it. It's useful when you want to line things up. Obviously you can't cut on it, but it is just quite helpful sometimes. I wouldn't rely on it for accuracy because it is fabric and obviously it moves. But it is a really handy, well padded, nice and large ironing mat. Of course, this is great for classes. This is great to have next to your sewing machine. If you haven't got a big space, just fold it in half and use half of it. So you can have this next to your ironing, but I like the size of this because when you're ironing bigger things, it's nice and roomy and you don't have to kind of like move them around to get to it. You can iron in a nice big space, but you can fold it because it's a mat, so you can fold it out make it smaller if you only need a small piece. So it's quite easy to use. And it's one that I've got, and it's the one that I take to my sewing classes as well. And it's one I use at home, this one. So that's really nice. Let's do, the best press. Yes, this is another thing. This is another thing in my laundry, in my very small laundry. So this is the scent-free version. So it's really handy. So basically what this is you use this to help press your fabrics and it helps get the creases out. And it also acts like a bit of like a starch. So if you need to add a bit of crispness, if you're working with silks or slippery fabrics, it is quite good to use something like this to give some stability when you're cutting out and sewing. So it has sort of quite a few good uses. This is scent free, so if you don't want to add any scent to it, then this is the one to go for. It's £11.99 and there's 499 millilitres. or in old money, 16.9 fluid ounces. That will last quite a long time and go a long way. And it's a nice fine spray when you spray. So that's this one. But then we also have this one, which is the same thing again. It's best press, but this time it's lavender vanilla. Now this is lovely because you can put this on your pillowcases and then iron them. I mean, that's about the only time I would iron a pillowcase if I was doing that. Oh, Kat irons, she irons all her bed sheets. She's not got children. And my sister-in-law used to actually wash her bed sheets every day. Madness. Anyway, so this is lavender and vanilla, so it's really a lovely scent as well. It does the same thing as the scent free, but it's got that lovely scent, which is really nice. So you just spray it on your fabrics. It helps remove the creases. It's good for biased edges. It's good for giving a little bit of starchiness if you need it when you're working with slippery fabrics, biased fabrics, etc. And it's really, really lovely, as well as having that fabulous smell. So this is a really lovely one. Oh, we've got a question. Oh, I can't. Oh, here it is. Full bust adjust. Oh, what is FBA? Okay. Oh, hold on, let me get back to the question then. Oh, may I ask a question? But I've always been puzzled. Why do people insist on trying a full bust adjustment automatically on a pattern rather than getting circumferences right and adjusting darts? Okay. Okay, so yeah, the reason you do a full bust adjustment, because if you have got a full bust, and sadly that is me, you can't just adjust the darts. You have to do a sort of combination of it. And basically a full bust adjustment is adjusting the darts. What you're doing is you're creating a bigger dart. And by creating a bigger dart, you're folding up more fabric and therefore you're getting more of a curve. And the reason you do that, rather than just by the circumference, if I bought a pattern to fit all the way around my bust, I would have to probably make an 18 to a 20, which would be far too big up here, far too big across here, far too big across my back. So instead, I measure across the top, so the high bust. And that's the measurement I use. If your high bust is more than 2.5 to 3 inches bigger than your full bust, no, the other way around. If your full bust is more than 2.5 to 3 inches bigger than your high bust, you need to do a full bust adjustment. It's not difficult to do once you get used to doing it. You just sort of get used to it, and I have to do it to nearly every pattern. The only time I maybe not is if I'm making something jersey fabric or if I was making something loose fitting. But generally speaking, it's something I have to do. And you just have to sort of cut up to the bust point, you cut through the dart, and then you cut up to the armhole, sort of. There's a one there, there's one there, and there's one there. And you kind of spread it by the amount you need to spread it to go over your curves. You can find how to do that. If you look on the pattern website, sewdirect.com, there's instructions on how to do a full bust adjustment. It's very clear. You can print off a PDF. So it's sewdirect.com. So I hope that helps Elizabeth and anybody else, because I know it's one of those things that people worry about. In fact, I covered it in my dressmaking masterclass I did for the knitting and stitching. And I covered that and all sorts of zips and facings and understitching. So that's a dressmaking masterclass again that you can get. It's a visual, so it's video clip. So yes, it is something we need to do, sadly, if you have that issue. Right, just getting on. Oh, talking about books and things. Yes, so this is my Fun with Fat Quarters book. So this is the first Fat Quarters book that I wrote initially, and it's actually done very, very well. There are lots of fat quarter books out there, I have to say. All of the projects in here are aimed at using fat quarters. Sometimes it's 1, sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 4. There's not a limit on them, but it's how to use them and how to get the best out of all these fabulous fat quarters that we buy. But I do like to throw in, although the projects are sort of quite easy for everybody to have a go, I like to throw in a few techniques to learn at the same time. So this one is what we call the bubble technique, and you do this with stabilizer and solubles, and you sew and then you shrink it. So it's quite a fun one to do. And then sort of using, this is just a very simple doorstop, but it's kind of using a few techniques again about attaching ribbons, about sewing buttons on by machine. So sort of lots of little things. putting a zip in, doing a bit of quilting, so if that's the first time, with box corners. Little reversible bag and doing these stuffed handles. These are quite nice to do. Take a little bit longer than a folded handle, but they're lovely to hold and they make the bag look a bit different. This was just a bit of fun. Drawstring bags, an absolute must-have. Shoe bag when you've got your fancy shoes. Laundry bag to take on holiday. Simple flowers. So lots of different things, but in the beginning of the book there's also lots of techniques. So we have everything from applique, reverse applique as well, adding piping, how to do it, all step by step, and the trims, using a twin needle, I love twin needles, creating button loops, buttonholes, adding a zip. So it's all as techniques that you can learn and then you can apply. This is, what's an American fat quarter? Oh, I mean, yes, it doesn't matter what size fat quarter. I mean, to be honest with you, it doesn't matter whether you have a fat quarter. You could use a metre of fabric and, you know, cut it up. It's just a way of sort of, what can we do with all these beautiful fat quarters? So some are sort of used more and some use less. This is just like a little tots dress, making a fat quarter. Then I did this, so this quilt, this baby playmat, obviously takes a few more fat quarters. This takes 4 fat quarters, which effectively is a metre. But what you do is you have 4 different ones, so you've got these lovely squares, very, very simple, and then with some fun applique on it as well. Cushion, I love crazy patch. It's one of my favourite technique, patchwork and quilting techniques to teach for beginners, because it's not difficult, but it looks good. And you can just create a really lovely cushion using up scraps of fabric and make something really special. You can do it on bags. This is another scrap buster. Make a draft excluder from lots of the bits that are left over. So just lots of different things. Another favourite technique, disappearing 9 patch. It looks much more complicated than it actually is. So it's a fun one to do. So lots of different things. Twisted tucks, getting the best out of your embroidery stitches on your machine. It's a picnic placemat. Has little pockets, little things for your cutlery so you can keep everything together. The star, this diamond star mat. So it's just some pretty little projects to use and make different things using your fat quarters. So it's a nice little book, and it's got 15 projects in it. So it's a good one to have in your workroom, and it's a good one to make little gifts for people. If you've got to make something, none of them take too much time. If you've got something, you've got some fat quarters, you've got somebody that you need to get a gift for, something that's handmade like this is a lot nicer, I think, than just going and buying another Yankee Candle. So, you know, because it's very difficult sometimes, isn't it, to shop for friends who have everything they want anyway. So that's a really nice little book to have. Do recommend it, even though it's written by me. But let's do some Gutermann threads, because this is another lovely, lovely thing. Now, we have a lot of different thread companies that we have threads from. Gutermann is one of them. Gutermann is probably, it used to be the most well-known, and of course we've now got Metler and Madeira and Aerofil, etc., and they're all equally well-known now. But this is a lovely brand. These are sort of general purpose sewing threads, so they can be used for virtually every kind of project. And what we have is we've got 3 different kits. Now this one is £17.99, this first kit. So 10 altogether, so you've got 10 reels of thread, all these beautiful bright colours. Each reel of thread has how much on it, let's have a look. It's 100% polyester. It doesn't say, 100 metres. 100 metres on each one. And you get a nice new tape measure. And you know, it sounds crazy, but every now and then you should replace your tape measure because they do stretch. Now you might like that because it means that your measurements are smaller than they are, but it could be deceiving. So it is good to have a new tape measure. So that's pack 1. So a good value pack, £17.99 for 10 reels of thread, makes it £1.79 a reel. But less because you've actually got the tape rule again. Or you could choose, you could choose this one. So this is a nice pack. This one has 12 reels of thread. And the colours are slightly different. Some of them are sort of the same, but slightly varied. So you could actually do both. And this one comes with a pack of universal needles, so standard needles. They're Schmetz, so they're a good brand, and they have a range of sizes from 70 up to 90. So that's for your fine, 70/10 is for your fine cottons, fine voiles and things, and then up to 90 when you're going to go be sewing denims. Okay, so just for the pack of needles on Amazon, Kat says that those needles alone are £4.99. So you're getting those. You're also getting a pack of Prim pins. And these have got the lovely plastic bobbles, colourful bobbles on them, which means that when you drop them on the floor, they're much easier to find. Oh, we don't do that. Of course we don't do that. So that's a really nice little pack. Again, lovely gift for yourself. Treat yourself. Better than a bar of chocolate, I promise. And then, actually, because I don't particularly like chocolate. Oh, of course you get 12 threads, yes. So mustn't forget that. You get 12 reels of thread in that one. So this one, we're back to 10 reels of thread. But this one, again, is lovely colours of it. We get a smaller pack of needles, but we also get a pack of hand sewing needles. And this is like a whole selection. It's an assorted selection. So you've got little fine ones to do fine work, and you've also got the bigger-eyed needles for using bigger threads. 30 hand sewing needles in there, and you've got 5 machine needles, and again from 70 to 90, to 2 70s, 2 80s and 190. So the 70s or the 80s are the ones you use most often. And then we have 100 metres on each of the 10 spools of yarn. So again, this is a really good little pack, nice gift, nice range of colours, and it's a brand that is well known. It's 100% polyester, so it's a good quality general purpose sewing thread. So it's really nice. So that's those 3 threads. Okay, we're going to have a look at this tool. Now this is one of 3 tools we have on the show from Clover. This is the stiletto. And I've got one open here, so it comes in this lovely packet. This is what you use, and once you've started using one of these, you won't go back. It's got a rubberized tip on one end, and it's got a pokey tip on the other. So what you can do with this is you can actually have this close to the sewing machine or the iron when you're ironing into nice points, because that is heat resistant too. And what you can do is you can put that close without putting your finger close when you need to hold a little edge down. You can use that end for very sharp punch, and you can poke out things with that end as well, or you can use this end, this tip end, which has got a sort of rubberized end so it won't slip. So it's very useful. Sometimes you need to just hold the edge of the fabric flat as the needle's going to go into it. It helps also when you want to press open a seam. You can use this to help press it open as you bring up the iron, because you can hold that there and you can get the iron right to the point without getting your fingers on it. So it's quite handy. So it's really good, heat resistant, just one of those useful little tools at £12.99. You think, what would I use that for? But once you have one and you use it, you'll find you're using it all the time. So it's a really handy tool. The other one I like particularly is this one. So again, it comes nicely packaged. Nicely packaged. And what you have with this is this little roller. Now this roller is sort of shaped, and the idea is that you press your seams open. A lot of the time it will say finger press seams. You can use this little tool, and you just roll it up and down your open seam. You don't have to put a lot of pressure on. It's doing it for you, and it's ergonomically shaped to hold comfortably in the hand. So again, it's one of those things, it's quite a nifty little tool to have. Great on the move, it just helps, and it's one of those when you often get finger press things open, and this will do the job. You can also use it if you're pressing open like leathers. You don't want to use an iron. Press open the seams on leathers, or press your seams on leathers. You can also use it if you are attaching double-sided tape or glue, and then you're putting like a trim on top of that. You can use that just to press it in place without having to resort to an iron. This is just sort of holding it. So again, something I would definitely have. I'd have those 2 things as absolutely great tools. We do also have another one, which this one is an iron finger. Now it's quite heavy, and the idea of this is why I suppose it's probably iron inside, I'm guessing, so-called an iron finger. You turn, press, roll and point with this. So it's quite a handy thing. It's rubberised, so it's heat resistant. And what you could do is you can lay a seam over it. If I can find an edge here with a seam. You lay a seam over it and you can press it open. So you use it on your ironing mat with your iron, and then you can press that seam open over the tool, and it will prevent getting any of that on the underside. You know, sometimes if you're not careful, you get an impression on the underside. So you can do it with that. Equally, of course, I could, if I wanted to, combine the two and do it with this. Although you can do this one on the table just as easily. So that would just press your seam open. And it just saves, don't always need to iron, and you don't always want to iron in patchwork and quilting. I have been told by somebody who actually slapped me when I did, because sometimes when you're pressing seams that have been cut on the bias, if you press with a hot iron, you can actually stretch them as you're pressing them, which is why you're often told to finger press instead. So that's what you can do. You can also use the spatula end to push out points. And when you turn pockets through, etc., you can use that to push out. You've got a rounded edge, you've got a squared edge. So it's quite a handy tool for different things. So these are all by Clover, who do produce these sort of handy tools. I think they must be designed by somebody who actually does do the crafting, because they always sort of have a really good practical application for them. Let's do the rotary cutter. Now this one is the 45. This is a standard size rotary cutter. So again, it comes nicely packaged. What you have is you have a button which you push. The button is on both sides, and you can push it, push the button through, and now that is locked out. And equally, when I let it go, that's now locked in. Oh, hold on, I didn't press it through. That's now locked in. I can't get that blade out accidentally because I've locked it in. Push it again, get it out, push it back out, and it's now locked out. So it's handy. It's also got a nice grip to it. It's got sort of soft grip here, so it's very handy. So very useful, easy to change the blade. You'll see, this is what you'll see. Yes, I mean, if you're watching the Great British Sewing Bee, I hope you are. It's fantastic viewing, lovely to watch. A lot of people are cutting out using a rotary cutter. And I must say, generally speaking, I don't cut out dressmaking, mostly because I don't have a huge cutting table with a huge cutting mat, because of course you need a cutting mat underneath. My cutting mat is big, but it's not big enough for a dress, say. So that's why I don't, but a lot of people do. And it is a great way of cutting out, and it's a great way of cutting out silks and things like that, that when you cut with scissors, they can shift as you go. So this is a really useful tool. Obviously useful when you're doing patchwork and quilting and you want to cut lots of shapes. Blades are easy to change, and as I say, you can actually lock that in so it can't be inadvertently picked up by a child and pushed out, because it's got that gun action. So it's really very handy. But talking about scissors, we'll start with the right-handed, the white ones. Now these, we say these are right-handed because they have got moulded handles. So they fit the right hand, and the way the blades open and shut suits the right-handed use. Very uncomfortable if you go this way, hence you need to have left-handed ones if you're left-handed. So these are just large, universal, general-purpose scissors. If you want to use them for dressmaking, that's not a problem at all, just keep them for that alone. That's the thing. They're Fiscard, so it's a really good brand. It has the screw here, so you can tighten and loosen if you need to, particularly if you wanted to oil them to make them nice and smooth action. So nice blades, nice crisp cut. Fiscard's obviously a very big, well-known brand. Beautiful. I mean, you know, we remember them from the orange handles. So now what they have is they've got different coloured handles, but we still have the little orange just to remind us this is Fiscard's. So they're really lovely. But we do have, for those people who are left-handed, such as my young son, we have left-handed ones. And again, the thing with these left-handed ones is that the blades will open the other way up, sort of thing, and the moulding suits the left-hand grip. So they're much more comfortable to use. So if you are left-handed, don't go for the left-handed one. These ones are 21 centimetres long, and the other ones were 24. So not a lot of difference in that, just 3 centimetres different. Again, they're called universal, but there's no reason why you can't use them as dressmaking shears. Just keep them for fabric. That's the only thing. So very nice. The blade oh yes, this is handy to have. This is a blade sharpener, so it's useful to have actually. Again, it's kind of one of these bits of items in your kit that's useful. So this is a blade sharpener. I think it's only for right-handed scissors though. So just be warned about that if you were going for the left-handed scissors. You put your blade scissors in and you just kind of cut to come out. That's all you do. And that will help sharpen the scissors and keep them nice and sharp for longer. You can use it for your small scissors as well, your embroidery scissors, as well as your big scissors. Oh, I'm not sure if you can use it with those because they're not scissors. They're grippers. And you can't use it on your serrated blades. Are they serrated blades? No, they're not, so they're fine. So any size scissors will go through this. So it's just for your general purpose, dressmaking shears, embroidery scissors, etc. It just makes it keep them sharp. You do need to keep your scissors sharp, particularly when you're cutting out fabrics and things. It makes life so much easier if you're working with sharp scissors. In the same way as you need to have different pairs of scissors for paper and for card, and then you have the nice dressmaking scissors for your fabric. So that's just a handy little piece of kit that will help. We do have, these are duck-billed scissors or applique scissors or precision, I can't even say that word, precision cut embroidery scissors. You've got this duck-billed thing at the end here. Now the thing with these scissors is that I can just pop them out of the packaging. What you can do when you're cutting out, that blade goes flat against the bottom. So that's why they're good for applique and things. If you're having to cut round something on the surface, but you don't want to cut the underlayer, that flat duck-billed bit there lays flat and you can just cut away the top layer. And it's like a guard, so it's not going to cut in. And they're shaped, you can see the handles are shaped here, so you can have them flat as you go round. So they are very useful to have. It's an additional useful tool to have in your workbox. Good qualities, it's Madeira again, so we know the quality. Very nice scissors to have. Now we do have, because we were talking about these last week actually, applique pins, which are, so applique pins are these pins here. Let me just very carefully take them out. These pins are little. So they're the same as other pins, but they're shorter. And you have applique pins because sometimes you don't need, they're called applique because they're used for applique mainly. You don't need a long pin. You haven't got enough fabric to pin with a long pin, so they just get in the way. So what you can have, look at these little dainty ones here. Tiny little pins. They're sort of 2 centimetres long, but they still have, can you see that? If I put that down, it's probably easier to see. If I put it down there, ooh, can't touch my finger. So tiny little short pins, still nice and sharp, and they've got a little bobble on the end, so nice and easy to see. But it does mean, again, if you have applique or something, you can just pin. It's just a little one. You don't need to put great big pins. You just need little pins. I'd find these useful as well. Put a set-in sleeve. When you do a set-in sleeve, because I'm dreadful about tacking, I like to pin and sew. So I do what's known as pin basting. So you just would put a lot of these little pins around the sleeve as you're putting it in. So they're really useful. So it's not instead of, it's as well as, I'm afraid. This is a set of pins to have as well as your other regular pins. These aren't particularly thinner. They are just standard pins. I've now lost the thing. Yeah, they're just standard pins, but they are only 2 centimetres long, or 3/4 of an inch, if you're old money. So not hugely fine like silk pins. So again, that's another kind of pin that you would need to have if you're doing lots of different kind of sewing. So it's the same as needles. You just need different pins for different things. So that's those. But we also have a magnetic pin dish. Now I love these. I love these because, am I going to be able to get it out of here? They're just $2.99, which is one reason to love. You know what not to love at $2.99. But I like the fact that when you drop your pins, and we all do, We all do. They're easy to find and pick up. And I like the fact that when you're sewing on a sewing machine, see if I can get this out of here, because I want to show you how it works. When you're sewing on a sewing machine, you can just sort of drop your pins in the general direction. It's not going to come out of the box. We haven't got one open, have we? Okay, I'm going to have to do it through the thing. I can't get it. I don't want to ruin the box, but let me show you. I've got some pins here. I can show you on that little bit here. It's got a groove.
We've got one in pink.
Oh, we've got one in pink. We're selling this one in purple, but let me show you it in pink just to show you how useful it is. So you can just, when you're sewing, you can just be pulling the pins out of your work as you sew and just drop. And you just have to. It's very easy. It will, it will land because that magnet would take it. They won't drop off. And equally, if you drop your pins, very quick and easy to pick them up. Don't worry about, you hear people say, oh, don't put a magnet near the sewing machine. Don't worry. Keep it away from the side with all the the computerised machines with all of the dials and all the things on that side. But if you put it sort of in the middle, that's just quite close to the needle, fine. No problem at all. And I always say, if you have, as I do on my iPad, I have a magnetic cover that flips open. It's magnetic. It's attached to it. So it's fine, absolutely fine. So these are really handy to have, and as I say, great for when you've accidentally dropped a few pins on the floor. Just hover it over. You don't even have to get down on your knees and pick them up individually. Useful thing to have. So we're selling this purple one today. So it's a really nice one. Beautifully packaged in this box, so much so that I didn't want to rip the box to get it out. Right, the handheld seam ripper. So we have two seam rippers for this show. This is the handheld. Now, you get a seam ripper with your sewing machine, appreciate that. But like pins and needles, they blunt over time. And having a blunt seam ripper has got to be the most frustrating thing because it's bad enough having to rip a seam out without having to do it with a blunt one. You also get ones with finer cutting points. And this is a fine one, and that's really useful. When you're sewing small stitches and you've got lightweight fabrics, you want a nice fine point. So it is a good idea to have more than one seam ripper to hand. And this one does have a cover over the end. We haven't got the cover on the loose one, but on the package one, there's a little cover you can put over the end of it, which will keep it protected and prevent you hurting yourself if you're scrabbling around in your box, your sewing box to get it out. So just a nice one with a soft handle, so it's a good grip handle, easy to use and snip your seams with or your buttonholes open, etc. It is something you need because I honestly think it's a sewist's best friend. It really is, because at some point in time you will need to unpick a seam. And it might be for legitimate reasons. One of the projects I make, you sew the seams and then you unpick a little bit in order to stuff, because it's easier than leaving an opening in the outside edge, which is curved. So there are reasons, without mistakes. If you are doing something like a buttonhole, you cut open with a seam ripper. So it's not just for mistakes. You can use it for good purposes too. So we do have that, but I mentioned earlier the glue stick, which I use this when I want to attach trims, maybe sometimes with zips. If I'm doing an exposed zip insertion or something like that, I will anchor it in place temporarily with this. This is a glue stick. I don't have one open here, but basically it's a strip of, it's just like painting with glue. We did have an open one before, but I haven't got it here. Can I open this one, Kat? It's really useful to have, and I definitely recommend this one. If you've got your early bird, this is really good. This is how Kat does her English paper piecing. So what she will do is she will glue the edges of the seam allowances of the fabric and just put it down. So it's nice and bold, you can see that. And it just sort of temporarily holds things. I use it to hold trims in place. So if I'm adding a trim to something, say if I do heirloom pillowcases, just to make sure that trim is straight when I sew it in place, because it's so frustrating. That's when your quick unpick comes in hand if you haven't got it perfectly straight. So just anchor it down with a little strip of glue. I'll just do it on here. You just literally run it across and then you can stick your fabric piece on top. And then it will just stick it there temporarily. And you do still need to sew, obviously, but it holds it in place. And so I use it for trims, and it's got a twist, so you can, as it goes down, you twist it to bring out the rest of it. You can buy refills for them. I don't know if we do them, do we? We don't at the moment, but you can. So this is a prim tool. Another one, it's an aqua glue marker, it's called. So that is really useful. That's now going to stay in our kit. But glue gun, so we're talking glue, so let's go for this one. So this is the glue gun. Now, this is what it is. It basically comes with 2 glue sticks in it. It has a little stand as well, and you plug it in, so it's electric. You can also buy additional glue sticks, because you do actually use quite a lot. You put the glue stick in the end of the glue gun, and you stand it on its little stand, heat it up, and then you can use it to dab glue. Now, Delphine used this a lot when she was doing her felt flowers. So sometimes, and we've got felt on today, so it brings those together nicely. Sometimes you don't or can't stitch, so you can use your glue gun. So it can be really handy. It can be handy to use on things like pleathers, I should say. Something that you don't necessarily want to stitch. Sometimes you just want to glue pieces together. So it's very, very handy to have in your work box. $10.99 for your glue gun. You will need refills because you do get through the glue, and once you've started, it'll be one of those things, or you'll be using it again and again for all sorts of other things. So you can get this little pack of refills. So you get, 10. So you get 10 refills for $2.99. So if you're going to buy the gun, I would recommend buying the refills at the same time. Just add it to the order at the same time. So Kat's saying she's moved house, so she's got a nice new house and she's got doing decorating. She's just using her glue gun all the time. It can be a very useful tool. Talking about useful tools, let's look at this one. So this is the Stitch Micro Stitcher. Now the aim of the Micro Stitcher is to temporarily hold layers together until you've sewn them, and then you remove them. So it's good for quilting. It's good for applique, it's good for all sorts of things. It's a nice, useful little tool, and it comes with its own, if I bring the packaging over, it comes with its own little set of pins. These are called pins. Now this is a micro stitcher, so they're small pins, a little bit like staples really. You pop the little staple thing into the tool, and it tells you, you've got instructions in there how to use. It's got a circular bit here. You push it down as far as it will go, and then it's ready to use. And just like if you were pin basting or using curved safety pins, or you were hand basting, you start in the centre and work out. But you just lift it off the table, poke the pin through, pull the trigger, and you just do that. Just push that, make sure that's in properly. And what you get is you get this little sort of, it's like a staple. And I've used a black one there. So it's got white and black. So I've used white on here, black here. And when you turn over, I've used the black so you can see you've got this little staple here. And you just cut it off. You get your little snips or your little scissors. I've only got big scissors here. And then you can and this is when your duck-billed scissors would be good, so you wouldn't cut the back. Just cut it off like that, and then no damage to the fabric, and then it takes it off. So this is something you can do sitting in front of the television with little embroidery snips or something, and take off. Put this on a tray, on a lap tray, and then all the bottom bits can then just fall onto the lap tray. So it's really quick. So let's just show how you refill it. So what we do, let's get another one. You can buy black refills. I'm just going to show you. So yes, you can buy black refills, $4.99. Or you can buy the neutral, which are sort of also $4.99. And for that you're getting, how many do we get in there? It's got 1,200, but that's not 1,200 strips. That's 1,200 little thingies. Can't see how many strips you get. But all we do is so you've got a circular bit on the edge. You pop that in. I'm just going to push it, and you push it down as far as it will go. And you hear that click, and then you can just use it through, and it just leaves a little tag, and it's tagged on bottom and top. So that's how easy it is to use. So again, it's another one of those little tools that's really useful to have in your sewing box. There'll be occasions when you want to use it, when you want to, if you need to take up a hem really quickly and you haven't got time to sew, you can use this. Curtains, if you wanted. When I was in a rented house for a short while, I wanted to take my curtains up, but I didn't want to do it permanently because I knew I was moving to a house and they might not be the right height. So I did it with this. I just temporarily clipped them up. Very, very quick and easy to do. Very useful. So, oh yes, filing this out. And this is something, again, we mentioned last week because we were looking at bows or batting, and sometimes you get a great big piece and then you don't need it all, but then you've got a lot of little pieces. So an easy way of joining them together, what would you think? Batting seam tape. That's what you use. It's a fusible tape for joining your scraps of batting, so you can really get the most out of your pre-packed batting. So it's just a really handy thing. $7.99, and it's a fusible tape. So it's really, really good for use. Now we do have a couple of other things that are on the website, which we haven't got time. So do have a look at the website, just scroll down because you can pre-order anything. And do have a look at Kerrie's next hour, which is coming up shortly. It's a 3-in-1. It's a bag. It's a cover for your hand sanitizer. Oh yes, it's three items. So it's a bag, it's a hand sanitizer cover, which is a really nifty idea, and a little tissue case. Look at that, isn't that sweet? And the bag, Kerrie started this as a first aid bag, and I'll get her to tell the story she told me earlier. She started as a first aid bag, but actually it's got a lot of other uses too. So we'll show, she's made another one as another example. So have a look at that, all in beautiful fabrics and all as kits. And I am going to have the pleasure of opening up these beautifully packaged kits. So we'll see you all after the break.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hi, welcome back. So this lovely hour, I'm joined by Kerrie from Living in Loveliness. I should say the lovely Kerrie from Living in Loveliness. We have got one particular kit for this hour with multi-uses, but we've also got the pattern of one of the previous kits that we've done that's so popular it's sold out, so we brought that back again as well. But let's start with this first one. Look at this. Isn't this nifty? I just think this is so lovely. Now the fabrics that you can choose, there's different choices of fabric packs. So this is a bag, or is it a bag? It's a caddy, or is it a caddy? Look at that. Look at that, isn't it amazing? Open it up and it has got the vinyl, the clear vinyl. Now Kerrie originally designed it as a first aid kit because we're all thinking about health and safety, etc. So it's got 2 zipped pockets, 1 in each bit, and you can put all your bits and pieces. But it's not all you can do with this, as well as it being a good first aid kit. And that's why the design on the front is a cross. But if you didn't want it as a first aid kit, you don't have to have that darker sort of cross. You could actually just use the squares. They're all little squares, so you could just do whatever you like. Well, you can have that. But there's enough fabric left over to make a little tissue cover and a little hand sanitizer or hand cream cover. So that's just little bits, little added bits. You've got some nice strapping. So everything you can make from fabulously fast, fun, fat quarter fun. That's a hard one to say. Issue 12. So if you, I think most of you will have seen this before, but so Kerrie produces these different kits and they kind of like go up in different techniques. So they start very simple, so now we're on to issue 12. It's a bit like a magazine coming out every month. Out comes a new kit. So it's that sort of idea. This is issue 12. We have it in 5 colourways, and I'm going to, now look, they come in a beautiful box, and then within the box, they then come beautifully packaged like this. And this is so exciting. So this is a lovely gift for yourself, but isn't it a great gift for somebody else that sews as well? It comes already packaged for you. Open it up, and what we have here are the fabrics you're going to need to make this. So they're all fat quarters. Oh, I'm going to mess them all up now, aren't I? These are all Liberty fat quarters. So look at this lovely print. Because they're all fat quarters, you could actually decide which one you want as the outside, yes, really, couldn't you? So it's up to you which ones you use. So there's that really pretty print there, which teams nicely with this, which of course teams nicely with this, and indeed this. So the colours are always beautifully put together by Kerrie, of course, as we've come to expect. So really lovely. So not only do we have all these lovely fabrics, we also, of course, have the instructions, which are in colour, all step by step, so nice and easy to follow. How to cut it all out, what you need, etc., and then how to construct it. All lovely and easy. And we also get the pattern pieces. So this is a good quality paper. So all of this is for £29.99. The whole lot is £29.99. The pattern, the fabrics, the instructions. Does it come with the vinyl? So the vinyl you need to get. So it will say on here, you will also need. So it tells you what else you need. We do sell the vinyl by the half metre, £2.99 for half metre. Have we got that on our pre-order thing today, or do you have to go on the website? It's on the graphics now, brilliant. So that's what we get, £2.99, and a half metre will be plenty for this, won't it, Kerrie?
Yeah, oh yeah, more than, and plenty of other projects
yeah,
as well.
So you have plenty left over as well. And there's a few other things that you might need. But they're things that you will have. So it'll be spray thread, walking foot, scissors, quilting ruler, mat, etc., fabric pen, ironing board. So nothing difficult, nothing you wouldn't have at home anyway. So that's really good. Now, one other thing you have used is Prim snap fasteners, haven't you?
Yes, I have used the snap fasteners in this collection.
And I think we do sell the
we have
thing,
got
don't
a
we?
little set of the Prim snap fasteners that I'll be using
Yeah,
today
that's
as well.
great, because they are so wonderful. The pliers on their own, and you need the pliers to apply the snap fasteners, are $12.99, and then you can also buy packs of the fasteners. You do. Oh, so we do a box of loads of colours, because the ones I've got are all in individual little boxes. So a box with loads of colours. And again, it's another one of those things that once you start using these snap fasteners, you find lots of other reasons to use them, don't you? I mean, it's great for inside pockets in bags.
Yeah, absolutely.
Things like
or
that.
your little
It's quite
tote
good.
bags as well. I just
Yes,
think it gives you a little bit of
just a little bit of
security.
security. Yes, absolutely agree.
And once you play with a tool, even if you don't need it, you feel like you want to add one anyway.
Yeah, you'll find you'll be putting snaps on everything. So the next colour, I'm going to have to leave that because otherwise I'll take too long packing that back up again. I'll try in a minute when you're talking. Next colourway. Let's just put that with that one. Look at this. Oh, I hate to almost open it. So open this all up. Do you do these yourself, or do you have helpers that pack
I
all
have
this?
a lady who folds all the fabric for us now, and it's myself that wraps all of the kits. Myself and my mum, actually. My
Is it?
mum's, yeah.
Real family business. Look at these colourways. Isn't that lovely? So this is like heather, isn't it? It's got a sort of heather feel to it, or lilac.
I just feel this will look lovely with a little bit of denim as well. If you've
Yeah,
got some
oh
scraps
yes, a bit of denim. That would look nice with it, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about, you've done this. The idea was it was going to be a
As a
first aid kit.
Yeah.
Hence you've got the cross in the middle. But I think this would make a lovely wash bag.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, and if you wanted to, you could do compartments if you needed. But I think it's also a good sewing bag.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put your
We've been
sewing
talking
bits
this
in.
morning, haven't we, about
Yeah,
going
different
back to
things you can
classes
do
and
it.
events, so it's a nice place.
So there are the 4 fabrics, and again, of course, exactly the same instructions, exactly the same pattern. So that's this colourway. What have we called this colourway? Have we called it something? English Gardens. This is your English Garden colourway. So that's really beautiful. Again, I'm going to just pop that over there. Let's get to the next one. I want to get through these because we want to get Kerrie onto her demo. This is the next one. Oh, this is nice too.
It's beautiful.
This is lovely, isn't it? This is called Summer House. So there we have that first print. Then the second. Look at that, doesn't that look lovely? Sort of pinks and greys. And then an all over print there. So that's, you can do your cross out of that, can't you? And then we have this lovely one here. I love this.
Yeah, I love this print as well. The colour's just beautiful.
It is, isn't it? Really beautiful.
The mulberry
So
colour.
that's that collection. So you've got enough, remember, to make your bag and your tissue cover and your sanitizer cover. So that's really lovely too. And then 2 more colourways. So this, I was going to say final, we've got 2 more colourways. Oh, look at this one. I like this one. This is, this is lovely. We've got a whole picture. We've got a picture of the finished bag. This is the one that you've done as a sewing bag, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't that lovely? You can see how gorgeous it looks together. So how you put these together is up to you. These are the oh, look at this one. I have to open that out. So again, we've sort of got some big prints, some all over prints, some small prints. It's a really lovely combination, and they're all Liberty prints. This is really lovely, isn't it? And look at this one. This is actually the most popular at the moment. We always like to know which is the most popular, just to see what people like. And this is, at the moment, the most popular. And then we have one final one, which is this one. This is in a light blue. Oh, look at this, because this is very spring-like, isn't it?
Oh, the mustard's lovely in this collection.
Sorry?
I love the mustard in this particular bundle.
Yes, this is beautiful. Yeah, it is. Joe, our director, was saying that even if you just put a little medical case in the back of the car, you know, it doesn't take up too much room.
No, not
You
at
could
all.
even put it into the pocket and
Yeah.
seat, you know, your driving seat, can't you?
Yeah.
And all these beautiful fabrics, look. So again, really lovely print. I thought it's really hearts, isn't it?
I love that one because it is little hearts.
It is, isn't it?
Very happy fabric, isn't
It is a happy fabric. Some nice sleeves. All these, I love this. Look at all the blues on here. It's beautiful. And then this one. So your job today is to pick your favourite colour. And maybe get 2 or 3 for different reasons. So you've got your first aid kit, your sewing kit, your wash bag, your makeup bag. I think it would be a good makeup bag too. Because I love the fact you can see, because it's got the vinyl in the centre.
It works really well as a project bag. So a lot of the time when I've come on, people have asked how you can store your patterns.
Yes.
And of course, going back to classes and things like we'll be doing later on in the year, you know, if you've cut all your little pieces, a lot of our patterns have lots of small little pieces.
Yes.
It's a nice way to keep it all together, tools in one side, and then your pieces of fabric all tucked together in that vinyl, and you can see them. It's nice. I really like working with the vinyl, actually.
I know, I
like
think
seeing
it's
what we've
lovely,
got.
yes. Now, when you're working with vinyl, do you use a particular needle, or do you not worry?
Well, I would recommend using a leather needle if you're going to work with a vinyl, but for this particular project, I'm not going to change the foot because we actually put a fabric in between the vinyl anyway, so you're stitching directly onto the fabric. So I'm not going to change.
So you don't need to.
today.
But if you were just sewing just vinyl
Just the
bag,
vinyl, yeah.
you'd use a leather needle. Yeah, because it's like leather. It's got no holes.
No.
So yes.
But we're going to have the fabric in between there, so I'm not
So you
going
haven't
to
got
change
to worry.
the needle
That's good.
around today.
Now, just to remind you, the vinyl is still available at $2.99. And you need to buy that separately. That does not come in the kit, nor does the strapping.
So you'll need,
you will need
your
that
list's
as well.
always on the back. So with a Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun, if you're used to having the series, or if you've got any of the other patterns, the kit comes with 4 fat quarters, which are approximately 20 by 18, and the 3 projects are designed to those sizes. You will need your vinyl for this. We'll also need some Bosal foam, and in the later projects from Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun, we've incorporated the vinyl and the Bosal, so you may already have these in your collections as well. You're also going to need 2 8-inch zips and your webbing strapping as well. Now you could make your own handles, but just to mention that actually, because there's so many different parts in this bag, it's quite a large project actually, it does actually use up all 4 of those fat quarters for the main part of the bag. So the fabrics that we've got left over, we've then made the hand sanitizer bag. Now there's no template. Normally we have templates for all 3 of the projects, but there isn't actually a template for the hand sanitizer bag, because in the step-by-step I show you how to make your own to fit the size bottle, because as you know they come in different size
sizes,
bottles.
yes.
And it's a nice easy a nice way to use up your scraps as well, and you could transfer those skills later in the year, perhaps when we need our suntan lotion.
Yes,
which will be
exactly.
really
You could
nice.
adapt it for that. Yeah, you could have that on a tote bag as you've attached it there, and you could have that, you know, your sun cream, as you say. Because there's nothing worse than the sun cream, because it always goes greasy, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
In your bag, making everything else greasy.
Yeah,
So I think that's a
absolutely.
lovely idea. So
And then
everything you need's on the back.
Everything you need is listed on the back there, yeah.
And what I also like is what you've listed on the back is everything you need, not only the additional things, but everything. So once you've made it with the kit, if you want to make it again, you can still do so. You can use that pattern again,
and
can't
it's definitely one of those bags, as you said this morning, you know, although this was designed as a first aid kit, I tend to find that the patterns that I design are a need that I personally need.
Yes.
You know, it's quite nice to have those while we're getting back out and about. The hand sanitizer, of course, we always want those, a little pack of tissues. But you can use this. I mean, I always tend to make an extra one anyway for the sewing accessories, because it's quite nice to keep them in there and protect them as well. But it's great for your makeup as well.
Yes.
So it's a nice easy bag as well. I mean, we'll see when we do the demonstration. It's nice to put together. And in this particular issue, you know, we're moving on to doing some patchwork as well. We haven't had patchwork in Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun before. Now the pattern and the step-by-step instructions show you how to make it with that cross in the centre as the focal point, and the fabrics that we've chosen for the kit, you know, it's up to you which one you want to have as the focal point. If you do decide to make it like the green one that we've got made up here, which is in the bag, just note that you'll need to sort of play around with the pattern, and you might need to change the amount of squares that you cut, because the templates show you what to cut for this, so you may need to cut a few extra ones from your 3rd fabric there, but you can see clearly.
But I mean, you've done it as a first aid one, but actually it doesn't. Doesn't have to be first
No.
aid, even if you keep that design in
No,
it.
absolutely.
What you put in it.
No, it's just a nice way to play with the fabrics, isn't it?
I've got to. I like this. I've got a message here from Susan Waitland. Good morning, Wendy and everyone. Sorry, late up this morning. Don't worry, you're still welcome.
I wish
And
I was late up this morning.
I was going to say I'd be with you if I could be.
Lovely. So I've already gone ahead and sewn the first panel. So for your 2 exterior panels, you're going to need to put your your pieces together. I was watching you a little bit earlier with your tool, so I'm going to have a little play with the tool today. Now there's lots of different ways that you can put your squares together, but to keep this nice and speedy, we're going to do some chain stitching on here so we can run through this project quite quickly. So the first thing really, I think with this particular project from the fabrics, have a look at your templates and decide the order. I'll just move these so they don't fall off. Decide the order that you want to go from. So this is from the spring collection that we've got for you, and I've decided that this is the most prominent fabric in the bundle, and that's why I've chosen to put this one there as the cross, and you can play with those and put those in whichever order that you want to. Because these squares are so little, I'm not going to pin these, but I'm going to sew them together and show you a really quick way to chain stitch and keep this panel nice and fast really. I like projects that come together quite quickly. I'm using a 1/4 inch seam allowance on here, and later on in the pattern you'll notice it says on your pattern instructions that you can use a walking foot when you come to quilt through that bosal. So all I'm doing first of all is just working with the 2 first pieces to keep those together and just chain stitching row by row. And this keeps this nice and speedy, but following this technique as well, what I really like about this is it keeps them in the right order. So sometimes you can find when you're doing patchwork, it's very easy to mix them up. And like you were saying this morning, we'll need that stitch up.
Yes. This is the way I do when I do things like, as you're doing here, square ones, or when I'm doing the disappearing 9 patch, I like to lay it out and then do them bits by bit like that.
Yeah.
And then lay it back out again before I do the next bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
To make sure you've sewn the right 2 edges together.
It's so easy as well to mix them up, isn't it?
It is,
especially
yeah.
when I think when you're excited about a project as well. You know, we tend to get lost in the moment.
And also if you get interrupted.
Yes. Well, I've got 3 children
Yes.
and a mischievous dog, so that happens quite a lot.
Yes, indeed.
So coming back to the top now, we can see the next colour. So if you just have a quick look, you know the order that you've got it. You can keep this together and we can sew this panel. So each time, just opening up that first set and adding the next set onto there. So just folding this back. You could pin this if you wanted to, but because they're so small, it's easy to keep these together.
And the other thing I find by doing it like this, and I hope I'm not going to say something that patchworkers out there may go, no, but I find by doing chain piecing like this, it's actually easier when you come to do the horizontal rows to keep it all really neat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that thread that's holding them together helps keep them in place.
Yeah, absolutely. And rather than cutting and wasting lots of thread,
yes,
it keeps it all together, doesn't it? Secures it. I like any little technique that makes life easier.
Leslie Hemingway has said, hi Kerrie, great project with lovely fabrics. You explain things so clearly.
Good morning, Leslie.
And Susie Duncan says, the seam roller is amazing. Use mine all the time. Great for Quilt As You Go projects and EPP. Oh, she also said, oh, thank you, Susan. Also said, morning, Wendy and Kerrie, love the projects. And of course, the Liberty fabrics. And talking of Liberty fabrics, all of these 5 kits are made up of Liberty fat quarters, which is beautiful quality fabric. The one that Kerrie's working with is the spring colourway, which is the one that's on the screen at the moment. The most popular at the moment is either the mustard, which is, oh, so the green, which is the other bag there, or the mustard. Is that the first one? Have you got that?
That was the last one we showed, wasn't it?
This one. Is this the mustard one?
That's the blue and mustard, yeah.
Yes. That looks like Dijon mustard, if you're going to call mustards.
Pardon?
Dijon mustard. It's a soft jello, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got less than 10 available of this one. So if you're interested in this one, I don't know which one's my favourite. I think this one. But then I like the green as well. I do like that one.
We're finding that the green Liberty is really, really popular in the kits. So we're finding that that's a...
I know, you said you haven't got enough fabric in here to make the handles, but you could make fabric handles.
Absolutely.
But actually, I quite like these ones. I like the contrast with those. So that's really nice.
We try and stretch when we're designing the patterns for fast fat quarter form. We try and stretch the fabric as far as it will go.
Yes, make a real use of it all. Everyone's loving your dress, by the way, Kerrie.
Oh, thank you very much.
And your nails.
All matches. Well, I realised I actually painted my nails in quite a rush. I looked in the mirror just a while ago and I'd got a little bit extra in my hair. So
did you?
I decided I can't wait for the hairdressers anymore. I'm just going to colour it myself. Won't it be nice when we can get back in?
Oh, yes, definitely. Well, we can get back into these, but it's just getting an appointment,
Getting an appointment,
isn't it?
yeah, getting an appointment. So you can see how quickly this sews together. You've got the rows in the order that you need them to go into, and by chain stitching and keeping these little sections together, it makes it easy for when we come to work on the back. And what's really nice about using this chain stitch method as well is you haven't got too much thread to cut away, which means you haven't got really any waste of your thread either.
Yes, because I mean, when you're patchworking, you can waste an enormous amount of thread, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. So let's have a little play with this and see how we get on. So what we're going to do on the back of here, and actually this little tool that you've had on this morning is going to speed this process up more so than pressing this. We're just simply going to press your seams in alternate directions.
Not open then?
No, we're not pressing these ones open. We're going to press these in alternate directions so these will lock into position, and when we come to fold them down in just a moment, you'll see how they rest together and give you that nice finish.
We've just put the graphics for this little roller press. This is the one I was waxing lyrical about earlier. It's such a nifty little tool to use when you're doing this sort of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, especially
so the graphics
when they're so
are there.
small as well.
Yes, exactly. You don't need to get the whole ironing board out. And as I said, on some occasions, actually, you don't want to iron.
That sounds a bit like my gym.
Yes.
Mine tends to be a coat hanger these days. Can't fit it all in. Can't fit the sewing and the gym in.
No, I know. I do walking. That's what I'm doing now.
We
walking.
really enjoy walking, actually.
Oh, were you kayaking the other day?
Yeah.
Cat's arse.
We went rafting. It was fabulous.
Oh my goodness, that sounds good fun.
It was lovely. I said to the children before we went, I'm sitting in the middle and I'm going to take lots of photos and observe. And you can all do the work.
Where did you do that?
Up in Shropshire.
Oh yes.
It was really good. It was really good.
Was it cold or was it a nice day?
No, it was a really beautiful day. I don't think we could have chose a better day, to be honest. It was really lovely. It was my son's 16th birthday yesterday.
Oh, how lovely.
And he's got no fear really. So as we sort of picked up momentum, which took a while, because everybody, it's not quite as easy as they make it look.
Yes.
So just as we'd pick up momentum, he was very good at spinning the boat. Much to the frustration of my husband, because he was trying to get us all to row in the same way, but it wasn't quite going to plan. So all I've done here is just press these seams in opposite directions as we bring this back over now, just using your pins. And I do find that using 2 pins on either side of the seam, you could use one at an angle if you wanted to. In fact, that's what we'll do today. Keep that nice and fast. So as you feel through, because you've pressed your seams in alternate directions now, you'll feel that those seams naturally rest together. So I can feel that with each seam.
And what you're doing is you're pinning at the seams first.
I'm pinning at the seams first. And what I'm also going to do is make sure those pins are a good thumb space back, so I don't need to worry about removing those. And then I'm going to fold down. So I'm going to sew 2 rows together, again to keep that nice and speedy. So each time just feeling through, and you'll feel those seams naturally lock into position or nest together.
I have to say, this, you make it all look so simple, but as we were saying the other week, when it comes to designing patterns, all this goes into the design process, doesn't it? All this thought about how best to do it, how easiest to do it, how it comes together.
Absolutely, and And also as well, like yourself, when you design something, it's for, I like making things that are useful.
Yes.
I like making things that are useful, and we do love going out walking. We love going on adventure days, so we do always find that one of us needs a plaster somewhere along the line, or we always need to carry the sanitizer. So it's quite nice to have the opportunity really to design something that's useful. But as you say, this can be used for so many different projects. I mean, if you were to make this, once you've made it in your Liberty, of course, for yourself, but you could make this in a different fabric, and this would be a nice gift, a nice wash bag for a man maybe as well.
Yes, indeed.
They do make nice wash bags, and the vinyl there is really helpful as well. And the pockets are wide, so you can get plenty in there. So just take a moment to remove those pins, and then we'll do the other two seams.
So this is how quick it is that you're putting this together. And how many little squares have you got there? Do you know, or shall I count them?
Ooh.
Let me count them. 1,
There's
2,
four,
3, 4, 5. 5 by 5 is 25.
There we go, 50.
So 50 front and back.
But again,
so you're doing that so quickly.
If you've got, so here I've sewn those 2 top rows together, and I'm simply going to repeat what I've just done and bring this flat onto the top and do the second 2 rows. You could pin them all together, but it does just get in the way, and of course your pins can get in the way as well. So by doing 2 rows, it saves fighting with your fabric or catching your hands on the pins.
Jean has said this would make a great project bag. Yes, Jean, totally agree with you. It would make a great project bag. You've got that on as a little sewing kit, haven't you?
This one that I've got at the side, I've actually put the collections in here. So, you've got plenty space in here to put your patterns. You've got your tools in here as well for your project. But what's really nice, and the size that I decided to go for this one, is so that you can actually fit the pieces for your patterns in as well. Because I think, as you say, sometimes life something pops up, doesn't it? So you have to put your project away. It's nice. I mean, you could have one of these for all your little projects, couldn't you? You can keep each of your projects inside each one of these bags if you liked.
Sue Laker said, good morning, Wendy, and our Queen Ladybirds. Great to watch your demos, Kerrie.
Good morning, Susan.
Oh, and don't forget, of course, you can watch this back, so you don't feel you have to make notes and keep your eye firmly on Kerrie. You can watch all this back on the YouTube. And of course, if you're buying the kit, you've got the very clear instructions from Kerrie. So you've got the best of both worlds. You've got your very clear instructions, step by step, but you've also got this little help with the demo that you can watch back at your leisure.
So again, as long as you make sure those pins are far enough back, you don't need to worry about stopping to remove those, because the needle's not coming anywhere near those pins at all. If you feel like they are, then of course just take a moment to remove those pins. Yeah. I really like these pins as well because they just glide from the fabric and they're easy to, pull out of the way.
Any pin that's got a bobbly head is my favourite.
Yeah.
Because it's easy to grab them if you need to. And then if you have your magnetic pin dish, you can pick them up when you've dropped them on the floor.
Which we all do.
Which we all do, don't we? I managed to drop all of the quilters clips last week, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. And they've got a little bit of metal in them. Easy to pick up.
That's it. Anything that makes it easy.
Yeah.
There we go. So again, just removing those pins, and then we will just give this a little press now onto the back. So just double check that your order is the right way, which it is, thankfully. Let's just remove those pins, those threads.
Yes, that's one of my pet hates, actually, little thread tails.
Yeah.
And you can always guarantee, no matter how careful you are, there'll always be
There's
one.
always one.
Yes.
There's always one.
I always have to take a little pair of scissors to the ironing board with me because there'll always be one I see.
Yeah. You think you've got them all.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's quite frequently when I take a photo of something, they stand out when
Yes,
when you're
they?
looking at your photos of your projects. So just give those a press. And actually, again, you can see just how neat the back is now because we've followed that little chain stitch technique there. Just give that a little press on the front, and then we've got your 2 panels for your front and your back. So the next thing that we're going to do, and again, this is one of the projects as we work through Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun, there's more pieces to make sure that we're getting into the right place. So my recommendation, using your quilting clips, just pin your template onto the front so you know which piece is which, because some can be very similar, but they're for a different part of the project. So just pin those onto the front or transfer your numbers onto there. So what we're going to do is pop our gusset. Now we've got 4 different colours. You're going to need one for the interior and one for the exterior. Of course, this is going to really sit flat on the side and you won't tend to see this bottom fabric here. So choose your favourite when you've decided which your gusset is for the one that you'll see on the inside, or the one that really stands proud. So just going to clip that into place now, and we'll just sew those together quickly to make the exterior of the bag. Open this one up, and because these are nice big panels, we can pin these at the same time, or clip these. That sounded like my knee when I stand up.
When you get to the age where you can't stand up without going,
oh, it was hard work. Oh. It was hard work getting into the raft. It was even harder getting out when we'd been sat in there all day.
I remember I went on, I can't remember where it was, but I went on something with my boys on holiday, and Jake had one of these, you know, head cam that you can wear in the water, and he's got a picture of me trying to get out of a boat like that. It's not a pretty sight. It really
He said
isn't.
to us, would you like
to... Because I'm laughing my head off.
It's even worse, isn't it?
It's so ungainly, it really is.
They said, do you want us to take photos? I was like, as long as it's not when we're getting in and out of the boat, I don't mind. Because I know it's not going to be easy. I watched the thing on YouTube and there's a lady, and I think it takes her about an hour to get out of this boat. She just laughs so much she keeps rolling back in. That was definitely what I was like. They're all like little spring chickens bouncing around and really athletic, and then there's me. But I do try.
I've just got to say, Margaret Leahy has said, what a star Kerrie is. She's always so calm and her projects are exquisitely presented. Thank you.
How lovely. Thank you very much. That's a lovely thing to say. Then we've got the 2 panels for the front. You can see again just how quickly this comes together, and then you've got your gusset as well. So we'll pop that to one side now while we make the other part. Now on the inside, again, this is a really nice opportunity. So when you look behind the glitter vinyl or the plain vinyl, whichever one you're choosing to work with this project, showcase your favourite fabrics. It's always nice to see them on the outside, but showcase your favourite fabrics on the panels there. So I've chosen these ones, and then at the bottom for the gusset I'm going for the flower. So again, we'll just sew these together to create the interior as well.
So this is the interior that I'm looking at here.
Yes.
This is nice. And I like the way, actually, I don't know if we're going to get to that, obviously because of time, but I like the way you've used a decorative stitch for the binding.
Yeah, I always use a zigzag stitch on the binding. Otherwise, it just never gets finished.
Well, it does save that horrible hand sewing menarche, doesn't it? This looks really lovely.
It's with great intention that I intend on doing a lot of hand binding or hand sewing when I'm sitting down. But the truth is I sit down and I fall asleep. So if I finish it with a zigzag, I know it's finished then.
Yes. No,
and to be honest, I love fabric covered buttons, so my hand sewing, I really enjoy making the fabric covered buttons and little flowers, so
yes, absolutely.
That's what I really like making when I'm sitting sewing. Now the next thing that we're going to do, so I'm using the Bosal foam. We've used this in lots of our projects. You can give this a little press, just put a pressing cloth in between if you've got a crease in your foam, if you're using maybe a scrap piece of foam there. Now for this part, in the step-by-step instructions, your foam, I tell you to cut it a little bigger so you can do your quilting on here. And I really would recommend using a walking foot because you've got so many layers. But for ease, so we can look at the zip installation here, I'm not going to do the quilting on here, but we've just got some really easy straight line quilting on this particular project. So to secure the fabric into place, if you're not using a fusible foam, just use a little bit of 505 to keep those fabrics in place.
Yes, we do sell that 505. Again, one of those things that's really, really useful to have. $7.99. Oh, there's a message on the bottom of the screen, but glasses on. What have we got? Kerrie is so quick and sure. I wonder how many of these bags she has made.
So far, this particular project, 3, only 3.
So we've got two here. I've
Two
got one,
here.
you've got one.
And see what happens to me is I make it up to test the pattern first of all, and I tend to give that one away in either a giveaway. But this one, the other one that I made for the test pattern, my mum has been very busy helping me wrap all the kits for the show, and she said, "Oh, I really, really like this one." So that's where that other one's gone.
Yes, well, absolutely.
So a cake and a gift is how we pay my mum. So we've got the exterior of your fabric with your patchwork, and then we've got the interior as well. So you've got your pockets all together there. The next thing that we're going to do is to pop those zips in. Now, if you're doing the patchwork, if you don't want to, if you're doing the quilting, or if you it's at this stage that I would recommend doing the quilting.
Yes.
So doing that through all of those layers. As we're not going to do the quilting today, we'll just pop this to one side for now. And what I really love about the Bosal foam is the structure that it gives that project as well.
I do absolutely
So
agree.
it stands really, proud there.
Exactly, it stands, doesn't it? Beautifully.
Yeah.
It doesn't just all collapse on
And
you.
at the bottom, we have just top stitched along the bottom, really just again to give it a little bit more stability. So the 2 panels that I'm creating now are for the top and the bottom of the vinyl. So we're simply going to have those panels facing up to the wrong, so we can see the wrong side of the fabric. We're going to press those in half for both of those. And then open these back up, and we're simply going to bring the raw edge into that centre fold on both sides. And this is going to just tuck onto the vinyl and make it really easy, and it looks really pretty as well using those fabrics. It's just another way to showcase the lovely fabrics that come in your kit. So again, repeating that on the opposite side and folding that into the centre. And if we just give that a moment or two just to cool, we'll prepare the little zip tabs. Now, because we've used the blues and the pinks in here, you can have the same colour matching zips, but I've decided to have a blue and a pink zip in here. But we are going to pop the zip tabs on. So again, just having those little zip tabs wrong side facing towards you. And first of all, we're going to press them all in half. And by the time we've got to the 4th one, that first one will have cooled down a little bit. So again, just opening these up, a little bit of a production line if you like. And again, we're just going to repeat that stage. So bringing those 2 raw edges into the centre fold and giving those a little press.
Oh, Caroline has asked, Kerrie, what the light is in front of you.
So this is one of the lights from Native Lighting. I'm sure you've met lovely Claire from Native Lighting. This is my personal favourite light actually from Native Lighting. And the reason that I love this one is really I tend to do, being quite busy, I tend to do quite a lot of sewing late in the evening really. So the light that it gives the different settings, you know, having that daylight setting on there, it's great for if you're sewing in the day. And of course you can move this so it rests in the position that you want. So if you need to thread your needle and you can't get close to your needle, you can position this so you've got better lighting on there. Or if you're doing some really intricate work and you want to see that
it's
nice
got the
and close.
gooseneck, hasn't it? So you can sort of bend it to where you want.
So nearly was on mine there. So you can manoeuvre this to whatever position that you want, and I find that really useful, especially sort of when it's in this position here, and you can bring this in, especially when I'm sewing late at night, because I can see, I can see to thread the needle. But not only do we use this for myself when I'm sewing, we're a really creative family actually. So you know, we do a lot of diamond art. And jigsaw puzzles and things like that as well. So it's really great to have, you know, at the side of any of your projects as well. and I've got two very you know, busy teenagers. So my daughter does a lot of artwork. She's really, really good at drawing. So she'll have this, we've got two of these actually. So if we're sat at the dining table doing something together, she can have one with her drawing and then I can have one there on the sewing machine.
Yes, I mean, I love them. I'm the same. I've got them in different rooms because they're just so handy to have. And the fact that you can move that gooseneck wherever you want it, and the different lights that you can use.
So you've actually got 25 different settings on here for your lights as well. So there's lots to play with. And what's really useful about it is it's got a remote as well, so which makes it easier.
I do mean also if you're sort of doing, as you say, sewing in the evening in the living room, because you can direct the light where you need it. You don't have to be disturbing anybody else who maybe is watching TV.
And that's really what I tend to do. I do a lot of that, so it's the perfect accessory to have really, and it's one of my favourites from Native Lighting as well. So all I've done just here is using those little tabs, just butting those tabs up until I can see the edge of the zip just there. So just using the quilting clips and we'll just secure these tabs into place.
It just makes a nice end to the zip, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Delphine Brooks is watching. Hey, beautiful ladies, looking lovely as ever. Enjoy watching whilst catching up on housework before sewing.
Oh, Delphine, why are you doing housework?
Housework before sewing? You got that wrong way round. But thank you.
I know what you're doing. You're tidying up so you can have the rest of the day to sew. We've got your cards marked, Delphine, this morning. The problem is we do that and then we get all the sewing stuff out and we may as well have not bothered because there's just so much mess that goes with sewing, isn't there?
I have to agree. Sometimes I do have to tidy up before I start because it's like, you know, an uncluttered mind makes it more restful, doesn't it?
I have to agree with you there. And then you haven't got the thought in the back of your mind
that I've got to do that.
you've got to do it.
Yes.
So all I'm doing here is just trimming that excess off in line with the zip.
That just makes a lovely end to the zips.
It really does, yeah. It adds and it's another way to showcase that lovely fabric as well, isn't it? So just using the vinyl now, we're going to pop those two pieces onto the edges first of all. Just pop those to one side. So we're now just opening these up and butting that vinyl up to that folded edge. Just clip this into position.
So you're using the glitter vinyl, aren't you?
I'm using the glitter vinyl, yeah.
Which is easier, obviously, to show when you're doing this on
So in the
TV.
one that you have there, I've used the plain vinyl.
Yes.
And then this particular one, I've decided to use the glitter vinyl. I have to say, I think the glitter vinyl looks lovely with the green as well, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? We do have that one, £2.99 again, by the ½ metre. And ½ metre would be plenty for this project.
So I'm just sewing this along that folded edge now. So I'm resting the side of the sewing machine foot up to the folded edge. And I'm using a zigzag just to secure that in place. Seem to have a few extra threads on here, so let's just move those. There we go.
See, the next flower that we have with you, you need vinyl again, don't you?
Yes.
So it's, you know, we've got to stock up now whilst we've got it. So the glitter one is £2.99 per ½ metre, and the clear one is also £2.99 per ½ metre. Depends what you want.
Well, the last few projects that I've done in Fast Fat Quarter Fun, we've used the vinyl. So what I try and do when I'm designing is incorporate something that, you know, we may have invested in previously. So even if you've just bought the ½ metre, you'll have plenty of that to use in the vinyl bags that we've got coming up at 11 o'clock that we've had on previous shows as well, because it's nice to try and use up your stash as fast as you can.
Yes,
so you can top it up again.
Oh, we have a Stash Buster hour coming up. So that's all the things that you do use, the consumables.
So the next thing we're going to do is to just pop these zips into place. So just using the sew line glue pen, I'm just going to pop a template underneath because I don't want to get any on the ironing board. Open your zip. Always double check that your zip actually works. So sometimes they don't. It's very rare, but there was nothing more frustrating.
Oh goodness, no! To have got it all the way in. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got a Prim glue pen, which does exactly the same thing.
So all I've done
here. That's what's on our pages today. If you're looking at that.
is with one of the pieces pattern facing us, I've popped a strip of glue onto the zip. You can use your quilter's wash away tape as well. That's a good thing to use for this if you've got that in your collections. And then we're going to pop another row of glue onto the top.
On that same side?
On the same side, yeah. And then we'll pop the back panel onto there as well.
We've got about 10 minutes left.
Okay.
Kerrie.
So we'll repeat that on the opposite side as well. So we can do two together. There we go.
So zip face down.
Zipper facing down and then running another row of glue. And placing this on top. So at this point we're going to just change over to our zipper foot. Where did I put the zipper foot?
So whilst you're doing that, shall we
Yeah.
have a quick recap of the colours and
Yeah.
the kits that we've got? So you get your foot. Have you got one there?
I have got one here somewhere. There
Brilliant.
it is. Buried in the pretty fabric.
This one was one of the most popular of the two. It was at the start of the ad, but maybe not now. So this is the mustard. Look at all these lovely colours. Can you see? Beautiful colours. So this is the mustard. So this is the foil you get. And don't forget, you get the full instructions as well and the paper pattern. All you need to add is your vinyl, your wadding, which we're suggesting Bosal for, and your strapping. That's that one. You might have had that in your stash at home, so that's why it's not included. It's not necessarily needed. This is the most popular. So this is the one that Kerrie has made the sort of sewing kit option. And again, you've got these beautiful fabrics. Aren't they gorgeous? Really beautiful fabrics there. And it is Liberty, so it's beautiful quality fabric. And you'll enjoy using that. Sometimes you can be scared to cut into Liberty, but when they're already fat quarters cut for you, that sort of takes that bit of panic out of it for you. So that's that one. Then we have, now this one's a lovely one as well. I think they're all lovely actually. They're all Liberty, that's why. Look at this lovely print here with all these flowers. I need to turn that round really so you can see that. Look at that. You've got that one. You've got a solid, all Liberty. And then this one here, which is beautiful. So all these lovely prints here. Again, $29.99. And then finally, have we got two? No, two more. We've got this one, which is the English Garden. So you can see these different prints here. So they're all these are classic Liberty. Got this lovely little flower, English Garden collection. Blue, the all over, and then another, which reminds me of heather. It's all that lovely colour. They're all cut and packaged by Kerrie and her team, which is Mum.
And husband.
Oh, and husband. Mum, I love that,
And
Mum
we have
and
our
husband.
lovely Jeanette who does all the folding as well.
Oh, does she?
Yeah.
It's beautiful. And then finally, the one that Kerrie's working with now is this one. Just make sure that's got everything together. This is the one, again, this is beautiful springy colours. And you're getting a fat quarter of each. And you can choose how you've done each piece. So you could have this as your inside if you wanted to. Remember, the inside is, it's not like a normal inside of a bag. The inside of these just looks special because the inside is more visual when you open it up. So this is really, really lovely. So it's another lovely collection. All of them are getting very limited, I have to tell you. They are very, very popular today. That's that set. And again, don't forget, you get the clear instructions, step by step, all the way through, telling you how to do it, including attaching the snaps, absolutely everything. Oh, and then the hand sanitizer bag. So this is how to measure it to make, remember, this isn't a specific size because your hand sanitizer might be different. But this, as Kerrie said, this also means you could make this cover for your sun cream when we get to the point of being able to go somewhere that you need sun cream. Actually, our country now gets hot enough for sun cream,
Oh, it was
doesn't
lovely
it?
at the weekend.
It
I
was,
didn't
wasn't
manage
it?
to catch the sun, but the boys caught it, and I think they, especially my husband, he was very red-faced afterwards.
Was he?
I don't know whether that's because he was trying to get us all to row in the same direction.
That might
That might have definitely contributed.
yes, it might have been nothing to do with the sun at all. So that's the last of the 5 different colourways. And don't forget, we do also have this pattern. I must quickly mention this whilst you're busy doing that.
Yeah.
This is the star centrepiece. We did have this last time. I'm getting right into a right old pickle with all this tissue here. This is a star centrepiece. So it's a really simple little design here, looking so gorgeous with all these beautiful fabrics. This we've got just the pattern. So you've got your own fabrics. You can get the pattern for £6.99, and on the back, of course, it does tell you what you need. It was really popular last time, so we've restocked it for those that weren't able to get it last time. So you use your own fabrics, tells you what you need. 3 8.5 times 20 coordinated fabrics. So again, you could use fat quarters. You get 2 from your 3 fat quarters, so you get 2. And you can change which way you do that to make them look different. And then you need thread, sewing machine, etc. So you're just things that you'd normally have at home as well. So that's really nice. And if you use like a thermo lamb for your wadding, it's good for the table centre because you can put your hotter dishes onto it. So that's just another one. So Kerrie.
So what I've done here, and in the next, well, when am I on next? At 11 o'clock.
Yes.
I will be showing you how to do this because we've got the vinyl bag with kits and patterns this time. So I've skipped ahead to do this. And all I've done here is to just attach the vinyl. We will look at how to do that at 11 o'clock as well. So we've got the back. If you're doing your quilting, you've already done your quilting. We're simply then going to rest this on top. And I would definitely recommend sewing around the full 4 edges around the exterior to secure those into place. Again, it's just a nice way to keep all of those layers secured into place. And if you have a walking foot, do use your walking foot. I haven't put one on mine, but what we're going to do next is just to secure the vinyl to the bag, and to do that is really nice and easy. So working from the back, we're simply going to use a stitch in the ditch technique to sew across those 2 rows there alongside that bottom gusset. So I'm going to increase the stitch length to 5 and just sewing using that stitch in the ditch technique. Now I haven't changed my foot to a walking foot, and this machine's having no problem sewing through all of the layers. So raising that pressing foot now, just pivot this around, tease a little thread, again so we're not wasting too much thread. Fold this over so it rests under your machine, allowing you to sew through all of those layers. And there is just one step that I'd like to show you how to finish the bottom of that bag. Now, when you come to do your binding, it's important that at this stage you add the binding. And we won't get a chance to put the handles on, but of course you can find all of those steps in the pattern, how to attach those handles. So we've secured those 2 panels into position now. Now, if you bring this together, you'll find that your bag has got plenty stability anyway, but this really is personal preference. I really wanted this to stand proud. So all I've done here is just folded this back on itself once I've done that stitching, and again resting this onto the machine. Now you will find if you've got your walking foot it will help, because of course you've got your 2 layers of fabric plus your 2 layers of foam to sew through. So it might be worth just using a little bit of foam and just checking that your machine will allow you to do this as well, because you've got a lot of layers. Again, this machine's having no problem sewing through that amount of layers.
But you've got your increased stitch length at 5, haven't you?
I've got my stitch length at 5. And this just gives the bottom a really good base as well. So we'll repeat that there on the opposite side.
Do you do that before you put the binding on?
Put the binding on first.
Oh, right, you do put the binding on
first. So put the binding on
Okay.
first. Yeah, otherwise you'll have this little.
That's what I was thinking,
Yeah.
and it's not got a lump here, so yeah.
So we don't want any lumps and bumps in our bag. Not today.
Can I just read this quick message out?
Yeah.
Christine Cummins says, "Hi, gorgeous ladies. Delphine Brooks, I'm the same. Kettle on, quick tidy up after lollipop, and then I've got till 11:30 before my walk to lunchtime work to do a spot of sewing. Ha ha. The lamp looks perfect, Kerrie. I have LED lighting in my sewing room, but I find it keeps me awake if I'm up there too late. So soft lighting helps me wind down." That's true.
Really
and you can
good,
change the lighting to get it softer as you're working.
So you've actually got 25 different settings, and play with it and find the one that you like. I mean, and again, it really does depend what we're doing. If it's later at night, then I will dim that light because it still gives off, using that daylight, still gives off enough light for me to be able to see what we're doing. So you've got your little bag here, you've got your pockets on the interior, and all we're missing there now is our prim snaps. We haven't got time to show you those, but again, there is step-by-step instructions how to do that. You can put a different fastening on here if you wanted to, but for easy access, especially if you're using this as a first aid kit or something to take to the beach, it's nice to just be able to open this and access the centre.
I mean, you could just use an ordinary popper.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So it's really lovely. That is really brilliant. Thank you so much for that. It's amazing how far you've got talking at the same time as doing.
Apparently I talk a lot.
Join the club. It does look really lovely, thank you. And so we'll see it bound and finished at 11 o'clock, is that right?
I'll see you there. I'll go and finish it off. I'm not doing any tidying, I'm off to sew.
So we will see Kerrie back at 11 o'clock when she's got another bag. But let's just quickly go through these kits again, just to remind you what we've got here. So the one that Kerrie was working on is this. No, I've got to find which one it is.
It's the spring.
It's the spring one. Where is it? I've got them all wrapped beautifully here. Here it is. So this is the spring one. This is the one that Kerrie's working on now. Is this our most popular at the moment? It's not the most. That's interesting. So this has got these lovely fabrics here, look, that Kerrie's been using. All of these beautiful fabrics. This is spring. And then we have, I'll just pull the next one in. We have this one, which is right next to me. I love this one. I love this print here particularly. That's really gorgeous. And then again, you've got the dark, I like these darker colours. So they're beautiful. So Kat's saying she'd use the darker for the outside and then use this for the inside. And that's the thing, you can make that choice, can't you? So even though people are working with the same kits, they'll all be different because everybody will use these differently.
That's what I miss about classes, because everybody can have the same kit, but every project ends up with,
it's slightly different look to it. This is the other one. So this is the other one this is the most popular still. Oh, we've only got 4 left. So this is beautiful. This is the one that Kerrie's done, and she's sort of put her sewing bits and pieces in. We've got 3 left, going fast. I think I love this one too, yes. I love the colours of that.
We had this fabric last month for the table centre.
Oh, did you? So
and it looked really beautiful.
It is, it's beautiful, isn't it? Then we have, this is the mustard. This is the light one. This is nice, isn't it? Dijon mustard, if it's mustard at all. And this has got the hearts. Look at these lovely hearts. So we've only got 4 left of this one as well. So I think these are going to sell out, These are beautiful, beautiful kits. That's really lovely there. And then, finally, Cyril, we have this one. So this is, oh, my paper's all scrunched. This is English Garden.
I always rewrap the kits, Wendy, so don't worry.
I know,
don't worry.
I try very carefully to keep them all nice and neat.
Don't worry, I always rewrap them.
So look at this. This is beautiful, isn't it? Really lovely. I love this one.
I feel like it needs to go with a bit of denim. I feel like I would.
Yeah,
I would add a little bit of denim
in there. You could have denim straps, I suppose, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, that's a nice idea.
Yes, that's really nice. So you're just busy sewing whilst we're talking on these last kits. If you want the clear vinyl, don't forget we do have that as well, and it will be used in the project later. So the ½ metre would do both easily. £2.99 for ½ metre. We have the glitter one as well. So again, if you want the glitter one, you can get that one from us. Glitter also £2.99 for ½ metre. And then finally, don't forget we have the star centrepiece pattern on its own. So this is the example. You choose your own fabrics. Originally, it was part of one of the Fun with Fat Quarter Fast. So too many F's
FQF.
going on there.
It's a lot
So
to
this
say,
was,
isn't it?
it was requested. Could we get this back? We've got it back for you. And the brilliant thing is the fact that it tells you exactly what you need, which is very little. And then you can use your stash at home. You can use your fat quarters you've got, or you could buy this today, and then tomorrow, when we have our red and white fabric day, you could do a red and white one.
Ooh.
We'll bring more tomorrow. That would be really lovely. So this is really nice. So it's just the pattern on its own with all of the instructions, and of course the pattern pieces. Nice, simple design, table centre or something. Use something like thermolam for the inside, and then that's good for heat. So after the break, so thank you, Kerrie, and we look forward to seeing you again. Oh look, she's got the handles on.
But we'll add the
She's quickly
handles.
added the handle. She will get it finished, I think. After the break, we come back with our Stush Builders Hour. So get your workroom stocked up with all the consumable things that you use and run out of. So it'll be things like the wadding, felting, etc. So I've got lots of lovely things to bring you in just a few minutes. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking. But I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and, oh, you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew, and the very first thing I made was an apron. But I'm a terribly impatient person. I just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out, and I cut it out myself, and I didn't know you had to have a seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron, and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners, and I would say don't get disheartened, take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king-size quilt. Build up your skills, slowly. And I would also say the iron is your friend. Use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew, and is a really handy thing to have.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hi, welcome back. This is our Stash Builder hour, which is, we've got some lovely things, but I've got to start with this because this is absolutely gorgeous. This is, we bought similar things to you before. This is our mega bundle of fabric. And each piece is 1/2 metre. And I have here, I'm going to turn them around like this so you can see, 10.5 metres in total. And I think last time we bought this on, it had a cream but not a green. We don't have the cream, but we've got the green. So we now have a beautiful green. And what's really nice about these fabrics is that they're not plain solid. They're plain, but they have this sort of marbling design on them. So it just makes them a little bit more interesting than just plain. Really, really lovely. 1/2 metre, really lovely quality fabrics, lovely and soft. You can feel that, it's really beautiful. Rose and Hubble quality fabric, 1/2 metre of each. So you've got 10.5 metres, so you're getting 21 different pieces. Really useful, different colours. So it's good for lining, for sashing, for pockets. And if you've got like Kerrie's kits and you're thinking, well, I've used the Liberty to make one, but I want to make another one. I've now got the pattern, I can make another one. You can use some of these beautiful fabrics here. There's so much you can do from 1/2 metre, there really is. I mean, basically 1/2 metre is 2 fat quarters, so any fat quarter project, you can use these as well. And the range of colours means that you will have something for every single project. So Kat made the bundle. She knows we've got 2 left. 2 left. So if you want this, nab it now. You've got 2 left. $79.80 for this bundle of 21.5 metres. What does that work out per 1/2 metre, Kat? She's going to work it out for me. But look at this. We've sort of got this lovely mocha colour, yellows, oranges, peach, reds, pinks, lilacs, going into the purples, then a soft grey going into the blues before we go into the 2 greens. Got a sort of really nice teal green and then a light green. £3.80 per 1/2 metre. So £3.80 per 1/2 metre for this really beautiful quality. They're normally £3.99 if you buy them on their own. So you're getting them a little bit cheaper and you're getting this amazing collection of colours, which are really, really beautiful. People have bought it in the past and it sits in the workroom and it's there when you need something. It really is beautiful. Look at this one. You see how that pattern just has that sort of, gives it a little bit more definition, a little bit more depth to it, but it really does make something beautiful. And even if it's the cushion back, you've got a nice panel for the front or you've done some patchwork on the front, you can use this as a back, you can use it for lining, you can use it to add pockets or details or piping if you wanted to make some piping out of it, or binding, so you can just cut it on the bias to make your binding or your piping. Oh, sorry, I'm going to have to stop talking about it. We've sold out. That's gone. So whoever 2 lucky people have just got this, congratulations. It was a good buy. It really was. You're going to be, when you get this, you'll be sitting there looking at all these lovely colours and thinking, what can I do with this? Oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm going to do this. These are beautiful. Okay, I will have to set them to one side because we can't sell them to you anymore. Now, what I'll do is this extra large cutting mat, which is in front of me. This is really useful. We were talking earlier about even with dressmaking now, people are beginning to use rotary cutter and mat, and this is the size that you would need to do that, or even two. If you've got a big table and you can put two side by side, then you can do your cutting with your rotary cutter when you're doing dressmaking as well. It's lovely. It does have measurements on both sides. So on the front here we have the imperial, so the inches, and then if I flip it over, on the reverse side we have the centimetres and metre. So, and I do like as well, you've got all of the angles that you need. You've got your 60, 45, 30 degree angles, so that really helps. And it's kind of separated into almost four. So what that does also mean is when you're cutting smaller pieces, even using this large mat, you don't have to sort of look all the way along. You can just use them in quarters as well. So it's really, really handy. It's a good quality one as well, because it's quite heavy as I turn it over, and it's quite thick, which means it will hold its shape better, because you have to be careful with mats. You want to make sure they stay flat. So I keep my mat like this under my bed. Because if you stand it up and it starts warping, then you'll find it's not so good to use, because it's not so safe. So you want to keep the mat flat. But a beautiful size mat. It is £37.99 for this enormous mat. We use ours nearly every day, which is actually why it's on the floor in front of us normally. But yeah, it is a really lovely mat to use, and we haven't had to replace it. It's been open for over a year. We do lots of cutting, I mean more cutting possibly than the average quilter or sewer. So it's a good mat to have, but just remember to do keep it flat. And that post and packing, if you bought something already today, £3.95, will cover this as well, even though it's actually quite heavy. You know, so it covers everything, it really does. So get this one. Oh, the heat and seal. So these are quite handy to have. Again, I've got these in my cupboard. So this is heat and seal. We've got light. So we look at light first. So this heat and seal is it's a double-sided fusible. And so what you do is you can iron two fabrics together with this in between, and then you can bind around the edges. So it's a really quick way of putting fabrics together. Just iron them. I mean, that's it, because you've got this double-sided fusible in between. This piece in here is 74 by 69 centimetres, and there is instructions on how to do it. So it's very clear on how to do it inside as well into this pack. Now you've got light, which you want to use if you're going to fuse thinner materials, just normal cottons and things like that. It's a little bit softer than the Ultra, and it's breathable, so it's worth doing that. On the little chart on the back here, it does actually explain that, and it tells you what the Ultra's like. So if we go on to the Ultra now, so this one is 56 by 90, so it's slightly different size, 56 by 90. Probably find the overall size makes it almost the same. And this one is suitable for other things. So you've got your thicker fabrics, but you can also use it for felt, cardboard, leather, etc. as well. So they've both got a use in the workbox. So you can use this for your applique. You can use it to attach ribbons. You can use it actually to turn up hems. If you haven't got any hemming web, you can cut this into strips and use it for that. But it's also good for other crafts as well, because you can use it for, as I say, for cardboard, if you're putting a cardboard inner on something. So again, it tells you the things to do, and it gives you complete instructions on how to do it, and it is machine washable. So very useful to have. I have both in my sewing box, because I find I use one at one time and one on another, depending on the fabrics I'm working with. So they are very handy. But this is an indulgence, but it's an indulgence because we're worth it. So if Alison is still watching, Alison, they're in stock. So what we have here is this one. So this one is sort of ivory. It's a really lovely colour. The code is UCYV12. We call this one natural. You get 200 metres on the spool. It's a YLI thread. So it's another one of these brands that quilters will know very, very well. And it's great to use on quilting when you're hand sewing. Using silk is beautiful. But also, actually, if you're sewing with silky fabrics, the best advice is to sew like for like. So if you're sewing with silk, sew with a silk thread. If you're sewing cotton, cotton thread, etc. The polyester threads are brilliant for all types of fabric. But if you can afford to do this, it's £7.99. It's so beautiful. It's lovely. It's very fine. It's beautiful to work with. And it feels, I mean, invisible thread. So this is not invisible, but it's so fine, it's virtually. Invisible thread is more like wire than thread. And it's not soft. So if you do have it against the skin, it wouldn't be soft. You can use this on a sewing machine. It is really beautiful. You probably would need to put it in the bobbin as well, or use bobbin fill in the bobbin, because otherwise you might find if you use a regular thread in the bobbin thread will come to the surface because this is so light. It's got a luster to it as well. So if you're using it for anything like decorative stitching, hand stitching like that, that's beautiful. We also have the same thread, but this time it's in taupe. The picture makes it look like it's white on the website. It's not. It's like a antique gold. It's taupe. It's a beautiful colour. And I don't know if you can see. Can you see that sheen on there? It's a beautiful sheen. It's a really lovely lightweight cotton. And of course, these reels do have the thread catchers on both ends, which means when you have your thread tail, you clip it into the thread catcher. See if I can get this one out of here to show you what I mean. And it just means your thread tails aren't just tangling up with each other all the time. We don't think we've bought these to air before because they sell out the moment they've come in stock. So people are buying multiples today, not surprisingly at all, because they are difficult to get. They are worth having. They are special. Therefore, when you're using silky fabrics or you want some really fine, beautiful hand stitching, you can use them on the machine as well. As I say, if you're working, doing like a silky camisole or lingerie or something like that, these would be beautiful for that as well. So these are really, really beautiful threads. Right, can I play with this one? Because I hadn't seen this before. These are recycled polystyrene pellets. So you use these to stuff things like doorstops, things that you want to have a weight and a base. Rather than using rice or lentils, you can use these. So they're really handy and environmentally friendly. You get 1 kilogram here for £5.99. And you probably wouldn't need all of that. You probably only need half of that in a doorstop. So you've got enough for 2 there. Because you don't have to fill the whole doorstop with them, you just the base of it. So that's just, I just like that. I think that is worth having in your stash, I really do. Even if you're making toys and you want to put weight in the bottom so that they sit, you could put that in, just in that bit. It's lovely. So it's a stock item. Kilogram. So we don't charge, it's the same postage, so it doesn't matter what the weight is at all. Oh, message across the bottom, hold on, Alison. Is this the Alison who loves the threads? Hold on a second, Alison, let's pop these ones on. I need those screens brought close to me. Yes, watching while packing up next week's kits. Oh, good. The absolute best thread for a plique. You need to knot on your needle or it will come off. Oh, thank you, Alison. That's a useful tip as well. We got them in especially for Alison, you know, because she loves them. And it's always good when somebody recommends something, isn't it? So freezer paper. Now this again is something that, you know, we use for various things in the sewing room. It's really, really handy. It's for wrapping and freezing meat. Why are you using it in the sewing room then? Like a lot of things we've taken on. It's a plastic coated thing. You can use it again and again. You can use it as a protection, again, if you're doing applique and things like that. Put that between the iron and the applique fabric and you won't get the glue on your iron or on your ironing mat. You can use it to make patterns out of. And you can use it again and again as well. So that's the other thing. It's very useful to have. We have got here a box and it has got, how much in there? 50 square feet, so it's 12 metres. 12 metres in there, and it does tell you about quilt appliques, arts and crafts, so how you can use it. You can draw on it and then you can pin it to the fabric, cut and press. So it's all sorts of things. Oh yeah, I wonder if people do they actually use this to wrap their meat? I don't know. There's so many things you can use. Now we've got a lot of these items on the website, don't forget. So if you want to see all of them and we don't get through all of them, have a look on the website to make sure. And if you've already checked out today, don't forget your P&P is going to cover it for all day, for the whole day. So do have a browse. There might be other things that we haven't put on. You know, we've got like dressmaking patterns. If any of you watched the Great British Sewing Bee yesterday, you might sort of think, oh, I could just do a bit of dressmaking now. That would be nice. So we've got those. We've got books. We've got all sorts there. It's jam-packed with loads and loads of stuff. And it's categorised, so you can go to the category you're interested in. So that's really nice and easy. Now, what are we going for next, Kat? Oh, interfacings, yes. So we've got a couple here, haven't we? Are these? So this is a sort of interfacing. This is H180. Basically, it's soft and light, white interfacing. So you get it, it's pre-packaged, so the package here is 90 by 50 centimetres. So you just get a pre-pack there of the interfacing. And this is good for a lot of dressmaking needs. So you can put it in your collars, cuffs, plackets, etc., anything like that. So you're adding it to give a bit more stability to those areas without changing the handle of the fabric. And that's what you use that for. It tells you how to use it too, and you just have to make sure that you bond it beautifully. It says it's iron on, so sometimes it'll be fusible, sometimes it'll be iron on, same thing, you iron it on. So this is a really nice one. Now another type of stabiliser is this one. So this is stitch and tear. So it's a tear away. So this is Visling's name for it, stitch and tear. And this you literally, it's almost papery, but you put it on there for temporary use. So if you're doing, for instance, if you were doing buttonholes on very lightweight fabric, you might have a little bit of interfacing, or you might use the self fabric as interfacing if it's transparent. But you could also put this underneath, so when you stitch the buttonhole, it's got that stability and it doesn't all pucker up and it doesn't all get pulled into the feed dogs, and then you literally tear it off afterwards. You can use it when you're doing appliques as well. If you've got applique on a lightweight fabric and therefore you want to back it. For instance, I was doing appliques, I did three types of applique where I had free motion, reverse applique and regular, and I used a backing like this to stabilise the fabric whilst you're doing concentrated stitching, and then you can just tear it off. So it's a useful one to have. If you're working with slippery fabrics, again, you could cut strips of this and you have them along the seam line. It helps feed the fabric, it helps keep the fabric steady, and then you just tear it off afterwards. So very useful. All right, so Melissa, you could use freezer paper for a stabiliser. I would actually prefer to use stitch and tear. And the reason I'm saying that is because it is a paper. It will blunt the needles more quickly, so you don't necessarily want to do that. And if you've got concentrated stitching, it will make lots of holes in the paper more quickly than it would on the stitch and tear, which is designed for that very use. So I would actually go for the stitch and tear as a machine embroidery stabiliser. Yes, I hope that helps. Oh, 505 spray. Hold on, because we've just seen Kerrie using this. This is back in stock. So again, this is one of these things that comes in, goes out, comes in, goes out. $7.99. Really useful spray to have in your stash. It is very good. It's a temporary adhesive. Now, if you want to put things together before you stitch them, as Kerrie was doing when she was laying her fabrics onto her sew-in bozal, or if you've got interfacing, etc. This is what you can use to hold the layers together, and it saves having to do hand basting or machine basting or thread basting. It's just a nice, easy thing. Now, it should be fine and you shouldn't get any tackiness on your needle, but if you do, actually hand sanitizer is brilliant to get rid of that. So you just use a bit of hand sanitizer on some fabric or cotton wool and you just rub it down the needle and it will take off any residue glue. So talking about hand sanitizer, we do like to do this, don't we? Sadly, this has become part of our lifetime needs, I think. Why have we got two? What have we got here? You get a pack of, you get a pack of two. Now this is from Seams, who do the lovely the lovely hand cream, the really lovely hand cream, and also the oil, which I was playing with last week. But this is a sanitizer, and it's not chemically smelly. It's not. Let me see if I can read what it says on the front. This is really just handy, and it's a nice little size to have in your handbag. Oh, it's artisan. I like that, artisan hand sanitizer. And it kills. Oh, I've got one I can play with because I don't want to open a new one. So this is one that's already open. We have them all around the office, you see, to use. I think I probably put far too much on there. I might have to take some of that off and put it on I've got a little bit of tissue there. Put it on that, and then you just rub it in. And it doesn't have. Yeah, it's not. I mean, you can smell it's got alcohol in it because that's what it's supposed to do, isn't it? It doesn't. You haven't got sticky hands, so it's quite nice. Because I know, when you go into shops nowadays, they often have a hand sanitizer for you to use, but you don't always want to use the ones in the shops because sometimes they're quite stringent. And this doesn't. This actually feels quite nice on your hands. Actually, almost feels like I put hand cream on. It really does. And then once. Oh, yes. Oh, I'll tell you what, once it's rubbed in, it smells beautiful. That sort of strong alcoholic smell is gone. So that is really nice. So yes, and if you've got Kerrie's kit from earlier, you can make a little cover for it. That's really sweet, isn't it? So you get 2 of those. So if you're like me and you have more than one handbag, or the other thing I should do is leave one in the car and one in the handbag. One in the desk, if you're going back to your office. Some of my work colleagues have gone back to their office, absolutely loving it. Or if you know somebody who's working when they have to use this frequently, like in the NHS or a doctor's surgery or a dentist or something, anywhere that you want to, this is a nice one. It's soft on the hands, it doesn't feel sticky, and actually, believe it or not, it smells lovely, and it makes me feel like I've just put hand cream on. It really does. So that is that one. Now, we've got another interfacing, and then we've also got some waddings. So this is a medium weight interfacing. So the one I showed you earlier was a lightweight. So this is medium. So again, for collars, for cuffs, for facings, etc. So if you were making jackets, etc., things like that, you might want a medium weight one. This is an iron-on again. And the trick is, so Hemlan is a very well-known brand, and the trick is with any of the fusibles is to make sure you fuse them for long enough. The temptation is to put the iron on it and then take it off, but you need to leave the iron in place, steam iron in place, not moving it around for a good 10 seconds. But do make sure you cover the interfaced piece with a pressing cloth, which couldn't be, if you haven't got a proper bespoke pressing cloth, then just use an old tea cloth, an old pillowcase or something, or even a piece of the same fabric. But you put that before you put the iron on, and then you can hold that iron down for 1 and 2 and 3, all the way to 10 seconds. It feels like a very long time. Without the pressing cloth, it'll go and shrivel up and be awful, but it will mean that you've got a properly fused piece and it won't come away when you're sewing or when you wash later. We do have extra heavy interlining. This is this one. So this is 1 metre long by 30 centimetres wide. Now this is sort of very cardboard-like. So this is very good if you were making boxes and you wanted some rigid sides, things like that. So it's nice and sort of rigid. It's a sew-in, so there's no glue on it at all. So this is when you bring back in your Glen. If you were making pelmets for the windows, something like that, you might want to use something. You want something that's got the ability to stand up and to keep its shape, retain shape. So this is quite handy. So it's one of those things that whilst we have it in stock, it's £4.49, a metre times 30 centimetres. If you need more, you can actually pop them next to each other. Yes, yes. What I would probably do is I would probably sew them. I would just sew down to, like a zigzag stitch or something. Sew them together if you need to have more. You can fold it. it's going to hold its shape. It's not like a plastic. I mean, you could use this in the bottom of your bag as a bag base. So there's lots of little uses that you could have with this. It's not easy to turn through. So bag base is fine. So I would make the bag, put this in before you put the lining in, sort of thing. So you've got this bag base, and it just helps with the shape. It is washable, so you can wash it, but it's very crisp. It's more for craft projects, not for dressmaking or patchwork. It's a craft project one. Then we have, now this is the one that we're saying is the Vaseline mask, face mask layer. Now it's not a medically approved layer, but it is a breathable layer that if you wanted to add that in between your fabric layers, it's a good one to have to give that little bit of extra protection. And as I think face masks are with us for some time, it might be a good thing to have. And I think it is nice. I do have one to match this dress, actually, of course. So this is a really nice quality and useful for things like face masks, but it's not all it's useful for. It's just a nice quality on its own. Again, I don't think it's not fusible, is it? No, it's just got a nice finish to it. It's a sewing one. What do we get here? Is it 1/2 metre? You can buy it by 1/2 metre off the bolt. So if actually you wanted to buy 1 metre or 2 metres, you just put in multiple units in order to do that. Because a lot of people have started making bespoke face coverings, haven't they, and selling them, like Liberty ones and things like that. Some of the prices you see people are charging for these face masks, don't undersell yourself, because they can be quite expensive, and if they're bespoke, it makes them really special. And of course, you can't. I was going to say you could actually use some of your lovely fabrics to line them, but you can't now because you can't get them. Not now. So what else have we got here? Let's look at this one. So this is the Bozal that we're all sort of waxing lyrical about at the moment. So this Bozal, this one is a double-sided, which means it's got fusible on both sides. It's low tack fusible on both sides, but it means that you can do what Kerrie was doing earlier, but she used a sewing one, so she used the 501. You don't have to, because you can iron the top and the bottom with this in between, because it's fusible on both sides. The first time I used this, I didn't realise it was fusible on both sides, so I ironed it on one side. That was fine because it's low tack, so it came off the ironing board fine. But when I then put the lining in and then I ironed again, then it fuses. Fuses them together. Ooh, now I know. So very good piece here. This is $11.99. This is 1/2 metre, but it is lovely and wide. Look, it's a lovely wide piece, so that would go a long way. Great for bags because it helps the bag hold their shape. It is easier to turn through, so you've still got the stiffness for the shaping because it's a sort of spongy. It's easy to sew through. I really like this for sewing as well. So it's really good. And it will get cut off the bolt for you. So if you want 1 metre, just put 2 units in because it comes as a 1/2 metre for $11.99. If you want a single-sided fusible, have we got that here? Hold on a second, let me just put that there. This one here. So this is a Vaseline one. So this is a single fusible side. Again, it's beautifully soft. Now it's not got quite the form and shape as the Bozal has. It's softer. So this is actually, I like to use this when I'm doing a cushion or a small quilt or something. I want a soft inner to it. This is really quite handy for that. Even if you're doing a cushion cover and you've got some nice decorative stuff on the front, maybe some embroidery, some applique, whatever, if you put this behind the front and then you do your applique or your embroideries or your decorative stitching, it gives a little bit more sort of texture because of the volume of it. So this is really nice for that. So it's got, I mean, they've all got their uses, and that's why we put them together, you know, as stash builders, because they all have their uses and they all have a different reason to use them. And it's nothing worse when you want to do something, you're all geared up to do it, and then you haven't got the right wadding, or you haven't got the right thread, or you need the 501 and you haven't got it. So you want to have everything to hand in your stash. So that is that. So that is $9.99 for the 1/2 metre. These, in 1 metre, is this a 1 metre piece? Oh, right, okay, so this is a metre piece and they come pre-cut. So that is 1 metre. And as I say, it's fusible on one side. But if you need more than a metre, that's fine. You could just buy multiple units, but then you just have to butt them up against each other and iron them. You could actually use the Bozal batting tape that we had on earlier, or you can just sew them together. I just zigzag them together. So that's really easy. Now this is a bag of poly wadding. It's 2 ounce poly wadding. So this might be for a small wall hanging or something. This size in here is 39.5 by 45.5 inches. So it is for a small wall hanging, maybe a small lap quilt or something like that. It's a soft polyester wadding. Useful to have this. Again, it's another one you could use on the back of a cushion front if you wanted to give definition. It is soft, it is washable, so it's really lovely. If you wanted to, it's not fusible at all, so if you needed to fuse it, you can use your 501, or of course you can use pins to hold it together until you stitch it. So that is fine. So that's another one. We also have, these are what I threw all over the floor last week. These are these lovely clips, and the magnetic pin cushion can pick them up because they've got metal in them. So these are the clips. Kerrie was using these earlier as well. So these are really handy, just little clips. And again, I've never used them before I came on Sewing Street, and now I use them all the time because they're an alternative to pins. And sometimes when you're working with thick layers, it's much easier to hold your layers together with these than it is trying to put a pin through, and they end up bending. So really good, easy to whip off as you're sewing and hold your layers together nicely. And I like the fact you've got a load of different colours in here. So if you wanted to, for instance, you know, to mark where your turning gap is, where you stop and start, you could always use orange. You could always say, for doing that, I'm going to use orange, so I know I need to put stop and start here. We can't guarantee what colour you'll get, but I'm just saying you could just pick a colour as a definition of something. That's why they're nice to be colour-coded. And what you do those for is up to you. So it's a nice pack there, and you get, how many in a pack? 50 in a pack for £9.99. Now let's do pins, because pins are something, again, it's not a one or the other. This is having both in your stash. So you get a pack of 2. Now this was going to be an early bird offer last week, and then we kept it at that price anyway because we had another early bird offer instead. So you're getting a really good deal here. You're getting 2 packs of plastic head pins from the Quilted Bear. If I open one. So they are really lovely pins with great big bobbles on the end. Can you see? Nice and easy. If you drop those, nice and easy. And of course, they will catch into your magnetic pin cushion as well. If you get a magnetic pin cushion. I better take that one back out of there again. Keeping my eye on which one it was. So put that one back in there. So they're nice and long too. Let me have a look. They are, looks like about 1.25 inches in length. So nice and long pins. They'll go through lots of layers. Pins blunt. You know, unfortunately, they bend when you try and go through too many layers. We do find that you blunt pins and then you start trying to use them and then they're difficult to get into the fabric, or worse still, they will snag jersey fabrics or silky fabrics. So you do need to replace your pins in the same way as you need to replace your needles. £2.48 for a pack of 2. Which is a really good deal. I've got a little message from Susie Duncan here. She says, clips are great to hold all your block pieces together as you cut them. Another good use for clips. Thank you, Susie. That's really great. So yes, clips, they've got a really good place in the workbox, as have pins. So what I always do when I cut out a pattern, regardless of whether it's a craft project or a dressmaking project, I actually pin and fold the pattern piece, as Kerrie was doing earlier, with the fabric, so that you can see at a glance which piece is which, and you don't have to try and think, now was that the back or was that the front, and is that the left or is that the right, etc. So I just always keep them together and pop a pin in. We've had a message from Christine about the clips. Christine says, all clips are a godsend. Used them when I was taking up some gorgeous velvet curtains, work beautifully to hold in place without leaving any marks. Now that's, again, really useful to know, isn't it? And 50 for £9.99 is good. It's a good price for those. Very handy. And then you use them again and again and again. In fact, I've got 100. I have to say I've got 100 because you know you're going to want more than 50 sometimes. If you're working on projects that maybe you're pinning lots of pieces together before you go to the sewing machine to sew lots of pieces together, or you're doing hand sewing your bias binding after you've quilted a big quilt, you're going to need more than 50. So what does it look like? Does it look nice with clips? Shall we leave it with clips on? And the other thing you have to be aware of, if you use these clips, the bit that you're clipping onto the fabric is plastic, and it basically sits within the seam allowance. So you're not making holes further into the fabric. And the other issue you can have with pins, if you do leave something for a long time, is they can rust. Now, that won't happen if you leave it for a week or 2 weeks or a month, but if you leave it for 4 years, some of my projects have done, or the maternity dress that I made when my son, who's nearly 27, was when I was expecting him, that I finally got rid of about a year ago, unfinished, that's when it might be a problem if you've got pins in it. I should have kept it, shouldn't I? It probably would have fitted now for different reasons. Now, Odie coat, this is another thing that's worth having in your stash. If you have like Kerrie's medical bag and you want to use it as a makeup bag, you can coat it with this. You don't know that you'll get the card with yours, but actually an old credit card does wonders. So you just use an old credit card or an old store card or something. And what we have is this, it's lovely. Fabric becomes oilcloth. So I think this is good if you're going to make cushions to put on your seats outside. You can use this. Another thing I've seen, which I rather liked, was fabric covered pots for outside. And it looks really nice. Cover them with this. I did see another idea that I didn't particularly like, but I'll share it with you because mine might be wrong. And that was when it was on Morning Live, and it was when they took like a tin, like a baked bean tin or something like that, and they decoupaged it with fabric and made a hole in the bottom and put a rod up through it with a nut, and then you could use it as a drink stand. So you put the rod in the ground and you put your bottle of beer in it. Personally, I wasn't sure of that idea, but it was on Morning Live. Other people might like it. But again, I think you could use something like this to make it weatherproof. So it would be really nice. So that's a really nice little thing to have. Directions on there. And this it goes a long way. So this will last you for ages. So yes, really nice in the stash just to have. Add it to your pot, $14.99. Now, this is just one of those, isn't that lovely to have? Look at that. Little pack of buttons. And what's nice about this is you've got a whole range of different buttons in here, different style buttons, different colours. So you have a button for everything. And if you're actually making sort of button art, if you're making things like Suffolk flower brooches, and you could have a centrepiece with a button, but actually you can have a button on a button and on a button as well. So you can layer them up. One of my tutors in Dublin, she used to do button flowers, and she just literally used to put them on florist wire and make these beautiful flowers by series of buttons. So all sorts of buttons for different sizes. Some of them are duplicated, so if you need 2 or 3, you can find them in here, and some of them are individual. If you just need, like, I just want a red button, I just want a blue button, there's something in here, all lovely bright colours, all these different buttons. And they're just nice. I mean, I keep mine. I've got a little pack of mine. I've got green and I've got red, but I quite like this combination, so you've got a bit of everything in here. Tiny little shirt buttons. Oh, Rebecca Reed has one of every type. And they just sit and they look lovely on the shelf as well. But they are really handy. And the other thing I use these for, one of the things I've done is I've bought a very inexpensive blouse from a large supermarket. And then I've customised it by taking apart the princess seams and putting piping in. I've put machine embroidery on it, but then I've also changed all the buttons. So rather than have just white buttons on a white blouse, I've then actually picked out a collection of all these pretty little buttons just to make it really colourful. So you just pick out the buttons that you want and you replace the buttons with those. So it's just nice to have. It's nice to have these options in your stash to make something a bit different. We're going to look at felt bundles next. You just pop these away, get them out and then have to pop them back in again. So the felt, again, it's very useful to have. And if, I don't know when it was, when did Delphine do that? She did some lovely felt flowers. It was on one of my shows back in the early days. But she did some beautiful felt flowers. Felt is really handy. And I'm just going to try and grab all 3 packs. Ooh. You put them as far away as you can, don't you? Oh, Christian, don't forget, if you're using pins for children's items or bags, you might leave them in by mistake. That is very true, so, and very important. So the clips are better, yes, definitely. Yes, count them in, count them out. So many times. So the other day at my friend's house, we were doing in her garden, and I picked a pin up, which is crazy, a pin outside in the garden. What was a pin doing in the garden? So we're going to start with the smallest bundle here. This is Christmas colours. Does it come with a ribbon on it? Oh, how sweet. So look at that. They are, what are they, 8-inch squares? 10-inch squares? I can check. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9-inch squares. So your 9-inch squares, and we have in this bundle here, we have 3, 4, 10 pieces. Look, with all these different colours. Aren't they beautiful? And these would go beautifully with those buttons. So you could make some really funky felt flowers, layered felt flowers, top them with button, felt Christmas tree decorations. You could make little bunting for the fridge. Add a little button to each one. Use pinking shears to cut them out. So there's lots you can do with these beautiful colours here. It is handy to have, and if you have children that like to come and sew and help you, having sort of felt like this is a really good project for them, because they make little purses and things and little bags, and you haven't got to worry about fabrics fraying. Of course, if you've got your glue gun as well, you can glue things together. I mean, felt is great to glue together. So this is one bundle. But we also have autumn. This is this one with a little brown ribbon. I don't know if the ribbon will be brown. So look at this. This is a bigger bundle. All these sort of autumnal colours. Just reminds you of the trees when you're driving along a road with lots of trees, how they change colours. So if you do window displays for every season, if you do change decorations, you can add these. Oh, felt birds, that would be lovely. I wonder, could you use the Odie coat on the felt if you made birds on sticks to put in amongst your plants in the garden? If anybody's ever used Odie coat in the garden on felt, can you let us know, please? I'm just thinking it would be quite nice, to have little, very simple bird shapes in the garden on sticks amongst your flowers to make it look pretty. And if you could then put Odie coat on them to sort of weatherproof them, that would be really nice, wouldn't it? So look at that, beautiful colours there. And this is 20 pieces in here, and this is 1949. And then we've got the summer, yes, this is going to be my favourite, the summer bundle. This one, look at these. Oh, look at these bright colours. These are beautiful. Look. Look at that one. Look, I'm spotting in there. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. Orange, purple, lime. Aren't these glorious colours? So these... yes, it is. This is. Oh, can I get this off of here? How's it hooked on here? Like that. This is the flowers that Delphine did, and she used these felts, and she used a glue gun, and then she's got a few beads and things. Funnily enough, she's actually teaching a class on doing this at Festival of Quilts. She is, yes. But this is lovely. These felts are beautiful. Beautiful colours. In fact, I think she might have used these, you know, look. That pink is the same. It will go a long way. You don't use a lot on each one. Really beautiful colours. Sort of every colour you can think, really. Although I'm sure somebody will find a colour that I haven't found. Actually, there isn't a cream as such. There's this one. But yes, beautiful, beautiful colours. Soft pink. That one, look at that. Oh, I could make some kind of flower here, couldn't I? You could. So what I would use more than one colour. I would use different colours and create sort of 2-colour one. Something like this one here that Delphine has done here. I would like that in, but have like different colours, maybe 2 or 3 colours in the layers, just because I like colour. But it's really beautiful, lovely, lovely little set. Something just to put in the stash, just to have at home. As I say, if you've got children or grandchildren, it's something you can create projects with them quite easily. They can sew like a little heart, you can stuff a little bit of lavender in it. That's really nice to hang in their wardrobe. As I say, a little bit of bunting, you can have fridge bunting or even above the bed or something. Just simple things, bright colours. And with felt, it doesn't fray, so you can cut it with pinking shears. So use your pinking shears to cut it out. You can top it with a little button, put a little button on the centre of each one. And there's no, bunting doesn't have to be triangles. You know, you can actually have, one of my friends, Jenny Raymond, she's done owl bunting, which was really fun. It was a Christmas project that she did, and it's just fun. Bunting is just having a nice stream. It looks nice in the garden too. If you want to brighten up a corner, you could actually just have some bunting hanging on the fencing. And again, if you use the Odie coat, if we can use it on there, anybody's going to let us know. Has anybody come and let us know yet? Oh, nobody's let us know yet. But if you can, that would be perfect. You could leave it out then. You wouldn't have to take it in every time. So let's look at some blades. You've got a rotary cutter. We were looking at rotary cutters earlier, but we've also got blades. Now, these are little ones. This isn't for the 45. We've got the 28mm one here. Now, it's useful to have different size rotary cutters. Do we sell that size rotary cutter? So we do. So Kat's just going to look. So this is $6.99, and you get 2 blades, and they're nicely packaged here. So inside, when you take your old one out, you can pop it back into this packaging for easy disposal. Easy to replace, and it is really useful to have new blades because there's nothing worse than trying to cut with a blunt blade. So we do have the Clover 28mm rotary cutter on the website. So do have a look at that if you haven't got one. Now, the reason to have different size rotary cutters is the bigger one is great for doing lots of cutting. When you're doing more intricate, smaller areas, or perhaps if you're going around curves, we had rulers that have the curves in. I think we've got one back here. If you're doing that, you want to have a smaller one. So that's why you want that. Two packs. And then we have an even smaller. This is the 18mm. So Delphine often uses these when she's doing her freehand work. Nice and small, easy to control where you're cutting. This comes with 2 blades in there in this little box, and they are easy to cover. So do we sell the rotary cutter? So that's $9.99 for the 18mm. So it's Clover again. So it's the Clover blades to go with the Clover cutters. Really useful to have. Now, we were looking at threads earlier, and we do have an enormous must-have, got to have this big pack in the last hour. But if you're thinking of a smaller set, a smaller, more affordable set for now, let's start with the smaller. So this is a pack of 18, 100% mercerized cotton. So if you remember earlier we were looking at the Gutermann, which was 100% polyester. This is 100% cotton. So this is why it's good to have both. I mean, I know I'm spending your money like water, but it's useful to have cotton to sew with cotton. So if you were working on a 100% cotton quilt, then you want to use cotton. But this is lovely because it's a silk thread, silk finish. So it's got this lovely sheen to it as well. Metler is another one of these brands that is really well known. And you get 18 and this is used by lots of quilters that I know, lots of tutors that I know, and also in fact in upholstery industry. So Metla's a really good brand to have. 150 metres on each spool, or 164 yards, which works out at £1.44 a spool, which any price under £2 a spool is really good. So that is really good. So you get that one, and that is 18. Or you could have this one, which is a 28 pack. So this is 28, so you get more. So rather than just have a yellow, you've got 2 yellows. You've got a red and a burnt orange. So you should have got 2. You've got toning colours and then a few extras as well. So that's really beautiful. So that's a lovely set there to have. £1.42 per reel. Each of them are 100% mercerised cotton, so you have that silk finish. And again, 150 metres or 164 yards on each spool. So beautiful quality thread, very popular with quilters, definitely. Oh, did you? So when this was initially launched, we had a whole hour just on the threads, which is, you know, I have got threads. I have got threads and I've got threads. And I have got Metla and Madeira and Gutermann. I've even got some old Silco. So Silco is Coates Craft and it's an old one. So if it's an old one, use it for hand stitching and basting because thread does deteriorate. So yes, if you have stitch problems with your machine and you're using very old thread, that's the problem. So yes, beautiful threads, really, really lovely. Now we're going to just quickly do our early bird again, just to give you this opportunity, and for those that maybe weren't watching the show earlier. So this is our little early bird offer. It's a little pack of beautifully precision cut 100 1-inch hexagons. This is for English paper piecing, and they're all precision cut, so they're all perfect. So what you will do with these, so you've got 100 in here, and you can reuse them. What you would do is you put them onto your fabric and draw around them. Then you can add a quarter of an inch seam allowance all around to cut them out. And then you fold over the cut edge on your fabric onto the paper. Now Kat says she uses the glue pen that we were looking at earlier, just to hold the seam allowances folded in, stitch the pieces together, and then you can pull these out carefully and use them again. So they're really useful. You've got 100 in here for £1.99. So they're half price today because this is the early bird offer. So 100. What did you say, Joe? 2p per hexagon. Bargain. So, oh, did you? So in first lockdown, Kat did a hexy thing and she had to pay a lot for these. So really handy. I mean, you can cut them out of your own card if you want to, but 2p per hexy, and they're reusable. It's all done, and they're precision cut. Because otherwise what can happen is you can cut them slightly bigger each time. So many people use hexagon quilt. Use scrap fabric. You can do it sew as you go. You can sew, you can take it with you. It's a nice project. You can go bigger or smaller, and you can do pieces. You can sit in the garden. We keep sitting in the garden, don't we? You can make them into bags, quilt covers, cushion covers, anything you like. I mean, even I've seen them as jacket fronts and things as well. Really, really beautiful. So at that point, we're going back to the break now because we are going to come back with Kerrie with a vinyl bag and the hexagon stacking trays. So that's 2 things from Kerrie Living in Loveliness. So you see you back in a few minutes. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
My favourite piece of kit with the sewing is the seam ripper. Hello, I'm Janice from Birmingham. I specialise in dressmaking. I used to run a children's shop and I love making children's clothes. My mother encouraged me to sew from an early age. When we were young, we did dressmaking in school. My claim to fame was the sewing quarter, but I'm now making also jumpsuits for ladies and men of all shapes and sizes, and it seems to be going for the festivals around the country. See you on the show!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Hi, welcome back. We were just having a bit of a chit chat just then, which is really good because Kerrie's just reminded me she was on my very first shows. So that was, yes, it seems a long time ago, doesn't it?
But yet, when you think about it, it does feel like yesterday.
I know,
I still feel like all the days
exactly.
are rolling into one.
I can't believe we're halfway through April.
I know.
It's the end of April already.
I know, it's very scary.
It's really too scary, isn't it? Anyway, what we've got today is we've got two projects for this hour. Both of them, of course, are from Kerrie, from Living in Loveliness. We're going to start with one. We're going to start with the Hexagon.
We're starting with the Hexagon?
Okay, we're going to start with the Hexagon. Now, what we have in front of us is 4 colourways, and we've got 2 examples here of how they're finished. So I'm just going to put those there. So you get 3 sizes in the pack, do you?
Yes, yeah.
And you have the option in the instructions, look at this, to add a little Dresden plate in the middle. Can you see this? Can you got it, Joe? There we are. There you are. You're coming. You're coming. Isn't that cute? So they have been previously part of the fabulous Fat Quarter issues, but what we've done now, they've been so popular, people have asked for them to come back. So we've bought them back. We've got these 2 projects back because of that. So this is my first colourway. This is Hillary Hexagon. So you get 2 fat quarters. No, for half metres.
2 half
Two
metres.
half metres.
Of Liberty.
This is Liberty again.
Yeah.
It is, isn't it? It's unusual to have black in Liberty, isn't it? This is
Well,
stunning,
we've
isn't
done
it?
a few kits over the last few months where we've had the black feature in the Liberty and it's been really popular, so we thought we'd bring it back for the Hexagon because lots of the projects of course, if you've had previous issues of fabulously fast fat quarter fun, it's nice to team them up or tie them in with
Yes, and tie them
fabrics
with
and
something
kits that
again.
you've already got.
So this is beautiful. So it's 2 fat quarters, and then of course you get the instructions nice and clear. This is for the Hillary hexagon bowls. Oh, so Hillary has just checked out her Hillary hexagon bowls. And of course you get the pattern as well. So you get the instructions and the pattern, all the pattern pieces, and as usual, beautifully wrapped, and you get all 3, and the instructions do include, you don't have to do that, but they do include how to do the little Dresden plate centre, which I actually think if you want to do something like that and you've never done it before, what a good way of starting and trying it. It's only small and you can try it, because it is quite a stunning design, isn't it?
Yeah,
beautiful. It really is. So that's that one. So that's one kit. Now you will need a few other bits and bobs to go with this. You will need to have wadding, batting. Tells you on here how much you need for each one, and how much, what kind of batting you have is up to you. You can have 80/20, which we sell by the half metre for £6.99 per half metre. So that will give you a result like this. So quite soft sides. So you've got soft sides on this, and it's a nice finish. If you use Bosal, you get a more sturdy side. So this sort of keeps its shape. And this has been done, they haven't done the, so this one you've got some quilting on it as well, which is nice.
So I've just done some really simple quilting on the interior of the bag, just using, the step-by-steps aren't in there, but of course you can use your own designs on there. Maybe you want to do some nice stippling, but I thought it does show you in the pattern how to put the hexagon and how to mark it up for the base of your bowl.
Yes.
And I've simply just used a straight stitch to continue around to give it that nice texture in the centre
it's nice,
as well.
it's lovely.
And it really makes it look different. You know, if you don't want to, if you find that the Dresden is a little too fiddly because it's so small, you could just add your own quilting technique to that as well.
So this is really nice. So that's your sort of finish if you use Bosal. So what you use in there is entirely up to you. Now let's look at another one of your colourways. So we've looked at the blacks. What have we got here? Oh, look at this. Oh, this is what this one's made up
in, yeah.
Yes, and it's the one you're using
today. I must really love this fabric, because I've even cut it out for the demo today as well.
So this again,
these are Riley Blake. These ones.
2 half meters. These are Riley Blake. So another. Look at this lovely. You know, you're talking about if you wanted to do like free motion, you could just follow the red lines.
That's a great idea, actually. Yeah,
do that quite easily. Isn't that beautiful? The date. I like that. That's beautiful. And again, of course, you've got the pattern and the full size pattern pieces and the instructions in there. And then we have, another one here, look. I always want to open these very delicately.
Well, I've already gone ahead and cut them because I know you were concerned on the last one, so I've cut the stickers ready for you. And I'll wrap them back up afterwards.
I know, I like it to be pristine. Look at this. So these are Liberty again. And these are blues. This reminds me of sort of Dresden plate type thing, isn't it? Beautiful blues.
Beautiful prints.
It's lovely soft fabric as well. Beautiful. Both Riley Blake and Liberty are lovely fabrics. So that's the blues. What are we calling this one? Just disappointing cat. I thought we should have some fancy name for it.
That's me. I called them Liberty Blue. I thought
did you?
we could get you tongue-tied with fabulously fast fat quarter fun. Let's keep it simple for the names. For me, more than anything.
And here we have some pinks. Look at these. Aren't they beautiful?
The rose is just beautiful in this print.
Isn't that beautiful? So again, I suppose you can decide, because it's a half metre of each, you can decide whether you have, like you've done on your one, you've got the rose on the outside or have it on the inside.
Yeah, so on the teal ones, and you can alternate them as well if you want to. It's entirely up to yourself, whichever way you finish them off.
And you've got patterns for all 3 sizes, haven't you?
Yes, you've got the templates for all 3 sizes.
So
they're all made in the same way, but your templates are in there as well.
Yes, so that's really nice and easy. And you have got enough in the kit to do the Dresden plate if you want to.
Yes, you've got more than enough in the kit. You'll have plenty left over. So in the 2 half meters, you've got enough to make your 3 different sizes, and then plenty with the Dresdens if you want to add those as well.
We can also offer you, if you don't want the fabric because you've got loads of fabric, we can offer you the instructions on their own. So if you prefer to have the instructions on their own, you can do so. And you've got your own 2.5 meters and your own wadding, etc. You can just get the instructions on their own with, of course, the templates. And that's £6.99. So all of the trial and error that goes into deciding on how to make a pattern, how to put it together easily, how to sort of get the best out of your fabric, all that hard work's been done by Kerrie so that you can just do it nice and easily just by following the instructions for £6.99. Very simple. So there are two sets. Let's start with these ones.
Shall we play?
Let's play. How do we do it, Mum? How do we do it, Mum? How do we do it?
I was thinking about everybody while I was sitting having a little sew in the other room, thinking about you all tidying up. So this will make tidying up nice and easy. These are great to put all your bits and bobs in, aren't they? Great for on the side of your sewing machine, or even on your sewing table as well. That's my idea of tidying up. So something pretty to put the things in.
I like the way you have there. You've just put bits of haberdashery in them.
They're so useful. And they're nice to have at the side of you, and again sort of stack up and stack down. So really nice easy projects these ones are. These are from previous issues of Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun. What we find is we get lots of messages asking us if we have the patterns available, just that particular pattern. So that's what we're working on at the moment, is bringing back some of the patterns either in a kit or as just the pattern. So nice and easy. You're going to cut your templates. I've decided for today to work with a foam. It's entirely up to yourself. Like Wendy said, you could work with a batting, which the demonstration one, the blue one there, is using the batting if you want a softer feel to those. And all I'm going to do is to just use this. You can use a fusible bosal if you want to, but I'm just using the sewing one. Just going to pop a little bit of 505 to secure the first fabric. And what's really lovely with the fabrics, whether you're using your own or using the ones that complement the kits, you can decide which way. I actually think the nicest, I tend to choose my favourite one for the inside of the project, because that's where you get to do all your doodling. And that's a lovely idea as well, Wendy, that you could use on this particular one, the Riley Blake, as your guide for your free motion on there. Great as well if you're new to free motion as well. So if you're just starting out with free motion, it should be a great project to do that with.
What I see, look at that, you've got your clips in one. That's so handy, and you can just pop them back in there.
Well, the idea is I'm not going to drop everything on the floor, but knowing my luck, I'll probably walk out and drop the basket. There we go. So just secure those into position. When working with a foam, I do find it much easier to work with the quilting clips because it secures those into place. And because when you're reversing this project, you're really going to put some pressure on the seams. Use your template and leave the biggest gap that you can afford to do on there, avoiding doing that on the corners. So I'm just going to measure about 1.5 inches from the corner and leave quite a large turning gap there, so I'm not popping too much pressure onto those corners really when I'm reversing this project in just a moment. And we're simply going to start by reverse stitching on this corner here. Now if you were going to do any quilting, you can do that ahead of doing this position here, but I will show you in just a little while when we reverse this how I did the quilting onto mine there. So just using that 1/4 inch seam allowance, and each time you arrive at a corner, just leave that needle inserted, raise your presser foot and pivot the project.
Have you increased your stitch length, or are you just using a regular?
My stitch length is on 3.5 at the moment, so I have definitely increased it for the inside of the bag here. When we come to do the top stitching, I'll increase that to 5 as well. It looks quite small actually, so I will just increase that again.
It's because of the wadding you've got in it.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this. Look at this on the bottom.
It looks lovely, doesn't it, with the
It
quilting?
does. I mean, the cross patch quilting like this, a diamond finish, I think is so lovely, and it's so easy if you use your quilting guide to get your parallel rows rather than draw them on.
Because you're going to have quite a little bit of bulk on here onto the corners, we'll just trim into those corners, just aligning the scissors about 1 inch away from there so we can cut on both sides to get that point as tidy as we can when we come to reverse this. These little baskets are really good as well. You'll find when you're trimming, especially when you're making your bags or your boxed bottom bags or something like I'm doing here, the little baskets are really useful to just collect, you know, collect those edges, and then you can have a little ruffle through there and see if you think that there's anything that you can pop into another project before you, don't want to say throw any fabric away, because I try my best never to throw any fabric away.
I have too many remnants. Every now and then I have to go to the charity shop
Yeah.
and just unremnant myself a bit, because I just have to, you know, because I always buy dress fabrics before I've got a pattern in mind. So I
Yeah.
might be 3.5 metres and I might only need 2.
Yeah.
So I've got a big piece left, so I keep it thinking, I can't get rid of that, it's much too much. But then there's
then
nothing
you
else
do-
I'm going to use it for.
But then you
so-
find another piece of
Yes.
fabric that you want
Oh,
to make
goodness,
another dress.
definitely,
You do
yes,
have
yes.
beautiful dresses, Wendy. You always have lovely dresses.
I have got about 3 or 4 pieces, recent purchased fabrics that I need to make up, but I've also got quite a lot in my stash.
We never talk about our stash.
Or stashes, which is more
Yeah,
truthful.
that's more to the point, I think. So just get into the reverse this through, pop it through to the furthest edge, and then just using a finger press. I'm just going to press into those corners to get a nice finish.
So that was, we had 2 tools this morning which would be useful for that. The iron finger, which would go into those corners, and also the stiletto.
Yes. Oh, the stiletto is really good
Yeah,
for this
stiletto's
as well.
really handy.
When we moved, we were doing quite a lot from home before Christmas, and at the beginning of January we moved into Unit 20, and I had to dig out all the sewing machines, and I don't think I've ever really admitted or even realised how many I've got. I do lots of classes, so a lot of them are for classes, but when we were moving them, my husband just kept saying, what do you need all of these for? Because I like all the old-fashioned sewing machines as well. They just look nice on show, don't they, as well?
So how many did you have?
I actually didn't count them. I didn't count them. I don't actually know with all of the old-fashioned ones how many I've actually got. I've got my favourite machines that I like working with. But for classes, I've got 10.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I had 15 machines, and they weren't for classes.
And then just for yourself.
I had 15 different machines. I had 4 of them were in the loft, but I did get rid of a lot when I moved. I had to get rid. I just don't need that many machines, so I did get rid of quite a lot. I gave 4 to charity, because there was a local charity that was teaching women, refugee women, how to sew.
Oh, that's
so
lovely.
I felt that was
That's lovely.
a good reason to give them away.
Yeah,
if
that's
they were going to
wonderful.
go somewhere useful. But I did, yes. I had to downsize my stash of sewing machines, because you're right, you don't need that many.
Oh,
So
no, you
I'm
do.
down to about 5 now.
So all I'm doing just here, where you've got your bosal, you'll really need to just pop this onto the inside. And actually, you'll find if you just tease onto where you've done that reverse stitch in there, so those threads aren't going to come undone, that will naturally fold inside by your 1/4 inch. As we push these on the inside, we're simply just going to pop a clip onto the edge there. Now, if you were using batting, you could absolutely skip this stage here. You could certainly get away with not slip stitching that closed. But what you'll find if you're working with a bosal foam, because of the thickness, it will push against it. So when you do come to do your top stitching, it's always worth just doing a really quick slip stitch to secure those fabrics, because you will see the top of this bowl. So
'Cause it's along the top edge, isn't it?
yeah, you will see it. So just take it's just a few minutes really, just to enclose that and secure that before you then move on to your top stitching. So I'll just quickly sew along.
Oh,
there.
just a warning. If you want the colourway that Kerrie's working with, we've only got 5 left. So this lovely greens, it's the side graphic on the right-hand side. This is the Riley Blake fabric. This is 1/2 metre of the 2 different fabrics that we have here on my bowls. So I mean, on this set you've got here, you've got the same inner and outer
Yes.
on 2, but the reverse on the 3rd. Could I do all 3 the same, or do
Oh,
you have
absolutely.
to mix
Yeah,
them up like that?
Absolutely. And you know, actually when I was doing those ones, because of the decorative stitches, and you can, of course, because of the shape, you can change your mind. I was going to alternate them, but I found that actually the quilting, I could see better on the darker teal fabric in the bundle. So when you come to line this up in just a moment to create the bowl, you can decide at that point. And also if you want to add any of your quilting on there as well. So if I just knock that off. Do that twice actually. And then we're simply going to pop this back onto the machine, and we'll just top stitch around the exterior of the hexagon there. And this time, again, if you've got your walking foot, you could use your walking foot on the machine here.
And you've used a decorative stitch around this one.
Yeah, so I always tend to sew with a zigzag stitch. I really like the way it looks, but also it's a nice way to showcase your threads as well.
Yes.
So I'm using white on the machine today, but you could choose any of those colours from the fabrics that you've chosen to work with.
Yes, so on here you've got the yellow, haven't you?
Yes.
Which looks really lovely, and you can really sort of see it.
And you know, we've all got machines. Well, we've got lots of machines, obviously. So
Well, most people only have one.
your
Just super
machines.
greedy.
Well, I think as well as you work through different projects, you know, I think sometimes we start with a basic machine to see if we actually enjoy it before we then, you know, update our sewing machine. And what tends to happen then is you get lots more stitches on your machine as well. So I always like using a decorative stitch, although I tend to always stick with a zigzag. You know, you have the opportunity to use those lovely stitches and all those lovely threads that you've got.
Yes, definitely. I'm a definite advocate for using lots of the stitches. And you know, and the good advice when you're buying a sewing machine is to buy one that you aspire to, as opposed to one that can do what you want to do now, because then you can grow with it rather than grow out of it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Now, if you are doing a decorative stitch, if you just take a moment at this point, just to choose your top thread, and we'll just thread that through onto the opposite side. So we're not reversing with our decorative stitch. And if we pop that through onto the opposite side now, we can knock that off. So
you'll find on a lot of machines that the, you know, as you go up in price points, if you press your fixed stitch button, it will just stitch on the spot rather than reverse. Or even actually, if you press the reverse button, it stitches on the spot.
Well, it's quite nice when you find that they've got lots of those little collections on there. I just need to grab a ruler for the next stage. So the next thing that we're going to do, now the pattern will give you different options to work with, how deep that you want to have these bowls. You can sort of doodle on here and make sure the centre of the bowl's not too deep. But if you look at these two that I've got here, I've just simply increased without trying to drop them out. This one, this is just 1.5 inches, whereas this one, it's the same pattern, it just looks a little smaller. So even using the same size patterns, you can get those to stack as well. So I've just increased the depth of the tray here to 2 inches. So if you want to work with the same side, then all we're going to do, the pattern will give you a recommendation as well, is place your ruler onto the folded edge of your hexagon, and we're simply just going to create ourselves a guideline using your fabric pen or your chalk pen, or you can use your quilting foot on the machine if you've got one of those as well. So this is just going to give us our guideline to sew around in just a moment.
So this is to form your base, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like the one with the deeper sides as well.
It's nice with the deeper sides, isn't it? I mean, it really depends what you're going to use these for. You might just have these on your table for a party. These would be, you know, make nice collections for your party tables. Or if you're using them, I mean, that one's a great one to pop your threads and little bits that you sometimes can often roll off your sewing machine. So I'm going to start in the centre of one of the pen marks, avoiding starting at the corner. I've increased the stitch now to 5 and drop that back to a straight stitch. And we're simply going to follow those guidelines that we've created for ourselves. All the time just allowing your fabric mark to sit in the centre of your foot.
So Sue Patterson said, lovely to see Kerrie fab demos.
Oh, that's lovely.
Nice,
Sue.
isn't it?
That's a lovely thing to say. Thank you very much. It's nice to be back. Normally I'm on every other week, but we've just had half term, so I've been juggling for the last few weeks. So I'm on this week and I'm back next Thursday.
So how old are your three? You've got one of 16, you said?
Yeah, my daughter's going to be 15 next month. And then I've got my youngest son who's 9.
Very nice. And they all help in the business?
Sometimes.
But
at the moment, they're at the age where they're too cool to help at the moment. They were very, very good. They are very good, actually, I have to say. But at the moment, they're too busy. You know, they're back at school and
Yes,
things,
of course. They've got other
they're
things to
too
do.
busy for us. They go through fads. Now, what's really nice about working with your bows, or when you come to do the next stage, it folds nice and easily, and you can secure this into place. Now, in the pattern, I do give you measurements where to measure from your folded edge if you're doing this for the first time, and how to mark up this corner. But we're simply just going to sew in a straight line from the top point to the bottom of that sew line that we've already created. Now, if you want to add any of that quilting that you saw on the bowls that Wendy's got, it's at this stage you would add that quilting, whether you're just doing echo quilting into the centre or whether you're putting your Dresden pattern in. I would definitely recommend doing your Dresden pattern before you do the next step though, because it's a little tricky otherwise.
Oh, is the Dresden pattern like an applique on the top?
Yes.
Oh, right,
yeah.
okay.
So I would recommend doing that while it's flat. And all I'm going to do on the corners here is simply to start and finish with a reverse stitch. And again, if this is the first time you're doing this project, the measurements are in there, how to mark this up. And just trimming the threads as we sew around here. And as we open this up, you can see this little tray already starting to form. So we'll create the same on the opposite sides as well. So just making sure those folded edges are marrying up and starting with that reverse stitch. Let's go a little further on. You are sewing through 2 layers of bowsel at this stage as well, so you might want to use your walking foot. And it does say on the back of your pattern as well to use your walking foot, but it's an optional step.
We've got about 3 minutes left, Kerrie.
We can do it.
On this one, because we're going to go on to the other one. We have a whole other kit, so don't forget there are 4 different colourways for this one, so you can look on the website to find all the different colourways. The one that Kerrie's working on has now sold out, so I have to put that one away. The second most popular is not the pink,
Not the pink.
it's the blue Liberty. Is this the blue Liberty? Is this the blue Liberty? Yes, it is.
It's
this
great in the
It
blue.
is gorgeous,
We've done
isn't
quite
it?
a lot of kits in the blue as well.
It is.
so-
I love this. I love these colours. So that's the second one. And then, of course, we've got the one that I just mentioned. We've got the pinks with that lovely rose. That's the one you've got in your other bowls on the side there, with the lovely rose there. So don't forget, it's 1/2 metre of each, plus the instructions and the pattern pieces. So you've got the instructions in there as well. And then we have this one, which is this. Oh, sorry, we don't have that one. That's sold out. You've got 3 choices left at the moment. And then we have this one. This is the blacks. So this is nice, and as you say, this goes with colours that you've done before. So
We've
people
done
have
lots
already
of
got
kits
the
recently
colours,
in the black.
yes. That's the black, and the colour, the flowers just pop out there, don't they? Because they're on a black solid background. So that's the 3 kits we have left on this one. And then, of course, you can get the pattern on its own if you have already got your own fabrics. So let's just pop those over there, and this is the pattern on its own. Just $6.99. And I am surrounded by these lovely lamps as well, so do look on the website for these. These are all native lighting lamps. So, because you're an ambassador for native lighting, aren't you?
The one that you've got with you at the moment,
This one?
with the magnifier, that's a really lovely light to have as well, because it attaches to your desk.
Ooh.
So if you are, you know, of course, if you are doing lots at your dining table, I like to. I'm not very good at sitting still. I like being able to do things. So this is great, especially for, you know, your really close red work, or if you enjoy.
Yes.
I mean, we really enjoy. Being able to do the little diamond art. So if you're doing lots of close-up work, whether it's sewing or another craft, then it really does make the world of difference. And of course, you've got the different light settings on there as well.
We've got an hour of hand sewing tomorrow, actually. These would be
Perfect.
ideal for, wouldn't they?
Perfect, yeah.
So we've got a whole load of these. We've got this one, and then we've got the bendy one, which is like the one you've got there, isn't it? And we've got it in white here.
That's the great thing about native as well, is the fact that you have the option with some of the lamps to choose the colour, so it complements the room that you're popping those into as well.
Yes, I love. Sorry. Anyway,
We digress.
yes.
So
I just
I
want
just
you
want
doing
to
those. So
quickly
you've done
show
all of
you
those.
the step is in the pattern as well. So you can leave it open like this so you've got your edges popping out. I really love, and I've mentioned this lots of times, adding buttons and accessories, and especially fabric covered buttons. This is a great idea. You can either leave those open as they are, but I do find that they tend to stack a little bit better when you simply just press those in, and all you're going to do is to press on that corner so the point of your little triangle there lines up with your seam, and then you're simply going to slip stitch these together, and that's optional whichever way you like them. Perhaps you want to leave them open on the larger bowl that you're creating and sew them in on the smaller one. But again, that's personal preference.
I
It's entirely up to
like
you.
them poking out like that.
Yeah, they're
But
really,
as you say, they're not as easy to stack, are they?
No.
So this is another nice finish, and you could actually
Yeah.
put a button on,
Yeah.
couldn't you? Which would make
we
them
tend to
lovely.
collect lots of little, buttons and things or scraps of fabric. It's just a nice way to use them up and
Yes, it
showcase them,
is.
isn't it?
So, those are the hexagons, the stacking hexagons. Been popular in the past, first time today on their own. Hilary Hexagon, Hilary's got them, thank you Hilary. But now we have another, so this is a vinyl bag kit. Now this is something that again we have had before, but this is the first time we've sort of had it on its own. We've got 3 colourways, 2 of them are here. Now you've just used this, so you've got rotary cutting tools and things in one, and you've got threads in another.
Yep.
But again, you could use this as a wash bag.
Yeah,
you could use it as
great as a
makeup
wash
bag, couldn't
Yeah.
you? So anything.
And we tend to, because we're creative, we tend to want to
Immediately
protect our
put-
scissors and protect
yes,
our rotary
immediately
cutters
put our things
and
in.
make everything easily accessible.
Now-
But you can pop whatever you want to in there, of course.
Yes, and the thing I like about these, particularly like about these, is the fact that you get everything in the kit. So this is lovely. So this is what we call in this one.
This is Verity. It didn't actually have a name, so I did put a post out on Facebook and ask people to name it for me.
Okay, so this
Or
is Verity.
This is Verity.
So we have here 2 Liberty, are they fat quarters?
These are Liberty Fat Quarters.
So 2
yeah.
Liberty fat quarters. Look at these, don't they go beautifully together? Also, you have your wadding
Yeah.
that you need, and the glitter vinyl, glitter vinyl, and the matching zip that you need, and the instructions and the full-size pattern pieces. All of this for $15.99. So that is a brilliant price to make this really lovely project, and you can make the whole lot for $15.99. What a lovely gift. And it comes so beautifully packaged. It makes a lovely gift in its own right, I think. So that is really beautiful. That's the first colourway. So last time we had the greens and oranges, they sold out really, really quickly. So don't forget that. You might find that goes quickly. This is the next one. So this is, this is the blues. This is this one here. This is Riley Blake fabric, as it says on the tin. And again, you get the wadding and the vinyls. This is the glittery vinyl and the pattern and the zip. So it all comes in, all in this package, all beautifully done. Look at those 2 beautiful fabrics.
Aren't they gorgeous?
They are gorgeous, aren't they?
It's nice to have a deep blue. Haven't
It
done
is
much with the
nice, I
deep
think.
blue,
It makes a
actually.
change, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So that's that for that one. That's option 2. And then our third option, so we just got the 3 options for this one. This one is another Riley Blake. This is my one. This is the finished
That
version.
matches your dress, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Just take this with me. You know.
We'll leave the demo behind for you. There you go.
I'll see you later. So look at that, isn't that
You're
beautiful?
ready to go out to party with your
I am
sparkly
with
shoes.
my sparkly shoes. Oh yes, my shoes. I
With
haven't
your
got.
sparkly shoes today. I'm very impressed. I've always have to wear flat shoes.
So sparkly shoes, but look at these beautiful colours. Aren't they gorgeous? Pinks and yellows. And again, everything you need is in here. So you've got Riley Blake fabrics, the wadding you need, the glitter vinyl you need, the instructions and the zip. So it's all there. If you've got your own stash, you can actually get the instructions on their own. So again, so this is the Verity kit. So you get just the pattern with the instructions, and you will need 2 fat quarters, the wadding, the vinyl and the zip.
And you get plenty
And
left
that's and
on
it
the fat
says
quarter as well.
yeah, you'll get plenty left.
You
Yeah,
get plenty left as well.
and so it tells you exactly what you need. So if you just want the pattern, It tells you exactly what you need here on the back. So that makes it nice and easy. If you've already got your fabric, if you've already got your vinyl and you've got lots of wadding, etc. But I do love the fabric combinations you've put together, though. I think the thing is, by buying it as a kit like this, not only have you got everything to hand as soon as you need it, but actually you've made, you know, you've thought about putting these kits together, and you've tried different ones, I'm sure. And
this is why we bring so many kits, because I can never decide which is my favourite.
I know. Well, this time,
lots of people say, "Why do you have so many options? You make it so difficult." But it's because I can't decide myself. So we like to bring you as much option.
Can I ask if I wanted to do this the other way round, so have the yellow?
Yes, absolutely.
So you can do it whichever way round you like.
And I think when we've made this, and even if you look on the front of the pattern as well, I've put different colours, mixed and matched them. There's plenty of fabric in there to be able to do it. I would say first, with this particular pattern, just make sure you cut the back and the front first. And again, this is one of those projects you can decide from the 2 fat quarters which is your favourite. I always think it's quite nice to choose your favourite to sit in the, in the centre beneath the vinyl, whichever vinyl you're trying, you're deciding to work with. And there's only 2 to choose from this time. Sometimes we have 4 fat quarter bundles, and it's a little difficult, isn't it? Sometimes.
So this makes it a bit easier, doesn't it?
Nice and easy. Yeah. Nice, easy project. So again, we've just simply cut out those pieces. Just either pop the letters on there so you can follow the step-by-step instructions and you know which piece I'm referring to, or of course you can clip lots of the patterns. This is a nice easy pattern, but as the patterns have continued through Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun, you do find that there's lots more little pieces for the project, so just pinning those directly to your fabric. And again, you can use a fusible batting if you want to, or I always just tend to have a little bit of 505 just to secure those fabrics. Now the instruction doesn't show you how to do any quilting, but this is a nice project again that you could quilt if you wanted to. So first of all, we're just simply going to have the batting facing up toward, well, either way, and then pop the first panel on top with a pattern facing towards you. If we turn this over, we'll repeat the same on the back as well, so just pop a little bit, and this will just help secure the fabrics together. If you are going to do any quilting, I would recommend leaving your batting a little bit larger while you're doing that quilting, and then trimming that afterwards, because you can find that sometimes moves. So we'll just make sure that any excess fabric or thread that's overhanging that we trim off at this stage. And I think I'm going to keep the florals facing up towards me. And in the previous hour, we had the zip installation for the vinyl, which is the same steps as what we're going to do now. So we didn't show that fully in the previous hour, but it's exactly the same way that we would attach that vinyl to the front of the bag here. So for the bottom part of the vinyl, we're simply going to have the wrong side of the fabric facing up towards us and fold and press this in half. And then opening that up, and again bringing those raw edges into the centre fold. Now when you receive your kit, if you're choosing the kit option, because of how we've folded the vinyl, there may be a crease in that vinyl. It's absolutely fine to just use a pressing cloth, low heat on your iron, and just press across that vinyl to press out any of the creases in there, and then just allow the vinyl to cool down before you start sewing with it if you've got any. Or alternatively, you can pop it under your mat and allow that just to remove those creases for you. Where did we pop the vinyl? There we go. So using the vinyl, and I really like this vinyl. This has got the bronze in this time. We've had it on previously with a silver, but your kits are coming with a bronze, which looks beautiful with the orange and greens in this particular kit. Again, we're simply going to open that up and place the vinyl into the centre fold, making sure that's butting up to that crease line. Fold this into position. And I really would recommend using quilting clips. Don't pin through your vinyl, because you won't be able to remove those holes at all. So at this stage, I would always say use your quilting clips or hold it into place. Just get a fresh bobbin.
How many quilting clips have you got, Kerrie?
Oh, hundreds.
I know.
How many have I lost is more interesting. I seem to keep replacing them, but still only end up with about the same amount. So I'm not quite sure what happens to them.
We sell them in packs of 50, and so I was saying, you need at least 2 packs, because you need at least 100.
Well, for the 50 that you're going to lose, unless you're really organised.
Well, you can pop them as you've done into your little
the basket.
Yes.
There we go. This is why I have to keep making new things, you see, to organise myself. So again, I'm just using that zigzag stitch on here. You could use a straight stitch if you want to. And although I've got a white thread on the machine, this would be a great opportunity to use either your greens or the bright oranges. I'm loving orange at the moment.
It's a really fashionable colour at the moment, isn't it?
I'm loving orange. It's a happy colour as well, isn't it, you know? So we've just secured this into place. The next thing we're going to do is to pop that zip in. So again, you can use your quilter's tape, which I've shown zip installation previously with your quilter's tape, or your sew line or your glue pen, whichever you prefer to work with. So if we just slow it down a little bit, because we did speed through that on the previous show. So what we're going to do first of all, with the right side of the zip facing up towards us, make sure the right side of your fabric is facing up towards you at this point as well. I'm just angling that zip so I don't get any glue onto the ironing board. And we'll just run the glue across the top. What I really like actually about working with the glue line pen, especially the blue, is you can see the glue. You can see it's actually transferred onto your zip as well. So now folding this across, let's just open that zip. Folding this across, so this time we're lining up the raw edge of the zip there with the raw edge of the fabric, and you can see the back of the zipper. Pop another row of glue onto the top.
So it's still on the same side of the tape, isn't it?
Still on the same side, yeah. And then for the interior part, you don't actually see this part of the fabric, but it just gives the bag a nice finish as well. So we're popping this onto the top again, lining that up with those raw edges. Now we're going to change over to our zipper foot. And if you're new to zip installation, or if you're not a fan of zip installation, which I know a lot of people aren't, then my recommendation, and I've shown this before, choose a bright coloured needle, pin, sorry, so you can see that as you're sewing along. Pop two fingers ahead of your zip, slide your pin through. This will allow you to stop at this pin and not get too close to the zip, so you're not fighting to open and close that zip. Again, if you leave that pin far enough back, we haven't got to worry about removing that pin. So dropping this onto the sewing machine, make sure we're back on our straight stitch, and we're simply going to sew along that zip. When we arrive at the pin, and that's why I find it really useful using a brightly coloured zip, because it just catches your eye. Leave your needle so you leave your pin inserted into the fabric, remove that pin, and as we raise the presser foot, we can poke our hand just into the centre there and pivot the fabric until we've opened that zip so it's tucked out of the way. And we're going to sew along to the edge. And as we pop this onto the pressing mat, now normally I would iron here, but we've got this little gadget today.
Yes, we've got a little gadget.
We've got a little toy. I like it when you've got lots of toys on Armin.
And it is staying here, isn't it?
It is staying here.
We're going to have to search her bag.
Elliot's ready for me. So just giving that a little press on both sides. Really, we just want to make sure at this stage that that fabric is tucked out of the way. There we go. Because you've got
this is the most popular, this one.
The orange,
yes.
Yeah. Because you've got 2 layers of the fabric, just make sure those raw edges are marrying up, and just slide a few pins to secure those to prevent that movement of the fabric there. And we're going to pop this onto the sewing machine. And again, just lining that up, this time so your zipper foot is running along the side of the zip. If you feel like you're going to come into contact with those pins, then just take a moment to remove those. But as we get halfway across, again, we're going to stop at that second pin, raise the presser foot and close that zip, just tucking that out of the way, so we get that nice straight finish on the zip. These are the 2 projects that we've got. These are a really fast project, so if you're wanting to make a useful gift for a friend, or if you need to run something up, perhaps you've got a nice day planned out and you want to keep everything together, then these are really fast projects to make as well. So I'll just keep the paper beneath there. Just open that zip and just double check it's not going to come into contact with the fabric. And again, just running that glue across the bottom part of the zip this time.
Oh, yes. Kat's just saying, you know, in exams you have to have a clear pencil case. I don't know if you do nowadays, do you? But you could use, I mean, maybe you'd have to use the clear vinyl rather than the glitzy.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
But you could do, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just use the vinyl.
I'm just going to pop the other side onto the vinyl. Oh, no, we're not doing it on this one. I'm getting ahead of myself. So this time, they're not doing exams at the moment, though, are they?
I know,
They're doing
that's
it all
the thing,
different.
isn't it?
But it is a good idea. You can tuck the answers under this section as well if you really want to. Any teachers watching me, I'm going to be in lots of trouble now. So this is what's really nice about the glue pen. We can make sure we get that nice and tidy on here. So just pressing that along, making sure we've got a nice gap in between the zip. Again, at this stage, once the glue's set, and it doesn't take very long at all, just double check that that zip opens and closes. And again, we're going to sew that.
I thought that was the bottom.
The bottom's going to tuck into the bottom of the bag.
I mean, this bit. I thought
Yeah.
it was this bit.
That's it. So we'll pop this onto the iron, onto the sewing machine even. Gosh, the things that we used to do to try and help ourselves in exams.
Did you?
Yeah. Did you not, Wendy?
No.
Were you really good?
I was.
I hated exams.
I loved them.
Pardon?
I loved them.
You loved exams?
I have the ability, or had, I shouldn't say I have, to learn, to revise and learn, and I could remember, I've almost photographic memory where I could remember things written on the page halfway down on the left hand, that sort of thing. The downside is that it doesn't retain for long. So it would retain for as long as I needed it for the exam, but then it's gone.
Oh, really?
So yeah, I liked exams.
I can't remember anything. Exams were not my thing. I can remember the measurements on the patterns.
I know, it is funny, isn't it? Things that you can remember and can't remember.
Yeah. So if we just trim that away, and then we'll go back to the bottom there. So that's your zip secured nice and neatly on both the front and the back. We could have put that vinyl bit on, we could have put that bottom bit on, but we'll pop it onto now. So just repeating that step and folding that now into the centre fold. My husband's like that. He can remember. He trained in Royal Military Police, and he can still remember everything word for word all these years later. But he can't remember to peg the washing out.
I think that's called selective memory.
If he's watching me today, I'm going to be in trouble. In fact, if he's watching, he might go, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that today."
Yeah, you might go and put it out now.
Pretend like it was always done. So again, we're just going to slip this into the bottom, fold it over and secure that into place. Yeah, I guess we're all very selective when we want to be.
Oh yes, definitely.
There we go.
I know, I must admit, my sons often say to me, "I told you that, Mum, I told you that." And I'm thinking, Did you? Did you tell me, or did I just actually kind of ignore it?
My children, and this happened yesterday, can be upstairs and I can be calling them for quite some time and nobody hears me. But if I whisper something that I don't want them to hear, they all
they
hear
that.
They hear
Yes.
everything.
Yes.
Like if I say, "Oh, we've got some extra cake, who wants a slice?" Let's not tell the children. They're here, they're doing. So changing that up to a zigzag stitch. Oh gosh, we've eaten so much cake over the last few weeks. Yeah, far too much.
Why is it birthday cakes or Christmas?
Lots of
Easter
birthday
cakes
cakes, just celebration cakes for
May's
Alex.
my big month for birthdays.
May is.
Yes, I have loads of birthdays in May.
We've got a niece on the way, and my mum said she's due in July, and that's the only month as a family we haven't got anybody in the calendar, so it'll be nice. Yeah. There we go.
And you know it's a niece.
Yes. So we're going to pop this onto the front, and there you can see. So I think the ones that you've got there, I've done all of the same colour of the front, but for this one I've chosen to really showcase that one, which is my personal favourite from this. The next thing that we're going to do, we do finish this with binding. I have done this project before, adding the binding onto the exterior of the bag, so we won't do the binding today, but we're just simply going to sew around the 4 edges with a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance to secure those into place. And again, I would be finishing this with a zigzag stitch, the same as you can see on that demo
Yes.
there. But of course you can hand stitch the binding if you prefer. And just resting this onto the machine.
So just an 1/8 of an inch seam this time.
Because we want to, so it's an 1/8 of an inch seam because we're going to put the binding on there a 1/4 inch away. So we just don't want to expose that first stitch line. It's just there to secure this into place.
And you haven't cut bias binding, have you? Or
No.
have you just done, because it's straight edges?
Yeah, just straight edged, yeah.
Nice simple strips then.
We like easy.
Like simple.
So again, when you arrive at the corner, just leave that needle inserted, pivot your fabric, and then we're sewing all the way around those 4 corners there.
This is lovely and quick, isn't it?
Nice quick project, yeah. It's nice to do. I think sometimes when we do the larger projects, perhaps a quilt, or if you really enjoy making dresses, they take a long time. So it's nice sometimes.
Oh, it's lovely to have quick projects.
Just a quick
Absolutely,
project.
yes. And this is a lovely one. I do love it. I think it's got lots of uses as well.
Yeah.
So a beginner.
Yes.
A beginner
Oh, yeah.
could do
Absolutely.
this, couldn't it?
Yeah. I always think as well, when you're a beginner, the sooner you can start putting zips into things, you won't be afraid to put those into your projects.
Absolutely.
Moving forward as well, because
and sewing with vinyl.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something. Oh my goodness, what do I need? A special foot? Do I need a special needle? Do I need? It's quite good to sort of have a go at something like this.
Absolutely, and the projects that as we work through Fast Fat Quarter Fund that you mentioned in the earlier area, we're adding different techniques to those with each issue that we release. What we're doing now is, as well as creating the new issues with the new projects, new steps and techniques, is just going back and picking out some of them and bringing them back as kits or patterns on their own. So if it's just that particular project that you liked and wanted to have a go at, then you have that option to do that.
That's really good.
And we like to put the kits together to keep it, because if you can't get out and about, it's nice to have everything all together if it's just that project you want to do. Or if you've got lots in your stash like we have, then you can just go for the pattern this time and make the projects as many times as you want to. They make nice little gifts as well. I mean, if you were to make these for several members of your family, you'd fill them with something different for each member, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, you could.
A nice gift project as well.
Yeah, definitely. So you could use, I mean, if you were making this, as you say, for different members of the family, I'm just trying to find the darker one here. So you could use the blue.
Yeah.
If it's I mean, I know it's still floral, but you could use the blue for a more manly thing,
yeah,
couldn't
absolutely,
you?
yeah.
And then you've got obviously the yellow and the pink.
Yeah.
This one here.
Yeah.
That one's your gift to me.
That's
and
yours.
And then, of course, we've got this lovely one too, which I really like, which is the one that you're using.
I'm loving oranges and greens, and we are finding that in the kits that the greens are really popular, and the darker colours as well. That's why we're bringing them, but I'm really drawn to bright colours. I think the weather changes what we're drawn to. It's nice to have some nice vibrant colours in there as well, isn't it? Especially when they complement your dress, Wendy.
Yes, exactly. Here's the one I made earlier. Thank you ever so much, Kerrie.
You're very
Absolute
welcome.
pleasure, as usual. Do you know
welcome.
when you're in again?
I'm in next Thursday.
Next Thursday, okay.
Are you in Thursday?
No, I'm not actually next week. I think it's John, I think he's on a mega stint next week.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I think so. He's a madman.
He's very good though, isn't he? He's got a lot of energy.
I know, ridiculous. I want to know what batteries he's using.
Yes, me too. I'll have some, please.
But thank you ever so
It's
much.
lovely to see you, Wendy.
So very quickly, let's recap these kits again, just so you know which one you can choose from. We've got less than 15 of this one, which is the one that Kerrie's been working on, the olive and green. It's very, very popular. So what you get in here is you get the wadding you need, not the wadding, the batting you need, the zip, the vinyl, the pattern, the templates, and 2 fat quarters. So these are the 2 fat quarters we get here. Aren't they beautiful? You might need 505 spray, and obviously you'll need a sewing machine and thread, but otherwise you've got everything in your kit. So that's really nice. We also have the bright colours, which is the yellow and the pink. So that's this one here. So again, everything that you need in the kit, including the full-size templates and the zip, the vinyl and the batting and the 2 fabrics. So these are Riley Blake designs. So really beautiful fabrics. And you can do this simply, or you can do as you have done on some of your samples. So you can do some quilting on it if you want to, but you don't have to. So it's sort of up to you how much extra you put into that in terms of quilting. And then we have finally this blue one. So this is this one here. But you can make a choice as to which one. So you could actually choose to have the lighter colour as your main and your inside, and then have the, you know, that's entirely up to you how you do it. And again, zip, 2 fat quarters, the vinyl, the wadding, the instructions and the templates. Just $15.99 for this. Oh, our graphic system's just stopped working, but you can obviously order these on the website. Or on the phone line. So if you do want to order on the website, go to www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then you can scroll down and see all of the items that we've had on sale today and will have for the next hour as well. And these ones are all Living in Loveliness kits are all there, and you can just click on the one that you want. And don't forget, if you've already bought today, that post and package carries you through for the whole day. If you want more from Kerrie, you do Facebook Live.
We do Facebook Live, yes.
So where can they find you?
I'm Living in Loveliness on Facebook, and we're usually live on a Monday and Tuesday every week, or Wednesday and Thursday.
Okay, so Living in Loveliness.
Living in Loveliness.
Or, of course, back here next Thursday with more kits.
With more kits?
With more kits. So that would be really good. So if you haven't had enough of Living in Loveliness, you can get more. You can get your fix of Living in Loveliness, Facebook Live or next Thursday. So after the break, I'm joined by Jayne Brogan, who is our sewing machine expert for Elna and in fact Janome, and she's coming with 2 machines that are available. Yay! So we've got a sewing machine and an overlocker. So do check out in your basket. They will be limited purely because sewing machines are like gold dust at the moment, very hard to get hold of. They're nice little entry level mechanical machines, and really nice and easy to use. Brilliant as a second machine if you've already got one to take to classes and things. Brilliant for a beginner to start, etc, etc. Jayne will tell us all about it. And an overlocker, and they're priced in such a way that actually you could probably buy both, which would be quite useful. So join me back in just a few minutes.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi, welcome back. I do apologise for the long break. We were trying to get our graphics back and sorted, but haven't yet succeeded in doing so. But it's not a problem because we will manage. I will read out the code numbers, and of course you can look on the website and find them all on there. But without further ado, because we don't want to miss our lovely time slot with Jayne, what are we going to start with? What are we starting with?
Good morning. I think we're going to start with the overlocker.
We're going to start with the overlocker.
Overlocker, yeah.
So that's really fabulous. Having an overlocker. What I was saying earlier was that actually, because the price points for both the overlocker and the sewing machine are such a reasonable price, you could actually get both.
You can get both.
You could get
and
both.
I mean, an overlockers are really handy. I mean, I'm not particularly a dressmaker, you know, I'm more a quilter, but I do use the overlocker, craft projects or furnishing projects, everything like that. So they are a really, really nice add-on.
So, do you want to crack on and show
will.
exactly how wonderful this machine is?
We will. So, it's the Elna 664. As you know, everybody knows the Elna quality and design. It's been with us for a very long time. The beauty with this one, we've got the easy thread on it. We've got the easy thread loopers on it. I did actually.
And that is what is so important,
Yeah, I have actually. Let me just pop I brought my tweezers in because we can never find any. So don't let me forget them, otherwise I won't have any at home. So I brought these in. So they come, and what I would always suggest when you first get your overlocker is to match the threads up to the colour tension dials.
I agree.
Just to sample some stuff through so you get a rough idea of what thread does what, and if you need to alter your tensions, you know what you're doing then.
So I'm just going to give a price point for this, Jayne. So this is £289 for this overlocker, and it's easy thread. The code number is B for Buddy, F for Freddie, W for Wendy, Q 59 289. I was going to say, is it available on split pay? So it's available on split pay. So you can do that, go onto the website and you will see the details of how to do the split pay. Add it to your basket and then you choose the option of split pay on there. 3 split payments of £96.33. So you get the machine once you've paid your first and then you pay the subsequent 2 in the following 2 months. So that is the code. It is BFWQ 53. It was a 3, I couldn't remember. Oh, 59. So neither of us could remember. Okay, Jayne, sorry.
Really? Okay, no, that's fine. So we've got this with some threads left in it. So I'm just going to snip this off and then we'll go through it, I think. I'm going to have to turn it round to thread it. Can't thread this back to front, unfortunately.
I think Joe can still catch you, actually,
can
if you
you
do it
still
around
catch
the right way.
if we move it round
I think
this way?
Yeah.
We'll go that way. Can you still see it?
Yeah.
We'll pop it down. So, again, I'm just going to pull these threads through.
So you're taking them out, you're not going to cut it, just tie on?
There's different ways. You can tie on if you want. And, you know, that's great to do that. But I think initially you need to thread it a few times because you can guarantee the time it snaps and the thread snap going through are when you're really desperate to get a project finished. And it can be quite frustrating. And it's so easy to thread this anyway that there's no reason to tie the threads on and pull them through all the time. You don't want to. So I'm going to pop these on here. I'm going to take...
It is the thing that people are often scared of. And what I'm liking, the fact is that you've got the left-hand side opened right out too.
You can open it right out.
So you can really get to everything.
You can get to everything. It's really good for cleaning that. You don't need, with a lot of the other overlockers at this level, you have to actually put the threads through and then bring it back for the lower looper. This one, because we've got the easy thread, we don't need to. So that's really good. I'm going to take these little cone holders off there for, you can get the really big cones for the overlockers. They're not going to fit in these ones that I've got, so we'll take these off. And we shall get going. Again, it's 3 and 4 thread this, so you can use 3 or 4 threads. A lot of people, just for your standard dressmaking and lightweight fabrics, will use a 3 thread. Just covers and neatens the edge for you, so you don't put. Let's pop these on here. Oh, I've got the wrong one there. Red. I've got an orange and a blue up here. So again, you always thread your overlockers from right across the left. If one of your loopers snaps, it's worth taking it out and threading both of them again. Otherwise, the threads probably won't be lying in the right position. And it's frustrating then because you can't one snapping.
No, exactly.
When you
so
started.
It tends to be lower looper, upper looper,
Yep.
right needle, left needle, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm just going to pop this through here. Again, press the foot up when you're threading. I'm going to pop that close now. Make sure you hear it clip underneath the top piece. It's down, it's through into there. It might be easy for them to catch it with the camera. So if we can see here, everything is colour coded. You've got the little diagram here, we've got the green here. So with these, I'm going to pop this, let's just take it round. Again, same as your sewing machine, always wind your flywheel towards yourself, the same as the machine. And with this one literally now, we're going to go through, you can pop it through the little green one there. Take this. The tweezers, you get the tweezers with the machine and they're essential with an overlocker. They're so handy. I use mine for all other sorts of things, but definitely for your overlocker you need them. I'm going to pop that through here. So again, you've got the green on here. Whoops. Pop that through. I'm going to grab that.
It's not easy for us to see that, but that little lever that you're putting it through now, does it
Can we see
sort of
it
pop
as well?
out? Does it pop out when you need to thread it?
That's
Oh, that's
slightly
better. Can you do it from that?
So we're coming through the green here, green, up through this one, and then what I've gone here, I've popped that across so you can see there's a little hook here. So it goes through the little hook. There we go. And I may actually have to move it now to do it slightly. Yeah, just so I can see.
Oh, come on, Jane.
Just so I can see where I'm good. I'm not that good. Oh dear, I'm going to need some new glasses.
Oh, I do, definitely.
And then we're just going to pop it through the looper here. There we go, through. Catch a little thread on here. There we are, I've caught that under. I'm doing very well this morning, am I? Just rushing about. And then I just tuck it under the blade and take it out to the back. And that is the trickiest looper on any overlocker to thread. And then we're just going to pop it back across and that's it. The next one is very similar. I've been very good and tidied all the threads up here. They seem to escape though, normally.
We have got overlocker threads on actually as well. We've got a nice box of overlocker threads. So if you are new to an overlocker, you can actually get, this is just neutral colours. But you can get this lovely big box
and
of
they're
these.
ideal, isn't it? But greys are great because they run across most fabrics, don't they? With the greys, they'll blend in.
Yes.
And you tend to be using it on the inside anyway. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So I think these are really handy. So if you want to look on the website, you can find all the code, etc. www.sewingstreet.com, or you can phone the call centre, which is completely free, and you can say that you're wanting to buy this lovely box, and you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 times 6 is 24 reels. We've got white and ecru and pale grey, darker grey and black. So it's very handy.
That will cover most fabrics for you, won't it?
So the code is W01. Oh, the phone number. 0800 001 4433. But you'll find that on the website. That's really handy if you're new to overlocking. So you're just following the path again for the next
I'm following the path.
looper.
I'm coming on the next one, which is the yellow one. So it's down through the tension here again, through the little yellow dot there, and then it just, this one goes through. There's a little loop here, which you can possibly see. Again, I'm not doing very well going from the side. There we go, it's through there. You can probably see it better when the thread's in. So it's popped out and I'm pulling it the wrong way. So we'll pop.
It's looking more awkward than it really is, purely
it's not
because
awkward.
you're
I'm trying to do it from the wrong
yeah.
side. Normally it'd be
You'd
straight
have it
on
facing
and
you,
it's
wouldn't
on.
you?
And then you just pop that one through the front of the looper here. I've got a glare up. There we go. And they are quite straightforward to thread. There we go. We've got that.
And then
again,
the needles are much simpler,
tuck the
aren't
thread. Yeah. And that's the underneath done. That is the word. As I say, the green one, it's so easy with that easy thread. It makes it so much easier. And once you've done that once or twice, it's like threading a sewing machine. It's automatic, isn't it? So I'm making it look more difficult than it really is.
We've got graphics.
Hey! Thought something really, really exciting had happened then.
Sorry, well, it is quite exciting for us.
Yeah. Have they been out all morning?
No, it was just for you, Jane.
Just for me.
You
I
did
have
it.
this strange effects on things. So again, your needles, I'm threading the red one first, the one on the right. So I'm coming down through, make sure you go through the tension. I'm going to pop the presser foot down now. I'm going to go that way, it'll be easier. Just to put some tension back on it. So it's underneath, through here, down, through the little thread guides. It does show you in the manual, it is quite self-explanatory. And again, we're going to go through this one. There we go. Through that one. Pop that underneath. And the blue one, the last one, is exactly the same way that we'll do it. You can, as you say, with these, you can tie them off and run them through if you want to. They will snap occasionally, but the needles, it's so quick, and obviously you can't pull the knots through the eye of the needle.
No, you have to stop just before you get to it,
press the foot up again.
And you do, I mean, Kat's just said you always have to thread from right to left, and basically yes.
Yes.
Although if you're, it's the loopers that are most important.
It's the loopers,
isn't it?
yeah, because
the needles are to the left of that.
Yeah. With the loopers, it's the way the thread's laying over the loopers.
One goes over, one goes under, doesn't it?
So if you thread them in the wrong direction, then they're not going to work. It's not going to work. It will keep on threading. I still can't. I'm going to have to get some new varifocals, I think.
Oh, we do have an email address. If you've got any questions, if you want to ask Jane anything, please do while she's here. The email address is studio@sewingstreet.com. They come through to Kat, and then she will run them along the bottom of the screen, or she will feed them through to me and I can ask. But we are on Facebook Live, so do feel free to comment on Facebook Live as well. And you can message us through the website. There's lots of ways to get in touch, and we do like to hear from you. We really do.
There we go. So we should be all good to go now. And always again, once, like you say, machine, once you've threaded it, just run a little scrap through to test it to make sure you're all threaded correctly. One of the key things to remember with the overlocker is once you've chopped it off, you can't stick it back on again.
Even if you manage to catch the back of the garment when you're not supposed to.
Oh, I know, yes.
We've all done it, haven't we?
We've all done it, or ended up with a hole in something that shouldn't really have a hole in it, yeah. So again, just pop it underneath. Because you've got a double feed with these, you don't have to, it will take it and feed it through the foot for us. And there we go. There we are. And then chain it off and then cut it off on the side. And we can see on here, and we're still, how we've, using the different colours, it shows us.
You probably need to go in close to see that.
It will show us what bit forms which on the stitch here.
So you can see that it's all done perfectly, can't you? Because you've got the loopers going around the edges.
Yep,
and then you've got your
two rows of stitches within it to give it more stretch. If you've got a stretchy fabric, the overlocker, I've got some with me, the overlocker's great for that. Because it just gives that stretch as well at the same time. Again, as always, you've got a very comprehensive manual with these. I'm going to pop this over and just have a quick look through the first few pages. It's been crinkled up, this one, in the box. So again, it starts off and it's got all the names of all the different parts of the machine for you. You've got your accessories here, so you've got your accessory box, your little spool caps, cleaning brushes, there's a needle threader, screwdrivers, tweezers, there's some spare needles. I will say they are a specific needle for the machines. The stretch stitch ones, I think you've got them on the website, they are those. So you just need to make sure that those are the ones that are going in any of our overlockers.
So it's overlocking needles.
They're our super stretch.
Okay, so you can use them in the sewing machine as well, but you do need the super stretch.
But they are for this, otherwise you might end up getting skip stitches and things like that. So stretch ones. So all your bits and pieces come with it. And again, it's very comprehensive. It's showing you how to take the foot off. Different bits and pieces on here. So it's worth just having a little bit of time going through it when you get your machine. And again, trying some different fabrics on it. Just to see, because all fabrics, same as your sewing machine, they will all behave slightly differently. So
Yeah, I mean, overlockers aren't for just dressmaking anymore. We know that quilters are using
I
them.
use quilt. I put quilt fronts together with it before.
Yes,
now.
and I like quite. I've seen some quilts that have got the, I wouldn't say raw edges. They're not the raw edges, but the overlocked edges on the right
On
side.
the right side, yeah.
And that's kind of like a
Decorative
rough edge
feature. Yeah.
look. It's very
Yeah.
nice.
So there are all different ones. There are, again, as usual, there are different ways of using it, and it's a case of just experiment with it. Don't be
It is.
frightened.
And you don't have to raise the presser foot every
You
time
don't
you take.
know,
You just lift
because
the front,
it will
don't you?
automatically, because of feed. I don't know if we can see it here. Let me just get that there. We're going a little bit high. There's all overlockers have got, well, not all of them, most of them have got a differential feed, so it's 2 feeds that work independently from each other, so you can alter them. So you can have the front feed taking it a little bit faster or slower than the back feed, because sometimes you get stretchy fabric, so it will start bowing or it will gather itself in.
And then you've got a dial on the
You've
side.
got the
to
dial
alter
on
your
the side
differential
here.
feed.
So you've got your stitch length, the same as your sewing machine, and about 3 is normal, and your differential feeds here. So let's turn that round. About 1.5 is where it would normally be.
And that's in the book, isn't it?
That's
Tells you
all in the book. And again, it's one of those, have a little play with it, because different fabrics will behave differently. And you know yourself, once you've, like your sewing machine, you know how to set it for different things after a while, if it's the fabrics you do all the time. I've got some different fabrics here. I've got some quite light.
What about after sales customer service? Is there a number to call if you
Yes.
have an issue?
Yep, same one. Customer service number will be on the packaging in the box. You've got a 2-year warranty, standard 2-year warranty. You can extend it by a further 3 years if you want to, but that's directly with us up at Elna.
Okay.
So you can do that. All the information's available there. So, and there's always somebody on the phone, or they will sometimes find their way through to me, some of the queries, as usual.
It's like, I don't know the answer, but I know a lady who does.
Yeah, so can you please speak to this lady? Yes, who did. But I just brought a few different fabrics in. So we've got some stretchy fabrics.
Oh yes, let's see some of
one-way
those go
stretch.
through.
Let's just pop that on there and come on to here. I'll make sure I'm down. Where am I at? Yep. And again, so it's like it's quite fleecy, this one actually. There's that one.
So you haven't got a scrap tray at the front, but you can,
No.
you could, if you wanted to, just sort of pin a bag at the front.
could pin a bag.
Tape a bag
Empty
at the front.
takeaway containers are quite good.
Yes, that's
They're
true,
quite good.
yes.
Anything like that. There's all sorts of things. This is a little bit of, it's quite lightweight, stretchy, 4-way stretch again. And you may see with some of the lighter ones, let's have a look and see how they go. Sometimes they'll go through beautifully. Other times you'll see where you would need to alter the differential feed on them. This one is a very light, so I'm going to pop a double seam on this just to do it that way. And again, it's what you would normally be doing if you're dressing. I mean, you can put virtually whole garments together with
Oh
this.
goodness, absolutely yes.
Yeah.
Now I've got a query for you, Jane.
Yeah.
Julie McBride has said, I borrowed a friend's overlocker to see how I got on with it before taking the plunge,
Yeah.
which is a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
I found the cotton making almost a lace at the edge of the seam. Where did I go wrong, please?
Sometimes it's different. Sometimes it can be how you're handling the fabric. It could be the cutting blades in the wrong place, so it's a case of experimenting with it.
Yeah, so the cutting blade you can move over.
The cutting blade
can't
you can alter here. It's here. Again, just be careful, it's very sharp if you're going to start altering
But
or
is
doing
there a
anything
little
at this
dial or
end.
something you turn to
There's a
move it
little
over
dial.
a little bit?
We open the side here, it's in here. Again, it's all in the manual, it will tell you how to alter that. That's the blade there. You can alter it. And again, how to set it for doing
And
rolled hems.
what about the stitch pin or whatever? Can that
the
be...
stitch finger?
Yeah, the stitch finger.
When you do rolled hem, that automatically goes, yeah, that will automatically
So when you
disappear.
choose for a rolled hem,
yeah,
it
it will
automatically goes
automatically,
down.
you can
haven't
see,
got
you
to-
can't really see it on these.
So you haven't got to
can't get
lower that?
closer. No, not the stitch finger, it
Brilliant.
automatically does it with image. All the overlockers do that now, the stitch finger will automatically go when you alter the settings. The blade, you can lower the blade as well if you want, so you don't always have to have the blade in action. You don't always want to trim anything off the ends. So there are lots of variations with the overlocker. And again, have a look at the book because all the different stitches are explained in there and what you'd use them for as well. So
Yes, so it's not just a manual of how to set it up, it's got some useful
got
information as well.
lots of useful information because there's lots of different things you can do with it. I'm going to pop some of these through. Put it in this like shine bright.
So, I mean, are overlockers as rare as sewing machines at the moment?
These are the only ones that I'm aware of available. I mean, some retailers may have some in stock, but the only ones that we've actually got at the moment in our warehouse are the ones that are held for you. at Sewing Street. That's the only ones in the warehouse at the moment.
It's a crazy situation. I know it's the same with all brands.
It's been with the sewing machines as well. I mean,
which is lovely, and I do
desperate to get the good old 680 plus back, but you know, we just hopefully it won't be long. And the other machines, so it has just been really been a really difficult time for machines. Everybody wants to sew,
but it's great because it's exactly that. It's because people want to show. Look, put my teeth back in. So they want to sew, and you know, this is a really great entry-level price for an overlocker. And you saw it's, you know, it looks a little bit more complicated to thread than it is, purely because Jayne was trying to thread it at a funny angle. But you could see how easy it is. The fact that you can, it's the lower looper that's the tricky one. If you can bring that little thing out, the little hook out, it makes it so much easier.
It does make it, but you haven't got to go through the back of the machine to say,
And they get so full of dust, don't they? So the fact you can open that left side as well.
Yeah, it does.
So it's a really good price, £289, and the code is now on there. Or of course, split pay of £96.33 times 3 months. Yeah. There's no interest. That's all, and you know, it's the same post and packing again. Does this come direct from you?
Yes, it does. Yeah,
it's dispatched direct from Elna.
Not directly from us at Elna.
But still, the post and packing that you've used already today is used.
Yeah, it comes.
But it will of course come separately from the rest of the order if you order it today, because it will come directly from Elna.
And we will again say it takes a few days normally for the orders to come through from yourself. So it's
allow a few days for it.
Yeah.
But we have got stock, so there's no delay.
We have got, it's limited stock. We haven't got masses of it. I say, and once these are gone, they will be gone for a while, I would imagine.
Yes.
So
I mean, this is it, isn't it? Once they're gone, we just don't know when we can get them back.
It's just really difficult with everything at the moment. Say the machines, and it's across all brands. It's not. Just,
yes, exactly. Yes.
It's not.
I know. We were talking earlier that Jayne knows a friend of mine who runs a shop in Petersfield. And I know she's sold quite a few. She's very enterprising, and she's sold quite a few sewing machines, but has had to wait sometimes quite a few months for them to come in stock. But I mean, she sold one to my sister-in-law, my friend. So I've taken them up there. This is obviously when we could go into the shops. Yeah. Taken them up. This is that little window between lockdowns. And we went up, and actually we then went out to lunch afterwards, which was really nice. Back in the day,
it is. I know, and we could all remember being able to go out to lunch at some point, can't we? I'm sure we'll be able to again.
Well, I did at the weekend. I went for lunch in Old Portsmouth with a couple of friends, and we tried to book somewhere but couldn't. And then we got there, and we were mooching around, stopped at this really nice pub and said, "Have you got a table for 3?" And they did.
That's really,
so it's beautiful. We sat in the
lovely,
sunshine,
isn't it?
In the garden, close to the sea, and it was so lovely, so lovely.
It is really nice, but you can see I've popped a few different fabrics through here. You can see where this is a really, really lightweight stretch. It's only a one-way stretch, but it's very stretchy one way, a little bit the other way, and how that's gathered. That's where your differential feed would come in.
So that's when you'd adjust the differential feed.
You'd adjust your differential feed, so it'd be nice and flat.
So it doesn't gather.
You've got double ones like the chambray. It's like a fleecy knitted one. So you can just pop any kind, a lot of fabrics through it.
Yes,
it's absolutely. Not just for cottons or stretchy fabrics.
The rolled hem. You can do a
rolled hem. You can set your rolled hem. So
I don't know how much time we've got on
how
this.
Much time
how much time have we got? About 10 minutes left.
Oh, we should be okay for a rolled hem then. So your rolled hem again. Switch the machine off because you're working around this end, and we've all accidentally put our foot on the foot pedal before now at some point in life.
Or the dog has.
Yeah,
or the cat
something's
has.
happened. Yeah, in my case, the cat, the very naughty cat. So again, rolled hem. We can take this in and turn the blade down. If you can see that, okay. I'm trying to turn a little bit more, and then we can press in here. That goes on to R. There's literally is an R on there. Remember to pop the blade back up again. I'm going to close that up, and then we need a little screwdriver is going to be the key.
There's one in the blue pot behind you on the wall. Is that like a little teeny weeny one?
Oh, hang on a minute, that one might have to do. It's usually a little teeny weeny one. And again, the needles are marked left and right, so we need to take the left-hand needle out.
What I do with mine is I take it out and I use masking tape to tape it to the front of the machine.
Yeah.
And it does two things. It reminds me that I've changed the setting, but it's also there when I want to put it back in again.
No, I can't. This is far too
small. It's too big.
We'll have
to just talk about it.
See if we can find one for it. Ooh, destroying the
So
display now.
basically, the rolled hem is a
The
very
rolled hem
narrow.
then, you would take your left needle
overlock.
out and then you reset on your stitch length. You would pop it onto R here. A differential feed is still exactly the same. You pop it onto R, the left needle comes out, and your beautiful neat rolled hem. It's fabulous for lingerie.
Yeah.
I've done scarves with it. Anything that's quite a fine fabric, you want just that lovely rolled finish.
Yes, very
on it.
narrow
I
rolled hem
think somebody's
finish.
rustling. Oh, that looks a little bit better. Thank you, Kat. There we go. Let's take that one out. There we go, that's better. And again, I always leave it threaded up when I'm taking the needle out. Then if you actually drop the needle, you've still got it attached to something.
Yes.
It's not going to disappear into the depths of the machine, never to be seen again. So take this out.
That's when your telescopic magnet comes in handy.
Yep, so
You can
needle.
pull it out again.
I'm going to pop it in a piece of fabric over here. And again, I unthread. It's not worth leaving that thread on because you can guarantee it will get caught
Get
in
tangled.
something as you're sewing, yeah. So there we go, pop the machine back on again.
So it's not, the idea is not to replace your sewing machine, it's to have an additional machine,
It's an
isn't
add-on
it?
to this won't replace your sewing machine because your sewing machine is very different. This is just a really nice add-on. And if you're doing a lot of jersey fabrics and stretchy things and like children's summer dresses coming in now, you can just put them straight through this and it's
And
done,
if
it's
you're making
finished.
sportswear,
Yep,
um,
your sportswear,
you
there's
know, your
all
casual wear, casual lounging pyjamas.
Yeah. I'm not allowed to wear those anymore. We've all been in those for far too long.
So it is a really, and it does cope with all different thicknesses of fabric as well, which I love.
Yeah, they do. So they are a really, really nice add-on to your sewing machine. And we're not rolling on here. What have I done? I've done something here that's not rolling. Why have I...
Did you say rolled hem on the? On
I
the,
have
you've done
turned it
bottom
onto
on there,
rolled.
haven't you?
Yeah.
What about the one by the needle? Is
They're
there
all
another
done.
one?
It's all done as
All
it
on
should
rolled
be.
hem.
Let me just try.
So basically, what you're
a little bit
getting, just
lighter.
because we're going to be running out of time,
Yeah.
is you get it's the same overlock edge, but it's just made
just
up
rolls
of
it
one
round.
straight stitch and then the two loopers, and it's very narrow, so it's a really
Yeah.
neat finish, and you do it right on the edge of the fabric, so
Yeah.
it's lovely.
Let me try these. We can't see it. Normally I use this one here and it's fabulous.
And just to add another dimension,
Yeah.
you can, if you're working on stretch fabric, you can stretch it in front and behind the needle as you do it, and then you get a
you get the
lettuce
lettuce edge. You
which
can
looks
use
gorgeous.
a piping foot. You can get extra feet for them, and you can run the fishing wire through, and you can get
Yes.
some really nice, nice edges on there. This, I don't know why it's not playing nicely today. It normally does a fabulous rolled hem. This. And you're sitting there trying to think, have I actually done it? Yes, I have.
It's the way it is, isn't it, with live TV? It's bound to not work properly for you.
Yeah.
But it's a lovely, it's quite quiet as well, really.
It's a really nice quiet machine, this.
And it seems, even though you're going fast there, it seems to be nice and solid on the table.
It is very, very solid, yeah. I'm checking, I've done these needles back
They
up.
do get speedy. Oh yes, overlockers are speedy, aren't they? 1,300 stitches per minute. That sounds fast.
I used
doesn't
to
it?
use an industrial one, so this one
So
does appear quite slow to me, but yeah.
No, it is quite speedy. But you don't have to, just less pressure
You can,
on the
again,
foot.
the same as you've got with your sewing machine, you've got that speed control.
Yes,
with
so
the
you
foot,
can actually
so-
just not put your foot flat down. But it is definitely one I think that's a useful thing to have if you've not got one yet.
I don't know whether I actually need a much, much lighter fabric, whether I'm using a slightly too heavy fabric.
Don't worry, that's fine.
I'll have a look at it later and
Yes.
we'll have another go with it
'Cause we
later
need
if I
to
get
go
time.
onto the
Yeah, we
sewing
need to
machine,
sort
aren't
onto our
we?
sewing machines, yeah. Let me just pop a really handy place to keep your tweezers.
Oh,
on
good
there
idea,
as
lovely.
well. Don't let me forget to take them home there because they are mine from home.
And you don't want them kept here.
No, because I'll never see
So we're
them
going
again.
to move on to the sewing machine, but just before we do, whilst Jane is busy swapping her machines over, did you hear that little pop? That's because the feet on it kind of sucker onto the table to keep it sturdy. So that's really why it keeps nice and sturdy. Yeah. So it's good at a quick feed. It's a really handy machine. It's £289. It's got the easy threading system, colour-coded as well, which makes it easy. Or you can buy it in 3 split pays of £96.33 per month over 3. So you get it, you pay it once, the first one, you get it straight away, or within a few days of ordering it. Comes straight from Elna, and then you pay the next 2 subsequent months. It's got a 2-year warranty. Really UK-based call centre. If you have queries or questions or want to buy more needles or want to buy other feet that go with it, because you can have other feet, you can do other things than overlocking. You can do flat locking, you can do rolled hem. There's lots of different things you can do once you've got used to it and you think, do you know what, I'm going to push this a bit further. A lot of people, once you've bought one and you've mastered that threading, and don't be fearful, because Jayne has shown she was working at a really strange angle, which you would never work at home, and she still managed to thread it. Usually the issue is the lower looper. So having that little hook that can be sort of pulled out by pushing a little button on there, it makes that so much easier, so it isn't a problem. So it's really lovely, lovely machine to have, and that's the Elna 664. They are limited at the moment all over the country. All brands are limited all over the country. So Elna has allocated some for us in their warehouse so that they are ours and they won't go elsewhere. If you are thinking about it, ask on the fans page. There's a whole community of people out there. Ask on the Sewing Street fans page, what do you think of the Elna 664 sewing machine? Is it worth having? Or has anybody got an overlocker? What do you think? Is it worth having? And hopefully you'll get some really positive comments. It is lovely to have. The fan page is great. I look at it a lot, and that makes people share on there. Absolutely incredible, really inspirational. So that is a really good place to look. But if you have bought it today, congratulations. You have got a bargain. It's lovely. Do let us know when you get it home and you've tried it out, because I'm sure it'll be really fun to do. So let's move on to the 320 sewing machine. Now this is £249. So that's what I'm saying. They're kind of like affordable, can't you? You could have them both, maybe. So we were just saying that sewing machines are really, they seriously are scarce. As I said, I know from personal experience when my sister-in-law and a friend have bought a sewing machine and they've had to wait like 3 or 4 months because of the shortage of supplies. This is in stock, in Stockport, near Manchester. So these are ready with our names, with Sewing Street names on them, ready to be dispatched. But it is a limited number still, because obviously as they're coming in, they're being allocated wherever they can be. So we've managed to nab some of these at £249. They are on split payment again, so 3 payments of £83. So again, you pay your first £83 and the machine will be dispatched to you, and you pay the subsequent 2 months, and then you'll be fully paid up. No interest charge. That is literally the payment split into 3. And of course, you get a 2-year warranty. Post and packing is covered by the post and packing for the day. So if you've already bought something today, it's still covered, even though it's being dispatched from somewhere else. So, Jayne, you've now got that one. Listen, so I'm filling in while Jayne's moving the machines around. This is what we like to see. So,
multitasking, aren't we?
So this, in its nice little hardcover.
And that's a really good feature for a machine at this price. Most of them just have a soft plastic cover.
Yes.
This has got the hard cover, which is great. Not everybody's got a dedicated sewing space or, somewhere to keep it safely, so it will protect the machine for you.
And as I was saying earlier, if you wanted to use this as a second machine to take to classes and courses, having the hardcover gives it added protection.
Yeah.
You know what I do with mine? I actually put it into the seat and I put the seatbelt around it.
Yeah,
I always put the seatbelt around my sewing machine.
But we've got the bag over there as well that this will fit in.
Yes, which is also lovely. If I put it in the bag, I don't put the hard case in. Because I find it just adds to the weight.
It just adds to the weight, yeah.
Because that's protective as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
that case is
and you've got little
lovely.
pockets in there for all your, I've got one here that I carry around with all my bits and pieces in.
Yes.
So there we go.
Kat was saying the first one she bought from a supermarket didn't have a case full stop.
No, some of them don't. No.
You need something, particularly as you say, if you're not sewing every day and you have to put it away.
Yeah, and if you've
you
got
want
children,
it to be
pets,
protected.
anything around,
yes.
you need it protected. So, so here we go, 320. The nice thing again with this as well, it's a mechanical machine, but we have got a top-loading bobbin with it as well. So that's really nice feature on these. A lot of them have the front loading still.
I love top-loading bobbins.
You've got a free arm on it, so it will free arm for doing your trouser legs or cuffs and things like that. So you have got the free arm on there again, which is lovely on these. Bobbins, standard bobbins, Elna, bobbins. They basically will fit all the machines. And please make sure that you do use the right bobbins on your machines, whatever the brand. I've seen so many people who've broken it through having different bobbins in there.
Yes, I think people think they can just buy a universal bobbin, but it's sometimes the width is the same or the circumference, but it's the height can be different.
The depth can be very
and
different.
if you get the wrong depth, if it's too big, it'll stick, and if it's too narrow, it'll bounce up and down, and it can put your timing out, can't it?
Yes, you can do also break needles, all kinds of things on it. So please just make sure that you get the right bobbins.
When I looked at this machine earlier on, I had a little look. There's another little secret tray. I thought
There
it was really
is,
cute.
yeah.
I love that.
Oh, hang on a minute. There we go.
Look at
on the
that.
bottom. Keep all your accessories.
It's got a
bits
tray
and
to keep,
pieces
and it's
in.
got the feet, the spare feet and things
Spare
in there,
feet will
hasn't
go
it?
in there, and your spare bobbins and the essential quick on pick and the cleaning brush and everything. They will all sit in there for you. Yeah,
I think that's really nifty.
Yeah, it is. So for a machine, it's a lovely machine because you've got the width and the stitch length as well that you can alter. And again, you don't always get that on the machines at this price point. Again, easy wind bobbin. It's very easy to wind it. Pop that out. I can actually show you one if you want, but we have actually got one in there. I'm just conscious of time at the minute. So when you wind your bobbin across, pop the end wheel out.
And that stops the needle going up and down.
Yeah, but just remember to pop it back in when you're finished, or you'll be thinking it's not sewing anymore. And again, another common one I've had with lots of times when I used to teach people to come and go, my machine's broken, it won't sew, is because they've accidentally pushed the bobbin winder over.
Yes. So make sure
easy
it goes
to do.
back.
Make sure
to
you
the
pop it back when you've done it, yeah. So there we go. So I will now have a little look, see if we've got, oh, scrunching on here. If we've got any of them, I'm going to take this out and keep it over here. No, I was looking for the spool caps. It should be the spool caps, should be with this.
Oh, you will have spool caps with yours.
Yeah. And again, match your spool cap to your thread. I could actually...
Yeah, so you should have did you have a small, medium, large,
You've got
or just a
small
small
one and then a larger one. I'm trying to see if we've got any tucked away now, little boxes, and I can't see any. I'm going to pop these on here. I'm sure.
So you need to put a spool cap on,
You've
because
got to put your
otherwise
spool cap
the
on. I'm sure
thread
Kat
reel
will
will
find
bounce
one
up
for
and
us
down.
in a
Yeah,
second.
Kat's on a
She's on the
hurry
prowl
for
for
it.
one now. So again, press the foot up when you thread, and it's almost thread by numbers on these. Solid line is always the needle, and the dotted line is for the bobbin. So and again, when you're doing your bobbin, make sure that you're pulling it through and that you've pulled it right into the tension, so you get the tension on the bobbin thread while you're winding it. As it goes underneath, it will clip in, down. Again, take up levers here, I've turned it right side, and make sure that you pull your thread right to the front of it. Cat is having a little scout about for one. For us. Now say we're thread by numbers, so we're down.
Kat, if you see the machine down on the table underneath Jane in front here, there is...
Yes,
there's
of
one
course.
just there. There's one just
Sneaky
there.
and steal one. Thank you. That's very kind of you. So we pop that on the end.
She's camera shy, obviously.
Oh, we pop that on the end. Not too tight so the bobbin won't move, and also make sure you've got little spiky bits out.
Yes.
I've seen so many people put them in and the thread can get caught behind it then. So I'm literally going down, underneath, down, up, through the take-up lever, down through the thread guide, and then we have a needle threader on these as well, which is great. Make sure your needle's in the highest position, and it's down. Pop it round, take it through, and that's it, needle threading. It's worth, if you struggle a little bit at first, some people do, just persevere with it, but make sure your needle's in the right correct position, because it's a little hook.
So on the balance wheel on the side, have you got like a little mark on the top to show?
No,
Okay, so you can do that.
There isn't.
That's
but
what I would do.
Yeah.
I would put a little blob of nail varnish once the needle's in the right position, so that you always know where it's got to be.
Pop it on the floor. Well, you could do that, yeah. So then that's through underneath. We've got the satin stitch foot on at the moment. We've got the bobbin in already, but I'll pop this one out. It's top loading bobbin, P for perfect, as always when they go in. Underneath through the little tension there. And again, to get your needle, to get the bottom thread up, it's quite easy to, I just wind it through and pop that up before you start. And then you're not going to get it trapped anyway. So there we go, pop that out.
Now Maureen Briley has said, do you keep the blue base on the Elna bobbins when you use them?
Yes, if she's got the special Elna bobbins, they come, I think they're with the 680. That little blue base, a little blue disc, is to pop your threads through for when you're storing your bobbins. So they don't all unwind, no matter how often you wind your bobbins up when you put them where you come out and they're like spaghetti. But that little blue disc, you just slip your thread underneath and it just holds the thread
How
for you.
I've never seen these. So these
There are some here somewhere.
It does stay on the bobbin when you put it in.
Stays on, yeah. Yeah, it's
What a
designed to be on.
useful thing.
So you just pop your thread through so it just holds it in place.
Can you use them on genomes?
Yeah.
I'll have to get some.
Yeah.
Because
If we sell them separately, I'll have to find out.
Yes, because the machines we use, we have 80 Janome machines that we use at the knitting stitching show.
Yeah, yeah.
And as you say, we have bobbins and we waste so much thread where we have to throw away the big tangle, even though they've been put away neatly.
They all seem to escape when you're not
do.
looking, don't they? They
They're
really
they're
do.
in that box going, yay, party!
Party time. Right, so I'm going to pop this back onto number 1 for a straight stitch. Stitch length I'm going to pop onto number 3 here for us, which is about your standard sewing that you do anyway. We're on number 1 here, which is your straight stitch. And pop that down. Just keep your finger on the end here. The thing to remember with mechanical machines is you need to leave a little bit more thread, and I'm terrible for unthreading it because I'm so used to using the automatic ones now. Just for the take-up lever, that's all. So we can pop the needle in if you want to, or we can just start. And that's it. And you can hear it sounds really nice. And then again, I'm to stop and turn, pop the needle in. Oh, that's me, got my foot on the foot pedal. And stop, needle in, just pivoting. You want to keep your needle in, otherwise you'll end up with a big skip and a jump on your stitching.
Yes.
So many people think, oh, it must be about the same, but it's not. Just keep those in. And that's it. And then we can take it out.
Yes, a lot of people question, because it's a small machine, does that mean it's not as powerful?
No, it's a
That's
very
not the
powerful
same. It is a
machine. You can
powerful
just hear
machine.
it. It's got a really nice motor. If I fold, let me fold these up. How many would we like? How many layers? We've got
Look at that, so that's quite a
4.
few there.
There's 4 layers. It's a standard felt with a backing on. So I'll pop this under. Take these out a little bit. Pop this under. And again, you've got the extra high foot lift as usual. So if you, just trying to do everything back to front today.
Oh,
aren't
you're
I?
just trying to work at such a strange
I know.
angle.
So just pop that underneath. Let me just do this, pop it back in properly. Again, you can pop your needle in to start if you want on this. And move these threads out of the way. And you can hear it's not even, it's not missing a
at all,
beat.
is it?
No, not at all. It's straight off here, then straight back down, onto a single there. I won't put the foot pedal down. So you can just, it's a really good solid little machine. It's a little workhorse. It may be that you're just starting sewing and you're just thinking, oh, I just want an entry-level machine just to get used to it, see if I really like it. Children, it's great for children to sew with, everything like that. So, yeah.
So, and if you have a caravan, take it on the caravan. If you have a
take
boat,
the caravan
take it on
with
your
you,
boat.
anything
It's
like
a nice
that,
little machine, and as I say, I know a lot of people have the all singing and dancing big machines, like we have, or the embroidery sewing machines, and they're far too big and heavy to take.
You wouldn't want to
classes.
carry those around anyway.
No.
You wouldn't want to be carrying those around
It's
all the time.
6.3 kilograms, this one, and of course you can do free motion on
You can
it.
do the free motion. The feed drops on the back. There's a little button on the back here.
Yeah.
If we can get
Just
in
drop
and
the
see
feed
it.
dogs there.
Take it round.
So you probably have to buy the free motion
It's
foot, because that
here.
won't come as standard.
Yep. Free motion foot there. It's a standard. You know, it is a standard foot. It's nothing. It's a standard category B machine. This because it's a top
Category B
loading body.
machine,
Yep.
yeah.
So they're easy, accessible. Free motion is great for.
Well, because actually sometimes a simpler machine is better for free motion, to be honest, isn't it? And you've got a 4-step buttonhole on that.
You've got a
haven't you?
4-step buttonhole on this. You've also got all your standard stitches along the top here. So you've got your zigzags, elastic
Can we see one of the fancy
over
stitches?
edge. You can. These are all standard ones. The bottom ones are stretch stitches, and to get onto those, you turn the length, and you'll take it round onto the dark blue down here where it says SS, which is stretch stitch. And then it brings in 10, 11, 12. Those numbers come into play then.
So the numbers on the top dial double up. You've got one set
you've
in
got
the light
pale
blue.
blue are the top line here. Then we pop it onto SS, the darker blue here, and you've got the bottom line here of stretch stitches, which I want to show you some stretch stitches. I get asked this every time. Why do we need a stretch stitch? So this is a very, very stretchy fabric. I'm going to pop this back onto a normal stitch. We'll go that way. We'll go this way with it. And just with a normal stitch on your stretchy fabrics, if I'm running it through on just a standard straight stitch,
It's not going to stretch.
It's got nothing in it. The first time you wear something, you're going to split the seams. So, which
Not-
is
not
not
a
a
good
good look. No, definitely not a good look. So we pop it onto stretch stitch. And again, I use stretch stitch, and I say this every time, for decorative stitching as well.
Oh yes,
Because
definitely.
it really makes it pop out if you're top stitching or anything like that. So yeah. And as you can see here, it's almost doing like a little triple stitch on it. And so we'll take this out, pop it out.
I wish you could see the angle that Jayne is trying
It's
to
a
work
very
at.
interesting angle, isn't it?
She did a marvellous job here.
And so as you can see
So
now,
that stretches
that's
with you.
great. It's stretching with the fabrics and with the movement of the garment
Yes,
or whatever that
lovely.
you're wearing. So it is definitely worth. This is a very, very stretchy fabric.
It is very.
This
It's
is-
like a lycra or something,
Yeah.
isn't it?
I just.
And what about twin needle?
You can use a twin needle on any machine.
So again, it's going
Spare
to make
spill pin.
And also, does it say, because I can't see from here, even if I had good glasses I'd be challenged, above the stitches, does it tell you which foot to use?
No, it doesn't on this machine.
So you have to,
No.
would you look inside your manual?
Manual will tell you,
Right.
which we've got here. It should tell us on here. Let me try and find it. Yeah, I've just randomly opened it on a page here. Whoops. One down, remember to put it the right way up. Let me just pop back here a little bit. Yeah. There we go. So the triple stitch that we've just done, it gives you all the settings here. And it's telling you zigzag foot A, so that is your standard sewing machine foot. So it will tell you all the information is in here that you need for all the different stitches on the machine. And it's worth, again, just having a little look at them before you start.
It is. It's worth sitting down with I always say this, sit down with a coffee, have a little flick through the
Have a
manual.
flick through. Anything you're not sure about, I tend to put like a little marker in there, so you can always go back to it at a later date. And then just as you're sewing, just keep samples. And like everything, once you've used your machine for a while, you get to know that machine and what works best with it and what settings work best with it. It is a really nice machine, this save, just for somebody who's just starting out, or is it GCSE still? Do they do?
Do they do
know, at school?
I don't know
Do
what
they do
they're doing.
textiles,
They
things like
still
that?
do textiles, yes.
Yeah,
there
so it's a
are.
nice machine for somebody who's doing that.
This
for
is
students.
who else? Students going off to uni.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah.
Be just the right size, have
It's
a
just
little
the right
machine
size,
like
you've
that.
got
And
everything on
because
that
it's
you
got the
need.
hardcover, they can pop it in the wardrobe, pop
Yeah.
it down on the side when it's
I know
not being
people who
used.
carry them around on trains, all kinds of things.
Yes,
and just do it,
absolutely.
yeah.
And it still does 830 stitches, 820 stitches a minute, which means it's fast.
It is a
Yes.
lovely machine, yeah. Yeah, so we'll pop that back round here. So again, if you want your zigzag, we take it on to number 2. And you've got the width here as well. So if we're going to start on here. So that's almost a straight stitch. But the more I take it, you can see.
And I think one of the best things you can do when you've got a new machine, doesn't matter which it is actually, is have a play with all of the stitches.
Yep.
And on the blue ones, as opposed to dark blue, you can alter the stitch length, can't you?
You
So
can
you
alter
can
the
make
stitch
variations
length,
of the
yeah,
stitch.
and the widths on these. So
And then make a note of what you've done.
yeah, I've just literally with the zigzag started off with it on 0 at the top and widened it, and then made the stitch length a little bit shorter. If you want to do a satin stitch for a plique, again, take the stitch length right down between 0 and 1. And the width, you can alter the width to whatever you want it to, and you get a beautiful satin
Yeah, so
stitch
it's not,
with them.
you haven't got however many stitches there
No.
is on there, you've got that plus the fact you can vary them.
You can vary them quite tremendously. And again, you don't have to use the dressmaking stitches for dressmaking. Some of them can be quite decorative to use as well. Variegated thread. things like
Exactly,
that.
variegated thread, twin needle.
Twin needles, say put your twin needle, your spare spool pin goes in here and you thread through.
And also your stitch width button is moving the needle when you're on a straight stitch, isn't it?
It will move it. You won't get the same movement that you will on a computerised one. But you have actually got here, number one, you can go centre or you can take it to the left as well.
And what if you use your stitch width button to move the
Stitch
needle
width
on a
here,
straight stitch?
no, it doesn't. It's not the same.
Okay.
It's not the same as the computerised machines. They work slightly differently. So you can.
But you have got your different
some,
positions
you have
on your
got,
stitch
you
choices.
can pop it across to the left as well. So you can do that. And it's just in the book, it will tell you all your standard settings for the machines as well. I mean, like number 17 down here. Let's pop that down onto there. And we'll go right down to number 17. And again, let me get a little bit of thread there for us. Now to me, this would be a lovely stitch for quilting. quite a decorative one. So you can pop that out. So you can just see, oh, I'm going to have to request a camera, better place for sewing machines. But you can see, so it's quite a decorative stitch, and you can play, again, you can play with some of the settings on them as well. So you can, it's quite a versatile machine.
Yes.
You've also got a reverse on here, which I always forget. So it's a press and hold, and it will reverse stitch for you as well. So they are, it's a nice versatile machine for somebody, say, who's just getting into sewing, or you want a spare machine to take away, say, to the caravan or the boat or wherever you're going on holiday. You could take it with you. Or somebody's just coming into sewing.
Yes.
Youngsters.
I think it's a versatile machine in its own right, but it's great for beginners, it's great for university students taking on holidays, taking to classes.
Yep.
It's a second machine. Yeah. It's an affordable price, £249, or 3 split payments of 83, and you get the machine after your first split payment. So you pay that today and then you get it. Do remember, these are limited. They really are limited, and we're not just saying that to make you buy. If you try and phone sewing machine shops at the moment and get a sewing machine, you find they're few and far between. They really are. So everybody that has managed to get it today, the Overlocker or the sewing machine, congratulations, you've done well. You really have. And do let us know what you make with it, because they are versatile. And I mean, they're patchwork and quilting, bag making, dressmaking. It is robust enough to do any of those things. You just use the needle that's appropriate. You know, this is the thing to do. So you change your needle. You can use a twin needle. You can do so much. You can alter the stitch, so you can do satin stitch. So you've got so many stitches, but you can alter those to create variations.
Yeah. With your twin needle, just be mindful of the width of the twin needle that you buy.
Yes.
It's a 7mm stitch width on these.
Oh, is it 7mm on that?
7mm. I'm saying that.
Or is it? Because normally it's 5, isn't it?
Pretty certain it's 7mm.
It's 5mm.
It is 5.
Yeah.
So I do apologise. So just be mindful when you're buying your twin needle, the width of the twin needle. And if you're not sure, I just wind it through a full
Absolutely.
rotation
Have you got a blanket stitch on there, Georgina's asking?
I would use number 15. I think I've done this one before. It will I've used it as a blanket stitch before.
The thing is that the machines don't call them necessarily blanket stitch, because each brand will call it slightly different.
It's usually a plique stitch.
So it might be called an applique stitch, and then sometimes you'll have it going both directions as well. So
you do. I say with this one.
So I mean, this is great. So you can use. You can drop your feed dog, so you can do free motion,
no problem.
You can take the flatbed off, so you can got the free arm if you want to do small items, cut and you can grow with it, or you can use it for the basic stitches as they are. Look in the manual and it'll tell you how to set up each stitch in width and length.
I've used that one as a blanket stitch before now.
Yes.
This one here. Obviously you can't reverse it, but then you can reverse your project. But it is, again, it's just trial and, just have a play with it.
Yes, exactly. Have a play with it and see what you can get from it. And you can alter them. You can alter the width and the depth and the length, etc. Fabulous little machine. Now we're about to come to an end, but just before we do, quickly, two things I want to mention. One of them is the Janome bag, which is really lovely. So particularly if you're thinking about travelling, I know it's got a hard case, but if you're travelling with your bag, this is a really lovely bag. Opens up, and then you can just pop the machine in there, nice and easy. And it has got outside pockets, like a pocket. It's got an inside pocket, and it's got has it got an outside pocket? Oh no, just got the inside pocket.
Inside, yeah.
But it's got a long strap, so you can put it over your shoulder to carry it. So it's a really nice, robust bag. So that's really good. £44.99. I couldn't let you go without showing you this. Look at this. This is poly sheen thread case. This is Metler. There's 96 spools of poly sheen. It's easy to open the lid. Let's see. Should have tried this earlier, shouldn't I? I'm sure it is, because I wanted to. Do they slide?
I think they slide slightly, those, do they?
No, I'm not managing to slide them. It says press that down. No, I'm not. I think they've probably glued them together, so I'm not allowed to get my little mitts on these threads. 200 metres on each spool of this poly sheen, so it's really good for embroidery, for decorative machine stitching. I can't get this open. Oh, I've done it. Look at this. Oh my goodness. So a colour chart in here. So if you need to replace these spools, you can see which colours they are. Look at that. Now you often have to buy this colour chart, and these are actually pieces of thread, not just paint. Now we're really running out of time, so I'm going to flash through it, but look at this. Isn't it beautiful? All beautifully presented in this box. Really beautiful, beautiful threads. £149.99. What does that work out, Cass, for each reel? She's going to quickly have a look, but look at that. You've got, how many did we say there was? 96 reels. 200 metres on each spool. £1.56 a spool. So that is really good value. You've got every colour you could want. It's really good brand, Metler. And you've got the colour chart and the lovely box that it comes in. So this is really, it's really lovely, and I had to share this with you. You can, of course, buy it on 3 split payments of £49.99 as well. So if you do lots of machine embroidery or decorative machine stitches, as we were talking, you can use twin needle stitching, etc. Having a box of this sort of thread to hand will make everything pop and look really gorgeous. It really is lovely, and it clips back into place, and it's nice for storage. It's really lovely. So tomorrow I am back. It's St George's Day apparently. So we are going to have some fun with red and white. So at 8 o'clock we've got a red and white fabric session. And then at 9 o'clock we have Moda French General Quilt. So we have bought these before. Catherine Wright, who's a superb quilter. In fact, she's very crafty in all ways. She's going to join us for that and show us some tips and techniques on that. And at 10 o'clock we have embroidery and hand sewing, which is something that I'm getting into more and more. So we've got some books, we've got some yarn, some flosses, and we've got some hoops, etc. At 11 o'clock we have a crazy patchwork craft bag, again with Catherine Wright, and we have kits so you can buy it with the hardware, etc. And then, I can't believe this one, 12 o'clock Yarn Lane, we are going to be doing some weaving, and this time I'm joined by Kerrie Gardner again, who was here with me, I think it was last week. Beautiful. You know, please don't buy all of those kits because I've got my eye on a couple of those, which I can't buy until after the show. So just thank you for joining us today. Do have a look through the website, look at all the other things that we haven't already shown you. There's lots more of the native lights on there, obviously other bits and bobs. And don't forget, if you want that sewing machine, grab it whilst you can, because goodness knows when it will be back in again. Hopefully see you tomorrow. And thank you, Jayne, ever so much for showing us this machine and working at that ridiculous angle.
I know.
Thank you very much then. See you tomorrow.